development. What are the strategies for interstate collaboration that can be taken advantage of in this present time? One, there could be economic cooperation strategy, and states can partner to boost economic growth and reduce costs, such as joint infrastructure projects, harmonization of taxes, tariffs, and trade policies, common market and free trade arrangements, resource sharing, such like in oil, gas, water, and mineral. Example could be a joint industrial park or shared power project between neighboring states. Number two is political and governance collaboration. States can cooperate to strengthen governance and political stability. Interstate policy alignment, joint legislative forums and council, joint conflict resolution, and electoral and administrative best practices can be shared among states. Examples are the current regional governors forums and interstate councils. Three could be in the area of security and peace-building strategy. The state can partner with the aim of maintaining peace and security within their region. This could include joint security task force, intelligence sharing, border patrol cooperation, and counter-terrorism and anti-crime collaboration. We have examples such as the regional security outfits in Nigeria or the joint military operation that is currently ongoing. Number four is infrastructural development strategy, pooling resources together for large projects. This can be done on interstate level, and it could be, for example, sharing transport network, energy and power grid integration, water irrigation system, digital and communication infrastructure. This can be done at the interstate level. Another area is social and human development strategy. States can cooperate in improving citizen welfare across states through joint education programs, research institutes, health partnership, labor mobility and skill sharing initiative, culture and sport exchanges. All of this can be done at the interstate level. Environmental and climate strategy. They can also collaborate on addressing shared environmental challenges such as joint environmental protection policies, climate change adaptation, shared natural resource management, and so on. Example could be cooperation on river basin management and flood control. Number 7 is in the area of legal and institutional framework strategy. States can collaborate providing structures and sustainability practices such as MOU, interstate treaties and agreements, joint commissions and authorities, or dispute resolution mechanism. Number 8, it could be financial and investment strategy at the interstate level. This is mobilizing and managing resources collectively between states, and this could be, examples could be joint funding mechanism, development banks and pool funding, public-private partnership, donor and international agency collaboration. All of this can be done at the at the interstate level. Then we have technology and innovation strategy, leveraging innovation for shared progress. This can be done by sharing data and technology, joint research and innovation, digital governance platform, and smart city collaborations. This can be done at the interstate collaboration. Finally, about strategy, culture and diplomatic engagement strategy. The state can collaborate by strengthening unity and mutual trust among themselves through cultural festival and exchanges, tourism promotion, people-to-people diplomacy, and media information collaboration. This will help in improving. How can this interstate collaboration be done? It is believed that after this program, each state government is advised to set up a high-power technical committee, first, to create a data bank of the available resources within their state. Secondly, identify resources needed by the state that are not currently available but can be found in other states within the nation, within the country. And finally, committee will make a move to approach the other states for collaboration and partnership. This is the structure for collaboration among states. A practical example of interstate collaboration could be in a federal system, could be the regional agricultural value chain system that was between what we call the Lake Rice, that was between Kebbi State and Lagos State. It was a good initiative that originally was intended to provide food security in Nigeria. Kebbi has comparative advantage for producing rice, and Lagos has the market for rice, and therefore there was collaboration. This is a practical example. But the question is this: why is it that the Lake Rice is no longer in Lagos today? There are challenges of interstate collaboration. There are other areas of collaboration that exist: the Niger Delta Strategy, the regional economic blocks that are there, agricultural development centers and corridors. All of these are interstate collaborations that exist now. In summary, interstate collaboration is the process of states working together to achieve a win-win development goals and a platform for transforming their state economically and socially. Such collaboration strengthens state economy and supports sustainable national development. What are these challenges? Number one, interstate collaboration in Nigeria may face significant hurdle rooted in political interference, structural and economic disparity, often resulting in competitive rather than cooperative relationship between the states. These challenges are exacerbated by a strong federal center and weak institutional framework that hinders joint development by collaborative effort. There are several challenges that are currently affecting interstate collaboration. I'll just name them very briefly. First is political interference and rivalry. Two, political, ethnic, and cultural differences between states. Three, weak institutional framework and governance. Four, resource constraint and funding. Five, interagency and interest distrust. And six, infrastructural decay. And finally, security concern, which is a major one now in Nigeria today. These challenges are huge, but there should be a way forward, which is what then is the way forward for Nigeria, especially now that we are under the world-based development agenda. Now, there are preconditions for effective interstate collaboration. One, interstate collaboration must be based on sincerity of purpose. It must be based on accurate data of resources available within the state and their comparative advantage. Three, it will involve an interstate collaborative committee or advisor in each state where they can meet regularly to discuss areas of cooperation. It also requires effective management of resources at the sub-government level. Then effective leadership is an imperative for interstate collaboration. Number two, establishing formal and informal mechanism. It is important for interstate collaboration that a treaty be made. It should be, differentiated from, it's not a matter of governor to governor, but it should be a state to state. So personality should be eliminated in the framework for interstate collaboration. Then we also have leveraging shared goal and its incentive. Shared policy framework can be set between states and that will enable them to come together to further their development. Then improving coordination process. This is very important for interstate collaboration. There must be effective coordination of resources, both human resource and material resources. There must be efficiency, and there must be a way of monitoring in terms of implementation. Where you have implementation without monitoring and evaluation of progress, then such implementation cannot be complete and may not lead to the right result. Finally, the major requirement for effective interstate collaboration is leadership. And I want to say this and make a point out of this requirement. Leadership is not positional. Leadership is functional. And therefore, one may be in a leadership position but not acting as a leader. For an interstate collaboration to be effective, there must be effective leadership to coordinate and to control activities, to provide direction for the program and projects. And therefore, leadership becomes very, very important. Now, leaders must take hard decisions. A very good leader must be able to take decisions that will lead to the improvement of the welfare of the citizen. This is what we call ethical leadership. This is quite important. Ethical leadership requires decisions that are made in the interest of the people and monitor it to ensure that there is impact. The measure of the greatness of a leader is not by his possession, but it is by the impact he has on his people and the society that he controls. So leadership is very, very critical. In conclusion, I want to say that if you ask me the name of a tree, or if I ask you the name of a tree in Nigeria, probably you will tell me mango tree, cashew tree, and so on and so forth. The question is, without mentioning the name of the fruit, what is the name of the tree? And then problem comes. Because a tree has no usefulness except for the fruit it bears. And therefore, leadership is only useful when it impacts the people and it impacts the community in which they operate. I also want to say this, that we must ensure that interstate collaboration is an important instrument for bringing about inclusive growth and sustainable national development. And we must be looking at it from today to see that things are done effectively. Let me round up this by giving you a very short story. A professor had a driver one day. And the driver was taking the professor to his village each time he was traveling, 7 hours from Lagos. And when the professor is going to his class, the driver will take him to the class, drop him in front of the class, go to the back of the class, and sit down there listening to the professor. That happened over 15 years. And on this particular day, they went travel, and the driver was drunk. He couldn't drive the professor. Professor drove for 7 hours. The following morning, on Monday, when the professor was to go and teach, he couldn't do so. He was tired. And the driver went there and said, "Sir, when I was tired, you used to help me. Each time I was tired, you helped me. Now that you are tired, can I help you?" And the professor was saying, "Help me to teach the university student." He said, "Yes, sir. One good turn deserves another." So the professor said, "Today you will help me." Professor turned driver, driver turned professor. And they went to the class. When the professor dropped the driver in front of the class, he parked the car and sat at the back of the class. And then this driver, who has been driving for 15 years, crammed everything the professor used to say. So he vomited everything without a mistake. And it came to question time. Somebody asked a question and said, 7 years ago it was asked. He answered. 2 years ago it was asked. But somebody asked a question that have not been asked in 15 years. And the boy looked up. He didn't know what to do. He said, "A simple question like this that my driver sitting down there can answer." He beckoned onto the professor turned driver, and that one answered the question. He said, "Can you see it? A simple question like this." So, ladies and gentlemen, I've presented my paper. If you ask me any question I cannot answer, there are professor turned drivers and they are here. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Mike Ikopolati, for that very instructive and insightful paper. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, we have listened to Prof. and framing the issues of coordination as it regards interstate collaboration. And at the height of it is the fact that collaboration is very critical for us to close the gap on some of the development challenges that we face. We must note that Nigeria's economic geography does not follow state boundaries. Agricultural belts stretch across multiple states. Transport corridors connect market beyond jurisdiction, and security challenges spill across borders. Energy, mining, climate resilience, these are regional realities. And yet, planning, budgeting, and implementation often remain siloed. So this session this morning, ladies and gentlemen, will ask a simple but important question. How do we move from cooperation by goodwill to collaboration by design? And so we will be looking and hoping to get practical solutions from our panel this morning. And I'd like to, at this point, begin by asking the Honorable Minister of Regional Development, Mr. Alhaji Abubakar Momo. Okay. All right. Thank you. Honorable Minister, sir, you sit at the heart of regional integration and development planning. Your vantage point, where do you see missed opportunities, for interstate collaboration today? And we would like you to also share perspectives on what will help your ministry, what will help.
Sorry, Dr. Umaru Obu, I've been told that those that you should be addressing, some of them are out of the room to receive number 2.
Okay.
As a result of which, it is better for you to pause
Okay.
and allow them. Most of the governors have stepped out
Okay.
to receive His Excellency. So you may need to pause a little bit and maybe just chit-chat amongst yourselves while we wait. Good morning, everybody. Welcome.
Thank you very much. So we'll take that short break. I know. Maybe the panel.
Distinguished participants, as you're aware, today is day 2 of our National Economic Council Conference 2026, and the theme remains Delivering Inclusive Growth and Sustainable National Development, the Renewed Hope National Development Plan. You already heard that this is a carryover panel from yesterday, and this panel is basically discussing strengthening interstate collaboration and strategies in a federal system. And this is an important part of the conversation, as you've already heard from the lead speaker. The lead speaker made it clear that interstate collaboration is a very important arm of economic development across states and across borders. In an off conversation earlier today that I had with the Honorable Minister running the Secretariat, the Honorable Minister of Budget and Economic Planning. We had some conversations surrounding what Singapore exported, even though they didn't have the product. For example, they export petroleum, they have refineries, but they do not produce it. And so what are the economies of scale between states, and what economic arrangements can states have that can be mutually beneficial? This carryover panel today, which is on interstate collaboration, will be discussing that. And Dr. Umaru Abu is duly qualified as moderator to run this panel. We all understand all those who are there. Shall we rise? Announcing the arrival. Please be seated. We walk by symbols from the table of the Director of Ceremony, and that sign indicated that His Excellency was coming, but I've been told that that is not so at the moment. I await further clarification, and as soon as that information reaches us, we will bring you the information that you require. Can we have people who are sitting so far back fill up the gaps? Because, you know, once the pictures are shown on television, you would be able to see those gaps. We don't need them because this really is a full hall. Please move yourself slightly forward by one so that we can have a hall that's, you know, especially on the right. Thank you very much indeed. We at the seats of the Directors of Ceremony will continue to do our best to ensure that you have a great experience at this conference. Yesterday, as you all know, we had very robust conversations and deliberations that will take us to the expected outcomes, which we're looking forward to when the time comes. That expected outcome will be, as you know, when we get to the end of this conference, we would be expected to hear exactly how much of what we expected has taken place, and there would be synthesis of recommendations and communique at the end of the day. That would be handled, of course, by Dr. Deborah Odo, Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning, and Secretary to the Council, much later in the day. And we also see that we will be receiving remarks from the Chairman of the Council, His Excellency Senator Kashim Shettima, Vice President, Federal Republic of Nigeria, and of course, Chairman of NEC. And then we would be having closing remarks as well from number one, if he graces us with his presence. Yesterday, it was incredible to see His Excellency come in, declare it open, and request that His Excellency, the Vice President, remain seated when he walked out of the room to ensure that the flow of conversation and activities continues uninterrupted by his departure. Today, we have lined up quite a number of interesting conversations. Some of them carry over from yesterday, as you're well aware, and we would be landing, of course, on the conversations for today at the various panel sessions that would be coming up. There is leveraging HCD for national development, realities, challenges, and recommendations. And we would be having other conversations around fiscal governance. And we would be looking at issues of tax and investment going through the rest of today to ensure that when we come to the communique, we have a truly robust conversation concerning that from all the engagements that we have gotten today. It is imperative that as well the commissioners of budget that are already seated from the states are part of this conversation. As you know, they are in the room. Commissioners of budget from across Nigeria are here. We thank you for your presence. We salute all excellencies, governors of states who have come to join us, and of course, honorable ministers that are here with us, as well as those who have responsibility around the stakeholder engagement for NEC, who are also in the room. Permit me at this juncture to take a pause as we await the arrival of the chairman of NEC. Please note that the timer that has been provided by event organizers, it's at the back of the hall. If you look while you are on the podium, you can see 45 minutes there for the panel, and that is your guide. If you pay attention to that, you will know when your time is running down. So electronically, it has been placed over there for you. The aides of excellencies, governors, are expected to pick up the refreshments for them at tea break and take it to their seats without necessarily having to have them leave their seats to go for tea break. The tea break for the governors, their excellencies, is at the back this way, and they are the only ones on this side, along with the honorable ministers, who can have tea from this side of the room. The rest of us will take our tea to my right. So we are pretty much set for where we are going. The tea break will take place after the first session. Please be guided and do remember that these conversations concern all of us, and we should therefore pay attention and make notes of the things that we want to escalate to the neck. Please rise. Announcing the arrival of the chairman of NEC, His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, as he makes his way on the second day of this all-important National Economic Council Conference 2026. Media, the national anthem.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign fatherland.
Thank you very much. You may be seated. Your Excellency, Chairman NEC, Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Excellency, the very distinguished Kashim Shettima, the Deputy Chief of Staff to Mr. President. We are on the first panel, Your Excellency, and we already have had the keynote, the lead speaker who has already made his intervention, Professor Prince Mike Ikupolati. And the panel is on strengthening interstate collaboration and strategies in a federal system. We have on the stage Dr. Umoru J. Abu, Federal Lead, Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, Partnership for Agile Governance and Climate Engagement, FCDO PACE. Dr. Abu is the moderator. Dr. Abu, you may continue and begin your panel session. Your time is 45 minutes.
Thank you very much. And good morning, Mr. Vice President, Your Excellencies, Prof, and of course Eugenia have laid the foundation for this conversation this morning. And like I started out earlier on, Nigeria's economic geography does not follow state boundaries. Neither does its agricultural belt, which cuts across multiple states. Transport corridors, as we all know, connects markets beyond jurisdiction, and security challenges spill across borders. Energy, mining, climate resilience. These are regional realities that we face at a subnational level and indeed in the Federation. And yet, we continue to plan, budget, and implement in a very siloed manner. And so this morning, the distinguished panelists here will be proffering solutions, making suggestions on how best we can address this very critical challenge that we face as a nation. The simple question then is, how do we move from cooperation by goodwill to collaboration by design? And so on that note, I would like to begin by first asking the Honorable Minister for Regional Development, Alhaji Abubakar Momo, who sits at the heart of regional integration and development planning by virtue of his current mandate as minister. And so I'll ask, from your vantage position, where do you see the biggest missed opportunities for interstate collaboration? And what, in your view, will take to move from the fragmented projects that we have currently mostly to genuinely coordinated regional economic corridors? Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, the moderator. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Your Excellency, governors of the various state governments, honorable ministers, distinguished stakeholders. First, let me thank the lead presenter for a very beautiful and well-presented paper this morning. I'm particularly glad that we are here today, being the second day in this very program, and the hall is still very full, with Mr. Vice President CB on seat. I think I would want to recommend that whenever there's a program like this, and we need maximum participation, we should always happy to the Vice President to be there. I'm saying this against the backdrop of the fact that in the recent time, we had a program in Enugu. For more than several hours, the Vice President was seated and the hall was still full. And that is exactly what we are witnessing here again today. Well, coming to the topic that will be presented, I want to say that when we are talking of regional integration, there are quite a number of issues to be addressed. But the lead speaker has clearly specified strategies and the way I think this can be realized. I'm going to speak from the perspective of practical experience of what has been going on when we took over barely a year ago in the Regional Development Commission. The first question we ask ourselves, why do we need collaboration, interstate collaboration? For us to have interstate collaboration, they are going to have a number of advantages, one of which is to ensure that there is no duplication of projects. And two, we talk of security concern, just as the lead speaker has said. When states come together to collaborate, it means they are going to put their resources, their energies, and all courts of view to ensure that the projects they want to deliver is effectively delivered. But the question we ask ourselves is that over time, various state governments in particular regions have been making efforts to come together and to have one common body to speak for the region. But there has been little or no success in this very regard. For me, as the Minister of Regional Development, the creation of the Ministry of Regional Development with development commissions at the various regions is a starting point towards effective coordination of the various regions in order to guarantee effective project delivery and to ensure meaningful interstate collaboration. Let's say, for example, last week, like I said, we were in Kaduna for stakeholder forum that has to do with the people of Northwest. 2 days later, we were in Enugu, where all the state governors were seated and they presented their position on how they feel the states in the region can move forward and advance the cause of developing the region. And doing this is the Southeast Development Commission that brought all this together to ensure that as important stakeholders, they speak with one voice on what they want for the region and what they think is for the benefit of the region, so that in a very short time, the Southeast region will be a hub of economic activities. For instance, for me, I believe as of today, the people of Southeast region, they now own the Development Commission. The Southeast Development Commission as their own, and they want to use it to advance the course of development of the region. That is what I also expect all other regions to do as we move forward, so that the commissions that have been set up by the federal government will be supported to galvanize all areas that are necessary to advance the course of development in the region. I'll give you, for example, why I believe interstate collaboration is very, very important. Not only interstate collaboration, as we are talking of interstate collaboration, we are also talking of interagency collaboration. There must be collaboration between some agency of government, federal government, and the state government to deliver mega projects, not token projects that we be seeing in the past. That is the more reason why the Development Commission has been directed to key in their own agenda with the state agenda. You cannot draw up a master plan of the region without taking into adequate consideration the master plan of the state government and the Renew Hope plan. By the time you marry the two together, we will be able to deliver mega projects in the region. For example, I use the Southeast, of course, as always a point of example. The Southeast region, as we told them, caused up the Southeast region to coming together under the umbrella of the Development Commission to say, okay, let us begin to think of interconnecting the various states with rail network. It is something that is doable if the stakeholders in that region are committed. And that brings me to what the guest speaker has said today, the lead speaker, that for effective collaboration to take place, we are talking of effective leadership. If the leadership is weak or the leadership is not focused, there's never a time that there will be success in terms of collaboration. And so that's why in opening my statement today, I made it clear that for us to succeed in this very program today and in previous program is because of the leadership represented by our Vice President, who of course take this assignment very serious as his own child. And I think if we must tell ourselves the truth, for me, I have seen a number of things relating to how we will be able to achieve success when we come together. For instance, today, you all know that Escravos is a major economic corridor in Nigeria. Today, we don't have a road. That is the area where we have the major oil producing oil and the rest of it. There's no road. What happened in the recent, when we took over, I called the NDDC. I said, why can't we have a road in this place? These people have been clamoring and the rest of them. He said that for them to be able to construct road in that marshy area is going to take a lot of money. I said, okay, let us speak to the various government agencies. We're able to get the Chevron that is operating in that region and the state government. And they all accepted that if given the necessary approval, they can put their resources together to be able to deliver such major projects. And as I'm talking today, a proposal to that very effect is already awaiting for approval. And once it is approved, there's no way the NDDC, the Delta State government, and the Chevron will not put their resources together in order to ensure that such major economic corridor see road for the very first time. That is the power of coordination, and that is the power of collaboration.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much.
I see the governor of Bayelsa smiling as you were speaking, and I'm sure he would like to share some perspectives in relation to what you just mentioned. And when I come to you, Your Excellency, you may take 30 seconds to probably flesh whatever the Honorable Minister is saying. But for now, we'll pause. I just saw your smile and it caught my attention. But I think, thank you, Honorable Minister, for putting together both the structural and institutional architecture that is required. But let's now go down to the states where the real implementation takes place. And I would like to begin with Oyo State by asking the Deputy Governor here representing the Governor to the fact that Oyo State plays a central role in the Southwest economic ecosystem. And we have seen progress around the regional security architecture, Amotekun. And of course, there's some collaborative work around regional transportation system. What lessons can be drawn from the Southwest that you think you can share with colleagues and those who are here listening and today? And those lessons should, while the states are engaged in that, they will also not lose their local autonomy in the course of going into such collaborative efforts.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, the Executive Vice President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Vice President like no other, distinguished Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, Excellencies, governors of respective states in Nigeria, ministers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Well, I want to start from a perspective of a challenged state with respect to security some 7-8 years ago, when in fact, what most states are experiencing today, we experienced about 7 years ago, which culminated into establishment of Amotekun in Oyo State. And I dare say that but for proactive steps taken then, the challenge of security in the southwest of Nigeria would have been more devastating than what we have now. So the example of Amotekun, which can be replicated in several other zones of Nigeria, is tenuous, and it's what is helping the zone, Southwest zone, in taming the challenges of insecurity in that particular zone. And I'll give kudos to the late governor of Ondo State, Akeredolu, who worked tirelessly with the governor of Oyo State in establishing Amotekun. It's just an idea to complement the ideas that are on ground, police, the military, civil defense, and so on and so forth. But the real essence of Amotekun is that these are local people who understand the terrain, who know the geography, who in fact can pinpoint zones that are really designated or known to be flag points of insecurity. And they can move in there to really tell our people that X, Y, and Z that are here are undesirable elements. And so the example of Amotekun is such that it is local and it knows the environment very well, and the terrain is well familiar. So example of Amotekun that we have in Oyo State is replicated and is collaboratively replicated in Ondo, Osun, Ogun State. So it's a regional example. And as we speak today, I think if we're talking of a state police, that outfit is ready to embrace the activities of a state police when it is created and tooled and kitted as we know it today. But let me say quickly that since this issue we are treating is strengthening interstate collaboration and strategies in the federal state system, I think the first step is to look at the structure of Nigeria as it is. It's a federation. And so we have tiers of government, we have federal government, we have state government, and we have a local government. And coming along with tiers of government is devolution of powers. And this perhaps is where we are missing it. We are talking of a regional integration or interstate collaboration and strategy in a federal system. Power devolution is one key area that we have missed it completely because power is devolved on federal government to the disadvantage of states and local government. And so what some of the challenges that we have, road infrastructure, security, economy, so on and so forth, arise because of imbalance in power devolution. And I'll give you an example. Hitherto, we know that construction of rail is in the exclusive legislative list until very recently when the National Assembly is trying to tinker with it to make it more liberal. Also, there are certain roads that are designated federal roads that even states cannot touch, even if you have resources, to fix the roads. And I'll give you an example again. Some 3-4 years ago in Oyo State, we wanted to fix a road. It was a federal road. Governor of Oyo State applied to Federal Ministry of Works to fix it. They couldn't fix it. We applied to fix it ourselves and get reimbursed. And by and large, we stayed about two years before a reply could be got to fix the road. And it's a major problem because of this simple road fixing that traverses a particular state. It's not a federal state, it's Oyo State. So when we are talking of fixing the infrastructure, there are some challenges and encumbrances that are foisted on states by the federal government. And it's because of imbalance in the devolution of powers by the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Now, we're talking of states, and I say that I will take it from perspective of historical perspective. We used to have 19 states of federation, went to 30 states, and now we have 36 states. At the same time, we are creating a regional development commission. That seems to be a contradiction. Why some regions are clamoring for more states, then government at the center is creating more regional development cooperation. There seems to be a contradiction in this because they are opposing to each other in terms of how to fly state integration, interstate integration, and regional development.
Moderator, please. We're having a little bit of technical problem. We'll just have a minute to unfreeze the console. Engineer, do you have your 1 minute now?
Good.
Are you okay now? Thank you very much. You can continue. Sorry
Thank you.
for the interruption.
Thank you very much. So I was positing that there seems to be a contradiction in terms of conflict in terms, because as the federal government is trying to create a regional development corporation like Southeast Development Corporation, Southwest, Northeast, South-South Development Corporation, we're at the same time having states agitating for splitting of new states from the existing ones. And so when states are dealing with each other inter se, regional development corporations are also coming up. So there could be overlap in tackling the challenges that we have. But the good aspect of it is that states that are contiguous can work together. For instance, I will give Oyo State example and Osun State. There's a road that traverses Oyo and Osun, which is being fixed by the two states together. And in terms of security, Oyo State, Ogun State, on the express, we have developed and devised a method of monitoring a security situation along that route. And I tell you the recent example, exactly a week ago now, where we have an attack in Kwara State. Oyo State and Kwara State have developed security architecture along the forest belt in that zone that we comb from time to time to ward off bandits. But unfortunately, this incident that happened exactly a week ago now, even though they got a hint that bandits might be heading towards that particular location, I think the advice was ignored by the security agencies. And the result is what we heard. It's so unfortunate. But then the two states are working together, combing the forest, doing clearance operations from time to time. And that's the kind of collaboration that states need to engage upon in the federal system.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I think
finally, let me say that with regard to economic cooperation, we have various development cooperation companies. In the Southwest, for instance, we have Oodua Investment Company Limited, which is catering to the needs of economic development of the region. The 6 Southwest states subscribe to this company, and it's one major economic outfit that binds the 6 Southwest together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I think your points are clearly established. Key points that you've laid out that I know His Excellency the Vice President is aptly listening, and I see he's taking notes. These are conversations that we can take forward, I believe, amongst colleagues at the National Economic Council to address some of those gaps that you have highlighted, which will then form solutions leading to economic growth and integration across the states. This then brings me to His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Bayelsa State. I will have two quick questions in one, and I hope that you do justice to it in 5 minutes. And this is to say that Bayelsa sits at the heart of Nigeria's oil-producing region, yet the global energy landscape is shifting quite rapidly. So how can oil-producing states collaborate more strategically beyond discussions around derivation to build a coordinated regional diversification agenda, particularly given the strength that you have in gas, and in this case, we're saying gas monetization, marine logistics, renewable energy, and of course, local content development. The second part of my question is around environmental degradation and climate vulnerability. We know that does not respect boundaries, and you have had a fair share of that challenge. And so what practical mechanisms can neighboring states adopt to jointly manage coastal erosion, oil spill remediation, and environmental restoration in a way that it will attract international climate finance and improves accountability? Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Your Excellency, very respected, dear Vice President and Chairman of NEC, Your Excellencies, my dear colleagues, governors, deputy governors, honorable ministers here present, particularly the Honorable Minister for Budget and Economic Planning, top government functionaries, ladies and gentlemen, the topic we are discussing today is actually on the strengthening of interstate collaboration for strategies in a federal system. For me, the operational word there is a federal system of governance. The other two systems are a unitary system of governance and a confederal system of governance. And so, for us to make a headway, we must interrogate the structure of governance that we operate in Nigeria, taking cue even from what my colleague from Oyo, the Deputy Governor, has also briefly touched. In Nigeria, sometimes we talk about true federalism. In the political theories and practice, there are just three other forms. There is no theory as true federalism. You have a unitary governance, government, a federal government, and a confederal government. And because of our situation, the heterogeneity of our country, the founding fathers of this country decided to adopt a federal system of governance. And everything we are discussing here today dovetails to the structure of governance that we operate. About 10 years ago, there was a conference like this in 2016. So after a decade, we are here again having this conference. And within this period, a lot has also happened. Thank you, moderator. You mentioned what we can do as a state, considering what we have as natural resources. But as I said earlier, we need to interrogate our federal structure of governance. If we interrogate the federal structure of governance, then we must also define what the federal system is all about. The lead keynote address also gave an attempt to define what federalism is all about. And I'd like to remind us something we all know. One of the very acceptable definitions of a federal system of government, universally accepted, is that of K.C. Wires. And I quote, he defined the federal system of government as a method of dividing power so that general and regional governments are each within a sphere, coordinate, and independent. In our own case, unquote, the regional governments are indeed the state governments. I also picked the definition of Professor Ehosa Osage, and he defined the federal system of government as a system of government that combines regional autonomy, resource control, and participatory governance, allowing geopolitical zones to manage their resources and develop according to the unique needs within the framework of a unified polity, unquote. Now, having this at the back of our minds, are we truly in the heart of our hearts, can we say that our practice of federalism in Nigeria is reflecting these definitions?
I would like to use the Land Use Act as an example. The Land Use Act of 1978, Section 1, gives the ownership of land to the state governments and the governors. But in the same Land Use Act, as we go down to Section 2, the land on the surface right belongs to the governor or the state government, but the resources inside of the land belongs to another person. Is that the practice of federalism? And that's why we keep going around the same circle over the years. And for me, the solution is that we must now interrogate our practice of federalism and go back to where we have missed our practice of federalism. Our constitution sees federating states, the federation as between the federal government and the states. Our constitution mentions the local governments only in the schedule. And so for me, whatever we are doing today, beautiful. We have a workaholic vice president who has worked obviously to ensure that things go on well. But if we must achieve all of these strategies that have been enumerated by the keynote speaker of economic cooperation, political governance and cooperation, security and peace building, strategy, power, social and human development, and mention them, all of them still goes back to the fact that we have missed something somewhere. In the Niger Delta, in the South-South, we as governors came to meet a commission called the Braised Commission. The B stands for Bayelsa, the R stands for River States, the A stands for Akwa Ibom, the C stands for Cross Rivers, the E stands for Edo, and D, Delta States. And this Braised Commission was formed by our predecessors for economic cooperation, for political cooperation. But it has never functioned, it has never worked up until today. Why has it not worked? Can we interrogate our federal structure? And I'm sure that by the time we interrogate our federal structure, we will discover that we have missed something. Rather than operating through a federal government, we may be operating what I term as a unitary federalism. And I gave this lecture in the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, on the 9th of October in 2024. And for us to move forward, I believe that we need to interrogate our federal structure, which my brother, Governor of Oyo, also alluded to. I was smiling when our moderator caught my smiles, because my brother, the Honorable Minister, in his presentation, talked about, I wrote it here, marshy area. But how can we construct a road to Escravos? Because the place is marshy. It will take so much money to construct a road to Escravos. Honorable Minister, you are not alone in this. I am facing a similar situation. I'm constructing a road from where they call Nembe to Brass. And the whole of that road is inside the water. And so people feel that the place cannot be developed. But this is where you also have the oil. This is where you have the gas. So is it enough to just take the oil and the gas and leave the people undeveloped? And that's what I mean by interrogating our federal system of government. I agree with you, it is marshy. And this government, for the first time, agreed with me. I wrote letters in previous governments to collaborate with, so that the state government will do a part and the federal government will do. Nobody answered me. But this government answered me. And so today, I started that road to Brass, about 20 kilometers. The whole road is about 42 kilometers. We took 20 kilometers. And we're almost, by the end of this year, we are going to be through with the 22 kilometers, with about 5 bridges and several culverts. But the federal government has also awarded the second phase to Brass and even mobilized the contractor to site. So those are the spirits that we should find even amongst us as governors. And so I want to also use this opportunity to appreciate the government of the day in bringing this discourse. And even in terms of gas, you mentioned we have more gas in Bayelsa than even oil. I can tell you that the gas in Bonny, the liquefied natural gas in Bonny, about 50 to 60% of that gas comes from Bayelsa State. But taxes are paid to Rivers State government. No tax is paid to Bayelsa State government. It is piped from Bayelsa. And so there is something fundamentally wrong with our structure that needs to be addressed. For me to finally get to my station, let me also submit that we need, as a people, to continue to work together, because I believe so strongly in the Nigerian state. And I'm very sure that every state in Nigeria is naturally endowed. And if we practice federalism the way it is practiced in Canada, in the United States of America, where you have oil and gas in Houston, and all of the Oil Tools Conference, the OTC, that we all attend from Nigeria, is not taking place in Washington, D.C. It is taking place in Houston, Texas. What is it that is taking place in Bayelsa with the very rich oil and gas? What is it that is taking place in Delta with the very rich oil and gas? So, Mr. Moderator, I think that there is so much we can do when we actually interrogate our federal structure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Your points are clearly noted. I believe we're lucky and privileged to have the Vice President seated as this panel is ongoing, because you, amongst yourselves, very critical issues have been raised, and interrogating the federal system as it is remains an area that we must, in fact, look at. And so that brings me to Delta State. And I will ask you to respond to the same question, but bring in the Delta perspectives. And in this instance, I would like you to look at how regional integration and the focus will lead to, improvement in the manufacturing center, within the subnational belt. What are your thoughts in that regard?
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, distinguished Senator Kashim Shettima, Your Excellencies, the governors and deputy governors of various states, honorable ministers here present, top government functionaries, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I think Your Excellency, the Governor of Bayelsa State, have said it all. We share a lot of similarities with partners. But while I agree with him in everything he has said, I will just say that of a truth, regional collaboration is a necessity to economic growth and economic emancipation of our nation. While we await the federal government to do their bit,
I'm of the firm opinion that there is need for our various regions to continue to strive to cooperate. I was privileged to attend few meetings of the BRACE Commission since I assumed office. And I can tell you that the BRACE Commission is a very, very beautiful program. My sincere advice is that while we wait for the federal government to redefine and look at how we practice federalism, we should not relent as a region. We should give legislative and legal backing to our BRACE Commission. We should, as a region, the South-South region, ask ourselves simple question: can we reduce some of our me sentiment and truly, sincerely come together to contribute towards making the BRACE Commission functional? I know that we face challenges. I know that the issue of conflict concerning the oil and gas is a major problem in the South-South region. All the states are all struggling for portions where these resources are. And so we have boundary problems. Delta is having problems with Ondo. Delta is having problems with Edo. Delta has problems with Anambra, and so on and so forth. And all these are as a result of, the state's desires for a portion of the oil resources. I think that if we cooperate sincerely with ourselves, we can, while waiting for federal government to do the needful, the National Boundary Commission is there, while waiting for them to properly define, we can still have a way of coming together to strengthen the BRACE Commission, because we do know that we have enormous advantage if we work together. You look at our waterways, we can, through the BRACE Commission, strengthen water transportation across this region. We have a lot of waterways which, with pooled resources, we can make these waterways, transportable, so that there will be easier movement of people and goods across the region, which will spark up more economic development.
Thank you.
There are also other resources, not just oil and gas alone, that we can work together as a region to develop. Our agriculture is there. We have, fertile land in the South-South region. And then if we cooperate, of course, we can improve our agriculture, the way we do our agriculture. We can bring in a lot of mechanization. We have also opportunity to, have a way of sharing information with ourselves within the region, so that, areas like security, we have seen Amotekun, as we have been informed, and all of us know that at least Amotekun is working. Yeah. What do we have in the South-South? We can also, come together and establish similar things.
Thank you.
So in conclusion, I will just say that I want to advise our South-South region, our leaders, our governors, to take the BRACE Commission serious while we keep on the struggle of, practicing or advocating for practice of true federalism or federalism as it is. Let us embrace the BRACE Commission and make it functional. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I see we run out of time, but I'll beg for the next 7 to 10 minutes so that we can quickly round up. Because we have the DG of the Business Enabling Council here with us. And over time, the art agency has led significant reforms at the federal level. However, at the subnational level, businesses experience, very different regulatory realities. And so we'd like to hear from her over the next 3 minutes or so what perspective she has on how states can collaborate to harmonize regulatory processes, particularly around business registration, permits, land administration, and tax compliance, and so that Nigeria operates more like a single economic market rather than 36 separate systems. Over to you, DG.
Is this on? Okay. Good morning. Your Excellency, the Vice President, Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, the Executive Governors here present, the Deputy Chief of Staff to the President, the Ministers here present, the Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning, heads of agencies and departments, aides to the President. So collaboration is a conversation that we've been listening to the entire morning. But for us at the Presidential Enabling Business Environment Council, PEBEC, we're looking at how to practicalize collaboration amongst subnational government. In 2025, in July 2025, we embarked on an ambitious mission of engaging across the 36 states of the Federation. We're successful to engage with 35 states. And this was to give us a more hands-on, first-hand experience of what is going on within our subnational governments. The conversations that carried on yesterday were very interesting. It spoke about practical ways to achieve Mr. President's 1 trillion economy. But one critical factor that I felt was missing was creating an enabling environment for businesses to thrive. Business or economies do not thrive based on government intervention. All the strongest economies in the world thrive based on strong business or enabling environments that help grow the economy. So I picked up and we put together a summary of some things that we believe if our governors or our subnational government are able to implement, we can start to get quick, tangible wins. For us, we're looking at the practical things that can come out of these engagements. So for us, we identified the digitalization and automation of our state processes. I know for many people, when we talk about automating services, they say to us, oh, the local woman in the rural area is unable to access technology. No, this is not right. It is easier for her to find the business center or easier for her to find a relative who's technology savvy who can help her access your government processes. I'll give an example. We'll use Lagos State. For instance, the entire process, everything from land registration to filing of your taxes to paying your levies, everything is digitalized and it is working. Another easy way, I think, a quick win for our subnational governments is a stronger online visibility. I have been on several trade missions with a lot of our governors in the room today, and the governors pitch excellently to potential investors in the foreign clime. But one thing that happens straight after a pitch is that the investor goes online to find out what is going on or to try and collaborate what you said to him, right? How strong is our presence online? This is lacking. And I think this is something that if we institutionalize and implement very quickly, the subnational can get good presence globally. Another thing that I feel is a quick win, since we're rushing through, is having clearly defined and coherent priority sectors. I'll use Niger State as an example. Everyone knows at the moment that priority area for Niger State is agriculture. As such, investors who are interested in agriculture would naturally gravitate in that direction. There are too many problems for any one governor to solve in 4 years or even 8 years of a tenure. So prioritizing 2 or 3 key areas and building infrastructure, social welfare, etc., around those 2 or 3 key areas would be very efficient in driving investment into the states. I also want to touch on investor aftercare. This is something that has been ignored. Even at the federal level, we just introduced that. We're going on to our 3rd existing foreign direct investors roundtable. I think at the subnational level, the state governors, heads of IPAs have to also imbibe the culture of engaging existing investors. These are the ones who are your best advertorial for what business or whatever, how business flows within your state. So managing existing investors for sure is definitely a way of, one, retaining the investor, encouraging a scale-up of investment, as well as attracting new investors into your state. If the existing investors are not faring well in your state, it's almost impossible for you to get new investors to be interested in coming into your state. Policy continuity and long-term institutional credibility is extremely important. We find with administration, every administration comes in with a new direction. If we keep moving in new directions, Nigeria will never get to the promised land. Your Excellencies, thank you for the opportunity to add my little quota. I know you're doing excellently well, but this conversation around unity, for us, especially within the younger generation, we came from primary school all the way up singing about the unity of Nigeria and being one, from a previous national anthem to this one now. I think it's time for us to move from preaching to practical solutions. And as such, we have a document which we're sharing. I mean, we keep sharing and resharing documents, but we're hoping that this is just some, a little bit of a guide to help our subnational government closely integrate with the federal government. We have several activities that we've outlined for this year, including the peer-to-peer engagements, which will be going on between the commissioners of commerce at the end of the first quarter. So please, Your Excellencies, we indulge you to support your commissioners to attend and participate as much as possible with the engagements that we hold at the federal level.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you've done justice. We're out of time. However, I would like my panelists, just in 10 seconds each, a parting shot that you think will help drive this conversation. Beginning with our lead speaker.
Thank you very much. My parting word here is that interstate collaboration is an indispensable model for inclusive growth and sustainable national development.
Thank you. Deputy Governor Delta.
Interstate collaboration is a must because it's a win-win situation for the partnering states.
Thank you.
And the federal government.
Your Excellency.
Thank you.
Well, mine is that the BRICS Commission, which is of the South-South, is already there, the structure is there, and we have also started to ensure that we put in our best to make it functional, so that the BRICS Commission will be the tool for the collaboration amongst the South-South states.
Thank you, sir. Governor Oyo.
Well, interstate cooperation is desirable, but the bottlenecks that are available in the Constitution and the running of federation that we have must also be dismantled so that access to state-by-state cooperation will be easier. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. For me, interstate collaboration is a necessity, and it has to have the buy-in of the relevant stakeholders in the region in order to guarantee success.
And for me, Your Excellency, the Vice President, Executive Governors, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, at the heart of the conversation on this panel is the need to look at the this federating approach that we use as a country and interrogate it and see whether, as it is, it's working for us or not. On that note, I would like to thank this distinguished panel for doing so well and in responding to the question. 45 minutes or thereabout is too short to discuss the issues at hand. However, we have neck to take these conversations forward. I thank you for listening.
Can we put our hands together for the panel? Please, you will step forward here for a photograph. Cameraman, very quickly. We have less than 2 minutes for that. Thank you very much. Panel, please face the cameraman now. Maybe you might shift to the middle. So while the photographs is going on, we quickly announce that we have a walking tea break. We have less than 10 minutes for that. The tea stand to my left is where the aides of excellencies, the governors, and honorable ministers will quickly go, take the tea, bring to their principal. We have 10 minutes to do that. Immediately after, we'll kick off with the next panel, which will be on taxation. So 10 minutes. 10 minutes. That's what it will take. Let the aides of the governors quickly go to the stand. Let's begin to wind down now. Please quickly take your tea and come back to your seats. Please, it's a walking tea. Take your tea and come back to your seats. Come back to your seats, please. Please come back to your seats. Come back to your seats. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right, let's all be seated now, please. Thank you, Brigade of Guards. Thank you. Thank you very much. So let's take our seats. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on to our next panel, and this will be on the sub-national competitiveness and growth through fiscal and tax sustainability and implementation. Let me welcome our moderator, Professor Abiola Olaitan Sani, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Dean, Faculty of Law, University of Lagos, and a renowned expert in taxation and fiscal law. Please welcome here Professor Abiola Olaitosani. Okay. He's on his way. You're welcome, Professor. They subdued the round of applause because they didn't see you. You can deliver it to him now. Thank you. Our keynote speakers are two. We have the man whose face has been on every television station in Nigeria. Some pray for him, some abuse him. Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, Chairman, Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms. Professor Taiwo Oyedele, I welcome you. And Mr. Joseph Tegbe, Chairman, National Tax Policy Implementation Committee. These are members of the panel. Let me welcome His Excellency, the Governor of Abia State, Dr. Alex Chioma Uti, OFR. The Governor of Akwa Ibom, Pastor Umoeno Bassi, is represented here by his deputy. Please, let's welcome them. The Honorable Minister of the FCT, Barrister Nyesom Wike, is represented by the Honorable Minister of State for FCT, Dr. Mariam Mahmood. His Excellency, the Governor of Osun State, Senator Ademola Adeleke, is also represented by his deputy. Let me welcome the Honorable Minister for Industry, Trade and Investment, Dr. Olajumoke Oduwole MFR. The former Deputy Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Dr. Mrs. Sarah Alade, is also part of the panel. We welcome you, Dr. Mrs. Sarah Alade. I don't know if Dr. Zach Adedeji, Executive Chairman of the National Revenue Service or representative, is here. And then finally, I'd like to welcome the Special Advisor to the President on Economy, Office of the Vice President, Dr. Tokpe Faswa. So I'll hand over everything to the moderator to handle the two keynote speakers and
the Federal Nigeria and the Chairman of NEC. Thank you very much, sir, for deepening the roles of NEC and also reinforcing its relevance. Your Excellencies, governors of the various states, all right, let me pause until I make my remark. This will be the structure of this session. I'm going to invite now the keynote speaker in the person of Professor Oyedele, the chairman of the Presidential Fiscal Policy Reform Committee. I noted no clap for him. but I want to take a bet. After his brief presentation, I'm sure we will do, because this young man has done a lot for ordinary Nigerians, who I'm sure are also the focus of the governors and everybody gathered here today. After that, I'm going to panelists to make interventions. Except for two of the panelists, I will give the executive governor and their representative to make free intervention on how to go forward with implementation. All right. I said I'm going to adopt a unique approach with regards to moderation. Relating to the governor, I'm not going to ask pointed questions. I'm just going to ask them to tell us what is the way forward in their respective states. But with regards to Dr. Sarah Alade and my friend and my brother, Tope Fashua, I'm going to ask the relevance of their role and also the relevance of the CBN in moving forward. Then after that, I will ask the panelists and also the speaker to make their closing remark in 2 minutes. Then if they keep to time, as we are really constrained with time, I will express my gratitude to them. So, Professor Taiwo Oyedele, can you take the floor, please? If you can do this in 15 minutes, 10 minutes, this will be great. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, Mr. Vice President, Your Excellency, our governors, honorable ministers, very senior government officials, distinguished participants. I have only 10 minutes, so you permit me to go straight into my presentation. When we talk about sustainability, particularly in governance, we cannot rule out the place of revenue. So in the short period of time that I have, I'll quickly provide some context, really about where we're coming from, and then highlight some of the key changes introduced under the new tax reform law, and then issues around impact for subnational in particular. And then we'll try and conclude with action plan. So I'm trying to go back with this. So first, we started at a point where we believed that the tax system was not fit for purpose. We had challenges in terms of how we administer revenue, not only just taxes, but even other revenues. The economy generally Okay, thank you. So we know that issues around tax is part of the holistic economic conversation. And it was good to listen to the CBN governor yesterday around the issues from the monetary side and the coordination with the fiscal authorities. And these have moved us forward, but we're not there yet. So the need for the fiscal and tax reform was quite evident because we had weak revenue and inefficient tax administration. The revenue we generate is significantly insufficient to meet our aspirations. And we have very low and poor tax culture in Nigeria. So you find many people who are making a lot of money don't pay taxes. And we place a lot of burden on our most vulnerable population. They were the ones paying the taxes, particularly income tax. We have multiplicity of taxes. Our debt is rising, and there are sustainability concerns. We did some survey across Nigeria a few years back on tax morale. This is really the belief of our people that it is right to pay their taxes and it is punishable when you evade your taxes. This was very alarming. Only 17% of Nigerian adults believe that they should pay their taxes and that evasion is wrong and punishable. 83% will do anything else but pay. When we ask them why, their number one reason is that they do not trust government. The second reason is, after they pay, what do they get in return for the taxes that they have paid? Number three reason is, even when they want to pay their taxes, the process is complex and is corrupt. 2 in 3 adults said they were asked to pay a bribe in the process of wanting to pay their taxes. So as we set out with the tax reform that Mr. President asked us to develop for our country, we had these issues in mind. We know quite well that we cannot deal with the smoke without finding the source of the fire. And this is at the center of the conversation we're having today. Just to give you some more data around context of poverty, you will see on the screen that at least 40% of all workers in Nigeria, private and public sector combined, earn 70,000 naira or less in a month. 40% of our workers cannot boast of 70,000 naira a month. How can it be right to be taxing them? That's not even sufficient for them to meet their basic needs. Mr. President was clear to us that we cannot continue to tax poverty. No country can become rich by taxing poverty. It's a contradiction. So this new tax law provides exemption for these most vulnerable Nigerians. Above 70,000 naira up to about 250,000 naira a month, you find a further 30% of our people. That's still not a lot of money. Between 250,000 and 2 million is where you find the rest, except the top 2%. Only the top 2% of workers earn 2 million naira or more in a month. And we use data for all of this, so nothing came from the blues. Data, hard data, and you can see the various data points on that slide. On this slide, which you are unlikely to be able to read the content, is very instructive. These are the official number of taxes and levies we have introduced for our people to pay. They are over 60. And unofficially, it's much more than 200. So we've created chaos for ourselves. Wherever our people turn, whether they're doing manufacturing, trade, or small business, it's levies, taxes, charges, and more taxes. People pay so much, government collects so little. So the chances of fiscal exchange is near zero. And that's a fundamental issue that we needed to address. On the next slide, which has now disappeared from my screen, okay, if you can help me take it back. Apologies. Okay, while we wait for that, the next slide is really talking about, and I know the panel before us was on, some commentaries around fiscal federalism. And the data that I have to share shows that we have a format of fiscal federalism where, in fact, about 85% of resources of Nigeria belong to the subnational. I'm sure you may be hearing that for the first time. data, about 85%, thank you, of the resources of Nigeria belong to the subnational. And you can see them on the screen. Nigeria has 8 major sources of revenue. The first 5, from personal income tax to property tax, stamp duties, VAT, and land, belong to states 100%. I'm sure you'll be wondering, why did I say 100%? VAT, the amount that the federal government takes is less than what they contribute. So effectively, states are actually getting more than 100% of their VAT. So all the 5 in category 1 belong to states exclusively. The remaining 3, corporate income tax, custom duties, petroleum revenue, including solid mineral, is shared between federal, state, and local government. So when you take the effective, 100% of 5 plus about 60% or even 40% of 3 gives you about 85%. Now, the point I'm trying to make here is that we need to prioritize how to optimize revenue from what we already have. You will see on this slide that the budget for subnational for 2026, for example, is 35 trillion naira. That's not a lot. It's less than $20 billion. But even at that, if you look at 2025 and 2024, you see that we have lower budgets and we have even lower revenue. And if you follow that trend, it suggests that subnationals are able to raise about 50% of their budget in revenue. The impact we see from that is that when you look at the splits between recurrent and capital expenditure in the budget, it makes a lot of sense because you have more towards capex. But by the time you look at the revenue, what suffers most is the capital expenditure. And that's exactly what we need for competitiveness, growth, and lifting our people out of poverty. Now, what you will see in the next slide.
Prof.
Yes.
Your time is up.
I know, but I just need
with
to
the
complete.
kind permission of His Excellency, we can extend it by 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's important information, if you can allow me. I'm trying to go through it quickly, so thank you for that. So how are we doing this reform? We're focusing on addressing the fundamental issues: simplification of the tax system, harmonization of the taxes we ask our people to pay, using technology to drive administration and prevent tax evasion, promoting voluntary compliance, and ensuring fiscal responsibility and expenditure discipline. The number one question our people have been asking us in this reform is, they say, when we finish paying the taxes, how will our political leaders spend it? Of course, you're not going to write in the tax law and dictate to our leaders how to spend their money. But you can't disconnect that question from your ability to generate revenue from taxes. They are connected. So this reform aims to address a lot of key issues. I will not be able to go through them, including fiscal equity. How do we stimulate growth? How do we ensure competitiveness, modernization, and sustainable revenue? Part of the measures introduced under this reform is that the Supreme Court had said that it is wrong for the National Assembly to enact a law and dictate to local government and state the taxes that they can collect. But we all recognize that we cannot be collecting over 60 official taxes and expect to move forward. So what we did was to work with the Joint Revenue Board, where you have the subnational, and developed a model tax harmonization law for states to enact for themselves. And we're very grateful to our excellencies, the governors, for ensuring that this is moving with speed. As I speak to you today, this is as of yesterday, I updated the list. 12 states to the extreme right have enacted these new laws for themselves. In the middle, we have 13 states where these laws are in their houses of assembly. And we have about 11 at the final stages of presenting this law to their assemblies. Just to note, because the Supreme Court said the old law on taxes and levies was unconstitutional, The new tax reform law has repealed that law, so it does not exist as I speak to you today. What that means is a vacuum has been created about the taxes that can be collected at the subnational. So this is to remind you of the urgency of why this has to be done very quickly. And some of the provisions we have in that law is not to be taxing poverty. We should get rid of nuisance taxes like bicycle tax, wheelbarrow tax, produce tax. How did we get to that point of taxing those kind of activities? If we're able to do this and we do it well, our country will benefit. Businesses will do well, small, large, medium, local, and multinational. Household will feel the relief, and governments will generate sustainable revenue. There are challenges and potential risks. Biggest one is low level of trust. Unfortunately, trust cannot be enacted the way we enacted the tax laws. We have to earn it, and we need our political leaders, our governors at the center, at local government level, to help us build this trust with our people, particularly in how we spend our money. One of the things I had in the previous slide, I'm sure maybe it was skipped, is the level of poverty. If you look at the multidimensional poverty index, you see that the major factor putting our people into poverty are to do with health, education, living standards, something like potable water, sanitation, simple things, then employment and security shocks. Now, these things are the areas where we must prioritize our spending. So the priority of spending and the quality of spending has to improve. Otherwise, if our people are not seeing these reforms reflecting in the access to health, access to basic education, living standards, we will never, yes, I know, sir, we will never be able to make progress as we intend to. So in conclusion, these reforms actually benefit subnational far more than they benefit the federal government. Speaking to data, for example, VAT revenue increasing share to states increased from 50 to 55%. That's a transfer from the federal share to subnational. This is close to about ₦500 trillion in value terms. The state government bond is now tax-free, similar to federal government. Electronic money transfer has been repealed, replaced with stamp duty. The revenue now goes exclusively to states, not to be shared with anyone, not even the federal government. We are harmonizing tax identity. And then there's a framework for virtual currency. If you have seen the data, Nigerians have between $60 to $90 billion in virtual currency. They're mostly individuals. Those things are liable to tax. The taxes are payable to the state. But you need the structure of the federal government to collect the data to empower you to earn that revenue. So what I would just quickly spend 1 minute on are the areas where we need the help.
Prof.
Please allow me, please.
Your time is up.
I know, but please. The areas where we need help from the subnational. One of it is, as part of this reform, there's a plan for voluntary disclosure program. In other words, people admit that they have not been paying their taxes diligently for the past years, but they also don't have the money to show up immediately. And if you don't clean the past, they will not show up, will not get the money going forward. So we need the help of your excellencies to help us adopt, once we design the tax amnesty, that will make it easier for people to come clean with their past tax compliance. There's a provision we've sent to the National Assembly to amend the Constitution to address areas where we see gaps. One of it is VAT. VAT is not currently stated in the Constitution, and it's creating problems for us. So we had proposed to the National Assembly for this to be in the exclusive list, and then 90% of the revenue goes to subnational. There's also the recommendation on land reform and property tax. Land reform needs to do better. It's one area where we can generate revenue easily. Let us be able to register online easily. We don't have that yet in any of the states. Whatever we have is progress. It's not enough. We need to do more. We need states to also adopt presumptive tax regime so that the vulcanizer, the tailor, the roadside corn seller should not be paying taxes Those people, there are some businesses you do, if you have customers for 24 hours a day without sleep, you'll still be a poor person, like roasting corn. They can't pay taxes. So under this new regime, we want to be able to clearly exempt them from those taxes, give them exemption sticker so that they can breathe and feel like government cares truly about them. It's also important for the Internal Revenue Services to be resourced and to be granted autonomy. Let's not be using consultants to collect taxes. They undermine us and our ability to do what is right. This new tax law says you cannot use consultants to do the routine work of the tax authority, and the autonomy must be guaranteed. Two more things. There's a national fiscal policy that we had developed, which is meant to set the framework for Nigeria on how we generate revenue, how we spend those money, and how we manage our debt. And finally, Your Excellencies will remember that you had instructed us that we could not reduce corporate income tax rates in the new tax reform law, and that's exactly what we have done. But we also recognize that businesses in Nigeria pay some of the highest tax burden in the world, more than 40% effective rate. We cannot grow like that. So the language that the lawmakers agreed to put in the law is that the corporate tax rate headline can be reduced from 30 to 25% by an order by Mr. President on the advice of the National Economic Council. So this is an appeal we have brought to you, Your Excellencies, to kindly approve for us so we can take this draft order to Mr. President to approve so that businesses can be competitive, so that we can grow, create more employment, and have sustainability. So thank you very much for the opportunity. God bless you all.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Taiwo Yedele. I perfectly understand your constraints. So much to say, but so little time allotted. Generally, he has spoken to the issues of the reform, and then he tried to sell the reform to the executive governors. I think, in all honesty, we are past that stage, because the executive governors were the savior of this reform at the most difficult time, and I take it for granted that we already have their buy-in. So what we are doing more or less is just to refresh our memories about some of the contents. And unless you pay attention to the laws, like me, you might not believe that some of these things exist. For example, for the first time in the history of Nigeria, we have threshold for all taxes, all federal taxes. Can you believe that in our lifetime, if the turnover of a company is less than 100 million, the company pays no tax? The personal income tax, people earning minimum wage, and those earning below 800,000 pay no tax. For the committee, the threshold should have even been higher, if not for the pushback from the states. Then the CGT, if the volume of transaction is below 150 million, there is no tax. And if the gain is less than 10 million, there is no tax. If the gain is more than 10 million and the volume is more than 150 million, but there is reinvestment in shares, no tax. I don't think we've ever had this so good. Then stamp duty. If the property is not up to 10 million, there is no tax, except for rent, where the threshold is 1 million. This is totally unbelievable. Relating to company income tax, there is even a provision relating to pre-commencement expenses. I mean, there are times the gestation period is very long. You have an idea of what to do, but it doesn't come to fruition until sometimes later. This reform is saying that, look, if you keep your records, you can deduct all the pre-incorporation and commencement expenses for the past 6 years. These are general good news. But the question in the context of why we are here are state competitiveness, and also our readiness for implementation. We have 36 states and 1 FCT. If they are all commercial entity and they operate in banking sector, at the end of 4 years, they are all not going to be at the same point. Some will be in the front, some will be in the middle, some will be at the back. So this conversation is focusing on how ready the states are. And I like the pointed questions by Professor Oyedele on what we need to do. There is the harmonization law. Where are we? This is not the job for the vice president or the president. The National Assembly had done its own bit. So it is now the turn of the state government. State government, not the state governor alone, because the key holders are also the House of Assemblies. So there must be synergy between the executive at the subnational level and also other stakeholders, including the House of Assembly, to get this going. Then, most importantly, unless we do something collectively about VAT, the future of VAT in Nigeria can be imperiled. And I want you to pause and check what each state and the federal government is getting from VAT. This is now one of the most significant sources of revenue for the state. If we try to amend the constitution the way we are going, I'm afraid we will lose valuable time. And I will suggest we must fast track the amendment of the constitution and make the alteration relating to this reform the 6th alteration. So against that background, let me now come to the panelists. I'm going to start with Dr. Alex Otti, OFR, the governor of Abia State, a state that is breaking many grants. It will be good to have your perspective, sir, on your support for the state agency and what we need to do to ramp up the implementation in your state. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Moderator. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, Your Excellencies, the governors and their deputies who are here, honorable ministers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by thanking Professor Taiwo Oyedele for his presentation, and then the moderator for the explanations and further adumbration. When the tax reform bill was being put together, I was very happy for the simple reason that almost 10 years ago, precisely on the 31st day of October 2016, I had written an article at my back page column in this day titled The Fiscal Side of Things. And I had made a lot of arguments at that time, and that's 10 years ago. And when I looked at the bill that is now a law, I saw that a lot of the things I had raised then were included. So I want to thank Professor Oyedele. A lot of times when people are attacking him, it's just like the taxman. They don't understand. There's this joke about the taxman and the Rottweiler. The question is, which one is worse? And then the response is that the Rottweiler will at some point leave you alone, but not the taxman. So when you see the attacks, it goes with the territory. And then 2 weeks later, on the 14th day of November, 2016, I had written yet another article. I titled it the Fiscal Policy, still on fiscal policy, no taxation without representation. It's still there. You may want to Google and check it. And you'll find that some of the things I had said 10 years ago are things that we are discussing today. And I'm happy that we are discussing them at all. In the first place, I think just like the governor of Bayelsa had mentioned, there are a few things in our federation that are not consistent with how governments run. For instance, every month we gather in Abuja to share money called the federal allocation. I'm not too sure there are too many places where people gather to share money. But then, of course, we enjoy the party while it lasts. 70% or 80% of our revenue comes from oil. So, and oil today technically belongs to the federal government, state government, and then the local government. So we have something to share. But the question is, how about tomorrow if there's nothing to share again? If the oil dries up, or if the oil becomes valueless, like during the COVID 2020. So it's important that we begin to think of running governments the way governments are run. And governments are run on taxes. I had also held this view that taxation is government's share of the prosperity it has created among the populace. So that removes the moral right for you to ask or collect tax if you are not creating prosperity amongst your people. So the issue of taxes for us in the subnationals, the first thing that we did, and for my state, is the issue of documentation. Then digital mapping. Today, we have the UN Habitat working with the Ministry of Lands to digitally map everywhere in the state. And I believe that before the end of the year, or even middle of the year, they will come out with results. That will help us in also digitalizing the process itself. We want to know where everybody is. We want to be sure that everybody who can pay will pay. And then the process, sometimes the process is so difficult. So we want to simplify it as much as possible so that people will be willing to pay. And then, of course, enlightenment. People should also understand that it is the tax that we collect, that we use to run the government. And when that happens, then people would be able to hold you accountable as a government. I know the moderator is about to grab his microphone, but then I have just a few more things to say. The ownership. The people should own the process. The people should also hold us responsible and accountable as governments. And of course, you now come with, of course, we've done legislation, but enforcement will be the last thing on the agenda. In that article I referred to, as I conclude, there was a joke I shared. Someone said, my income tax return form was rejected because my response to the question, number of dependents, was 2.1 million illegal immigrants, 900,000 criminals in over 85 prisons, and above all, 769 idiots in the parliament. They said it was not an acceptable answer. And I'm still wondering, who the hell did I miss? Now, when we go to the level where our people are feeling that we are extorting them, then there is a problem. So it's important that the taxes that we collect are used and we are held accountable. And it's also important because, again, when you have what we have done, 800,000 and below, you don't pay anything. That's very good. But if government is reliant on collection of taxes, then you want to remove people from that 800,000 and below band as much as possible. You want to create opportunities for them. You want to create employment for them. You want to remove them from the poverty line. And it's only when you do that that they can pay you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can we give him a round of applause? I like the accountability part of it. As a matter of fact, politicians who do not want accountability, they don't go to taxation. Because the moment you start asking people to pay the way we are doing, inexorably people will ask questions. So thank you very much for your intervention. I didn't hear anything about the agenda we set on the harmonization bill of the states. Maybe in your wrap-up, it would be good to know where we are, and then if we are close to it, how soon we can wrap it up. And I want other panelists, especially the executive governors or their representatives, to please bear this in mind. I will now quickly go to the Deputy Governor of Osun State, in the person of my dear Egbon Kola Adewuse, the Deputy Governor of Osun State, to let us have his views on the implementation strategies and how far the state of Osun has gone on the implementation parameters. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, GCON, and Chairman of Council, all other governors here present and deputy governors, honorable ministers, senior government officials, Commissioner for Budget and Planning of various subnationals that are here. Thank you very much. I listened very attentively to the presentation of Mr. Tax. By my own approach, we go a little bit political. I want to sincerely appreciate the effrontery of Mr. President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, for actually taking the bull by the horn in introducing this tax reform. It is not an easy task at this point in time, but it is a necessity for growth and development in this country. When it all started, there was a lot of criticism about it. And I watch keenly, and the question that comes to mind is, we have not started the implementation of this thing, we started criticizing it. Why don't we wait and see how it goes? Is it going to be beneficial or not? Within 6 months or maximum of a year, we could know how it goes. And where there is need for amendment, that could be done to it. But being what we are in this country, we are impatient with any policy. I'll go back again. When the first subsidy was removed, it was all shout here and there. But the subnationals are benefiting from it today. So we should appreciate Mr. President for his move. That as it may, tax issue is a very sensitive matter. When we go back into the memory lane in this country, it has caused a lot of problems, riots, particularly in the Southwest in those days. So it is a terrain that must be tread with caution. Why are people apprehensive of the tax reform? It's because people were unable to see the dividend of this tax reform in the past. Let's go to other countries in the Europe. People are willing to pay their taxes because they know the advantages derivable from it. So the implementation of this tax reform is what I'm going to appeal to the federal government and the subnationals, that the workability of it depends on the physical sign people can see, or the benefit people will derive from it. If the returns on it is judiciously implemented, then we are good to go, and people will not have any objection than to queue into it. Take, for example, in Osun State. It is a good thing for us in Osun State because it is something that will even help us. As I speak here now, there's a stakeholder meeting going on in Osun State now to really educate people, to let them know the importance of this tax reform, to educate them, enlighten them, so that at the end of the day, when we try to key into it and implement it through the House of Assembly to enact our own state law, there wouldn't be any problem concerning it. And maybe if this has happened some years back, we wouldn't have been in our own present condition, because it will make the state to generate more income and our IGR will increase. So for the fact that our local government allocation has been stalled for the past 12 months now, we won't feel it. And we will have just been enjoying the way we ought to. And again, the federal government should please let the people who are in charge pay due attention to the utilization of what is derivable from this tax reform. As for Osun State, we are keying with the federal government, and we can assure the whole country that it is going to be a good thing for us. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, the Deputy Governor of Osun. This idea says that this is the most pro-people, pro-business tax reform we have ever had. And it could have even gone further. So, and I like the aspect of affirmative statement that Osun State is keen into it, but in terms of the specifics, when Your Excellency is wrapping up, I will want a definitive response on where we are and what to expect when we get back. Before I call on the next panelist, I would like to say that if there's going to be a riot on this, it's not going to be the type of riot we've had in the past. Yeah. It's going to be riot or instigation by the powerful. Because if you are taking 75% or more out of the tax net, then who is unhappy? People are unhappy because they think the empowerment of the revenue institutions at the federal level and the leveraging of technology will leave no hiding place. And the bottom line is, those that have been blessed by Allah, by God, must also discharge their civic responsibility, as they have been doing anyway, in their philanthropic activities and all that. But the only change here is pay tax before other philanthropic activities. So I now call on the Deputy Governor of Akwa Ibom, representing the governor, Senator Akon Eyakenyi, PhD. Over to you, Madam. Maximum 4 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the Chairman of NEC, Your Excellencies, the governors and the deputy governors, please permit me to observe all courtesies. I want to also join the earlier speakers to appreciate the Vice President, the Chairman of NEC, for organizing this great meeting. and to also appreciate Mr. President for the great job he's doing for Nigeria. Also, permit me to appreciate the keynote speaker, the chairman of the committee, who took us through the abridged presentation. I quite remember we met here when this act was initially presented to the governors. It took hours of arguments until we arrived at what was eventually sent out. So I want to appreciate you, sir, for your patience and detailed explanations to convince Nigerians as to the importance of this tax and levies act. To the question or to the point, one thing is having the act. Another important thing is the intentional acceptability of this act. After having listened to the importance, where we were, the challenges we were facing, and then the way forward, which he enumerated. Most importantly, the revenues that were coming in. He highlighted that most times the revenue officers or the tax collectors will always look for the fast way that the money will not get into the government coffers. Most times it will go into the private sector. And this bill or this law is helping to correct that. So for the subnationals, it is important, first, that we adopt and accept this act to put it into use. Let me go to the Akwa Ibom approach of accepting this act. Akwa Ibom State, I'm happy when it was shown on the slide here, is among those that have presented the act to the House of Assembly, which has gone through the public hearing, and hopefully by next week, it should go through the final process for signing into law. Having done that, the most important thing, it's a new process. Like other speakers said, there was complaints about the whole thing. The most important thing that Akwa Ibom State government has put in place to ensure that the new law, which will be for the benefit of everyone, the citizenships, is effective sensitization of the people to know, yes, this is where we were. This is what has come in. If we accept it, if we follow the rules, then it will be good for everyone. And so Akwa Ibom State government has put in place effective sensitization. Other than that, the government of Akwa Ibom State has also put in place the technology infrastructure, what we call Akwa Remit platform, backing up the TSA, where every remittance, every revenue will go to one source and will know at a glance, this is what we have. And that will bring accountability, that everyone will know what is there and how it is being utilized.
Excellent, Your Excellency.
Thank you.
People can follow the money.
Yes, that people will follow the money.
For wrap-up.
Again, the Akwa Ibom State government through the Revenue Service Agency, is carrying out intensive drive for revenue collection, cutting off all the people that used to cut. And then Akwa Ibom State government also acknowledges the fact that it's not only at the state level that you have the revenues coming in, it goes to the local government. So, as we speak, there's collaboration. We're talking with the local councils to ensure that when a particular revenue is gotten here, you don't have the right to stay there again to collect another one. Above all, when this revenue comes in, it is important, which Akwa Ibom State government has noted, to be intentional in what are the projects that this revenue will pursue. It must be people's projects. Last year, the governor of Akwa Ibom State with the entire team, we went around all the federal constituencies and were able to gather the people to identify what they want as a project in their local government, not what an individual or a leader or the government will want, which may not be useful to that particular environment. So identification of the people's project where through the sensitization and the collection of the revenue will pursue. And at the end of the day, it will be very, very useful to the people, to the states. Like the president said yesterday, when the subnationals succeed, the nation will succeed. So Akwa Ibom State is poised to succeed, to ensure that this law sees the daylight.
Excellent. Thank you very much. It's difficult to stop excellencies when they are making relevant and pertinent submission. So maybe what I will do now is to ask the Excellency Vice President to delegate his power to me to exercise power to stop after 3 minutes. We certainly won't be able to do the wrap-up. So may I plead with the other panelists to just use 3 minutes as gentlemen and honorable people so that we do not exceed our time. So I quickly call on Dr. Mayam Mahmood, the Honorable Minister of State, FCT, for an intervention for 3 minutes. Thank you very much, Madam.
Thank you very much. The moderator, Professor Abiola Lighton, Your Excellency, the Chairman of the National Economic Council, and also the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON. Your Excellencies, the Executive Governors, and some representatives that are here with us, members of the Federal Executive Council, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by commending the next secretariat under the leadership of His Excellency, the Vice President, and also the Chairman of the Council, and also the Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning for organizing such important and educative conference. The sub-theme that we're here to discuss, the subnational competitiveness and growth through fiscal and tax sustainability, and also implementation readiness for the 2025 tax reforms. It is very, very timely, and it's very, very timely, as we know that the 2025 Tax Reforms Act provides a unified framework for strengthening internally generated revenue, simplifying compliance, reducing leakages, and improving public service delivery at the subnational level. These are some of the reasons for the reform itself, to consolidate and harmonize the multiple existing laws. So for the Federal Capital Territory Administration, these reforms are strategic tools to position Abuja as Nigeria's most competitive, transparent, and investing-ready subnational economy by modernizing tax administration, broadening the tax base fairly, harmonizing consumption taxes, and enforcing fiscal responsibility. Our FCT can unlock sustainable growth without placing additional burden on citizens and businesses. The success of this reform does not only lie on the legislation alone. We need the implementation readiness, and this is what we're trying to explore at the subnational levels. We also need institutional discipline and, of course, the public trust, as highlighted by one of the deputy governors. So for us at FCT, we highlighted some steps or stages that we think when we follow as the implementation plan, we'll be able to achieve the macroeconomic stability and also economic growth in order to achieve the $1 trillion economy to mitigate or eliminate the poverty in the country. One of it is the Digital First Tax Administration, where FCT will adopt a fully digitized, data-driven tax system, integrating BVN, INN, land registration, and transport database in order to improve compliance, eliminate multiple taxes, and block revenue leakages. Secondly, we are planning to work with fair expansion of the tax base, and this will formalize the informal sector through simplified presumptive taxes, sector-based compliance models, and also partnership with unions, associations, and also the fintech platforms, while protecting the low-income earners. Thirdly, is harmonization of levies across our 6 area councils. All consumption-related taxes and levies will be standardized and harmonized, and this is one of the reasons or the role of the 4th reform, that's the establishment of the Joint Tax Board. Also eliminating illegal collection and reducing the cost of doing business, especially for SMEs in transport, hospitality, real estate, and also entertainment. Number 4 is fiscal discipline and responsibility borrowing. Borrowing will be strictly linked to bankable, growth enhanced only for growth enhanced projects. The FCT will operate within clear debt threshold, adopt outcome-based budgeting, and strengthen public expenditure transparency. The 5th and not second to the last is revenue to infrastructure conversion. The increased revenue that will be generated following these reforms will be directly channeled to visible high-impact projects such as urban transport, housing, sanitation, healthcare, education. And it has been evident in FCT. So many roads have been constructed, some were resurfaced. We have constructed some water plants, treatment plants, and there's so many renovation and construction of new schools and buildings. So thirdly is the strong governance and accountability framework. With this will institutionalize performance monitoring, independent audits, and a public reporting to ensure trust, credibility, and this will give confidence to our investors. With this accountability framework, we will invite many investors that will be comfortable and confident to come and invest in FCT in order to achieve the macroeconomic stability and also to reach the $1 trillion economy to reduce the poverty impact on our people in the nation. So I think Abuja's implementation strategy is so simple but firm. Our collection will be smarter, we'll spend better, grow faster, and of course, we'll govern transparently. So thank you, sir, for
Thank you very much.
To contribute our own.
Thank you. Can we please give a round of applause to Dr. Miriam Mahmood? Abuja faces unique challenges. While it is treated as a state, the National Assembly is the one making laws for FCT. It can be an opportunity and it can also be a challenge. I hope with the Honorable Minister leading from the front, the needful will be done relating to the harmonization law that we are talking about. Thank you very much. And I'll quickly go to Dr. Sarah Alade, somebody who does not need any introduction. She has held court as the Deputy Governor of CBN and also during an interregnum as acting CBN Governor. So, Doctor, with the benefit of your experience and also with the CBN in the audience, the CBN Governor in the audience, how may the central bank policies support the subnational in translating these reforms that are so pro-people, so pro-business, into elevation of poverty, creation of jobs, and promotion of real investment and economic growth? So what would you recommend to the CBN? In 3 minutes, ma. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Your Excellency, the Vice President and Chairman of NEC, the executive governors that are here, and honorable ministers. Thank you. The governor of Central Bank was here yesterday to tell us about what they do and what they know how to do best. Macroeconomic stability. He talked about price stability and exchange rate stability. Yes, the tax reforms will create fiscal space, increase revenue for states, but unless we have price stability, then the gains that we ought to get from the tax reforms will not be there. We all know the havoc that inflation does, both to government expenditure, to personal income, and even to businesses, which we can have. So, and there was assurance that they are focused on price stability. So as long as central bank continues to do its work, we know that the gains that we ought to have from the tax reforms over there. There's also the exchange rate stability. We're an import-dependent economy for equipment, for a lot of inputs into the things we have. If you don't have stability in the foreign exchange markets, then again, we do not take the benefit. And to even be able to attract investors, whether they are direct investors, even the portfolio investors that we have, exchange rate stability must be there. And we all saw what the volatility in exchange rates did in the, very recent, not too long ago. So central bank will contribute, will be able to provide the macro financial foundations that we need to be, for states to be, competitive. But let me also say that in addition to the policies of central bank, we also will need central bank support in financial deepening. We cannot continue to operate in a shallow market and think all is well, or that we're going to have what we need. So we need the markets, the financial markets, to be deepened. We need access to credits, especially for the private sector. When you're talking about subnationals being competitive, we're looking also at the millions of SMEs and MSMEs that will be there, that are operating sometimes under very difficult situations. Access to finance will be very important, and we'll need central bank to be able to, do a lot of this. There's also the need for credit guarantee. I won't take too much time. There's also the need for guarantee for all these kind of businesses so that productivity can be improved, so that jobs can be created, and then we can achieve what we want. While state governments will have additional funds to be able to, do infrastructure and do the lots of things to make sure that the businesses within them operate, we will need the businesses themselves to be able to grow jobs and, remain competitive at the subnational level. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sarah Alade. I quickly now go to Dr. Tokwe Fashua, a ranking member of the Presidential Fiscal Policy Tax Reform Program. I'm not going to ask you any questions, so I just want your intervention in not more than 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Hopefully, I'll be able to spend less than that. Thank you, Your Excellency, Vice President. Prof was going to ask me earlier, what's my role, maybe in government as a whole. Anyway, so from my interpretation, first of all, thank you to Mr. Vice President for tapping me, and for Mr. Mr. President for approving my appointment to serve in this role. My interpretation of the role has been to provide some sort of intellectual underpinning to the reforms and to defend the reforms of government, because this is a reform-minded government. And of course, apart from the reforms around the foreign exchange and fuel subsidy, the other key reform is this reform we're talking about, the tax and revenue reform. Actually, I like to look at it from the perspective of revenue, not taxes, because taxes raise a certain kind of resistance from people. That said, this is a reform-minded government, and I interpret this very reform from the perspective of elite consensus, which we have spoken about so many times in this country and for so long, and not been able to move forward to say, this is how we get there. I think with a pro-poor reform that actually exempts maybe people earning 70,000 and below every month and shifts the burden more to people who can pay. And given the fact that we have perhaps one of the largest by proportion informal economies in the world. The informal economy in Nigeria is probably 70% of the economy. The NBS Statistics Bureau, they still find it difficult to contemplate that informal economy, to actually determine the real size of the Nigerian economy. So this reform, of course, is not going to be achieved in one day. So it's a gradual process of pulling people in who can pay this revenue of government. Remember, I'm not using the word taxes. I'm using the word revenue. So, for example, and somebody asked whether we are seeing the result. Already we are. The key newspaper sites, Punch, Premium Times, even Daily Trust, and so on, have reported that by the end of January, this January we just passed, most people who are earning below 25 million, which is the vast majority of Nigerian workers, actually got some money back in places where they adhere to proper calculation of payee. Some got 3,000, some 5,000, some 10,000, some 20,000 every month. That adds up to something. And so this is about elite consensus. I also will want to bring up one very critical issue because the reforms of government has actually placed more of the burden of development on the states. And I did an analysis in our office looking at the budgeting of states. This morning I was discussing with the Deputy Governor of Enugu State, the Governor of Abia State, which happens to be two of the states that have done so well in terms of projecting more in terms of what they want to do for their people by their budget. Enugu has grown their budget by about 1,400% since 2019, Abia by 631%, Kano by 575%, Lagos State by 397%, Delta 371, Ogun State, and so on. I've not done 3 minutes yet, have I?
You have.
But
You've done
really?
5 minutes.
Okay, so let me just land on this. And so one of my roles as well, with my background as a marketer, there's a compendium for the 2 years anniversary of government that we did for my office, which has actually gone far. About 2,000 copies were printed and distributed in the last UNGA, the United Nations. We're working on the 3rd anniversary. I've told the Secretariat to please help me share to Governor just as a reminder, because we're working on the 3rd anniversary. A lot has been achieved. The Governor of Ogun State said yesterday that if you went to most of the states, you see visible infrastructure. And therefore, our role is to see how we can capture, not only from the state level, also from the federal level, to showcase that these taxes are not going to be pocketed by people in government, but that these are showing up, for example, in a place like Abia State, Enugu State, and a few other states that I mentioned, Lagos and co, are showing up already in infrastructure, and that's the benefit. Let me just round up by saying that You know, I don't get this kind of opportunity very often. Thank you. I'll just round up by saying that, you know, the states can now begin to leverage their balance sheets. Many states are shy. They don't want to borrow. Many are not trying to think out. You know, we have to begin to leverage, because the states paid 42% of their debt in 2024. And many states are awash with that liquidity. Don't be shy. Let's have state bonds. Let's target infrastructure bonds, green bonds, and all of that in the space. And of course, I think that we're going to get somewhere. Already the IMF has recognized this country as the sixth country that will contribute to global growth in the world. Our growth, we're looking at 4.5% growth this year, and already we're at the third position, back again in Africa, with an eye on getting back our first position. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Even with the delegated power of the Vice President, I can't use it. It's difficult to deal with big men. I like the angle about other sources of revenue, and that is the prudent thing to do. I mean, anything that brings money, we must recognize that there are principles undergirding them. Just as we have principles on taxation, we have principles on revenue, on regulatory fees, and also on penalties. And I want to appeal to your excellencies that we should rethink the policy of turning every agency to revenue agency. So when we talk about multiplicity of taxes, Professor Yedele said we have 200 taxes. That is his own interpretation. What I think we have is abuse of regulatory powers by multivarious agencies. If we count all the agencies, there are more than 200, so the list is endless. I think it's important we recognize that we must regulate how much the agencies are charging. Because a taxpayer who has paid, a company who has paid 30%, doesn't expect accessing government to be costly anymore. I want to appeal to you. Let's look at strategies for moderating this. We will not have time for any wrap-up, but I will plead that we make an exception by allowing Professor Yedele to have maximum of 2 minutes.
Yes.
And this will not be more than 2 minutes.
Yes, it will not be more than 2 minutes.
The MC, please, I'm exercising the power of the Vice President. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Just to share some exciting news with our excellencies on this reform, we believe that within 2 years, the IGR of every state can more than double, despite the exemption for our low-income earners and small businesses. So I want to just give you some progress we have seen in the past couple of weeks. One of it is formalization. We know that we have a large informal sector. I can tell you, as I speak to you today, the Corporate Affairs Commission is registering between 5,000 to 10,000 businesses every single day, driven by this reform. Yeah. The second thing is tax registration. Across Nigeria, people registered and active paying taxes are barely 10 million before this reform. As I speak to you today, every adult who has NIN or BVN has been registered for tax, because this new law says you don't have to apply, we can register you. So that has taken us from just about 10 million to over 50 million. We're seeing better compliance because people now know that it's going to be difficult to hide. I think one point is we have to provide the leadership at the sub-national to complement what Mr. President and the leadership of Vice President is doing. For example, some states still have consumption tax. And we said this is not right to have VAT and also have consumption tax. So we are appealing to our excellencies to help us as part of harmonization to address this issue. And finally, is to then offer to say that we are happy to work with any state where you really want us to help you dig deep into how to implement this reform in a way that stimulates growth, makes you competitive, and give you sustainable revenue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Excellent. I have most sincerely appreciate all the panelists for their excellent delivery. Can we please give them a round of applause? So thank you very much, Your Excellency, the Vice President, for making me acting Vice President for 30 minutes. Thank you very much.
It's
being
time
such
for
a
us to
wonderful-
give a round of applause to the panel. Professor Lighton Sani, SAN, has been the moderator, and you can see the stellar cast of persons who have been on his panel. I'd like you to please step forward for the photograph quickly. The jury is still out on whether His Excellency Mr. Vice President actually ceded his role to you for that 30 minutes. We'll keep that going on as a conversation. In the meantime, if you step forward, please, we would like to have a photograph so that we can move very swiftly to the next panel. As always, we thank the chairman of NEC and His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic, for his patience, also because he's committed to the conversations and the expected outcomes. He has listened very intently to all the conversations that are going on. The photographs, please. Thank you very much indeed. Your Excellency, sir, we will take one more panel and then we will continue to update you as we go forward. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. This panel, it's always heartwarming to listen to how tax sustainability and implementation is going on and the competitiveness and growth through fiscal and tax sustainability, which was that last panel on fiscal governance. I would like at this point to go quickly to the Human Capital Development panel, and I would like to quickly invite to the stage the man whose responsibility it is to moderate this panel. Olumide Okunla is a senior health specialist at the World Bank, where he supports countries in developing and actualizing their universal health coverage aspirations. He has been intensely involved in the rollout of the government of Nigeria's health sector renewal investment initiative, implemented through a transformative and innovative sector-wide approach. Please welcome him as he makes his way. Please be seated. I'd like to also welcome on his panel His Excellency, the Governor of Ondo State, Excellency Lucky Aye Tadiwa, to please come forward and be seated on the panel. I'd also like to invite the Jigawa State Governor, His Excellency Umar Namadi, who is making his way to sit on this panel, and the Deputy Governor of Enugu State, His Excellency Ifeanyi Osai, who would also make his way to the panel. We have the Honorable Minister of Education, Honorable Dr. Lausa, who is also Chair AIG Foundation, and he is also making his way to sit on the panel. I would like at this point also I'd like to invite the very distinguished Senator Adeja, who is Deputy Chief of Staff, who is also on this panel, to please make his way to the panel. Please permit me to now introduce and welcome the lead speaker. Professor Muhammad Ali Pate is a coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare, trained as a medical doctor, is certified in internal medicine and infectious diseases, and got his medical degree from ABU Zaria. He also has internal medicine and infectious diseases residency at the University of Rochester Medical Center, and a master's in health systems management and MBA in the health sector. Please help me welcome our lead speaker, who I'm told has just 10 minutes to deliver the goods to us. Welcome.
His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Kashim Shettima, Chairman of the National Economic Council, Your Excellencies, the Executive Governors that are here with us, and the Deputy Governors and representatives of states, His Excellency, the Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, and my colleagues, the honorable ministers that are here, all other senior government officials. Let me just frame the conversation on leveraging human capital development for national development, the realities, the challenges, and recommendations for our country. I'll cover a few themes. One is the state of human capital in Nigeria, the current challenges, and also a few recommendations before the esteemed panel then discusses those issues. Our greatest asset as a country is our population. With more than 220 million people, we have one of the fastest growing and youthful demographics in the world. This slide shows you the projections of our population. You can see the prospect, the asset that we have. And our structure, the population structure, on aggregate, essentially shows very high dependency. This is the pyramid for Nigeria's population structure. You'll see the base is wide, and the older age were fewer. If you disaggregate it by geopolitical zones, you'll find that in the north, it's much flatter. There is higher dependency in the northeast, northwest, north central. Slightly less dependency in the southeast, southwest, and south-south. But there is also demographic lag because of aging and a little bit of dependency emerging, especially in the southeast. Compared with South Korea, you can see the structure of the population in terms of quantum and the dependency, 2.7 workers per dependent. That has implications on household savings, on investments, because of the burden, let's say, of the dependence on the working age population. That's fundamental in terms of the quantity of the population that we have. But beyond that, there is also the quality of that population, because that also keys into the productivity and their contribution to economic development. Now, despite having a youthful population, our human capital indices are among the worst globally. Our human capital index is lower than comparator countries at the same or similar level, such as Kenya, for instance. That means a child born in Nigeria will acquire less human capital over their working life than if they had access to good health, good education, good nutrition, and employment in a good job, a quality job. This slide shows you the projection given the GNI per capita and the performance that we have in terms of the human capital index. And you'll see that we are underperforming overall. We are 0.36%. So a child born in Nigeria has a prospect of achieving only 36% of their God-given potential, lower than sub-Saharan African average and lower than the global average. But within the country, there's huge disparity between different parts of the country. Within the continent, for instance, there are huge gaps in terms of education, health, nutrition, skills development. Probability of survival is lower. Even though expected years of school are higher, the learning-adjusted years of school is lower compared to, let's say, African or even global averages. Stunting were much higher in terms of rates compared to, let's say, the global average. And survival rates, of course, we are working on it in terms of mortality, but also test scores. I think there's still more work to be done. But this is average. If you disaggregate it, you'll see higher variations between different parts of the country. Now, this slide shows you the huge differences between geopolitical zones, states in our country. I think our averages hide significant inequalities in distribution of those outcomes, whether it's under 5 mortality, whether it's literacy rate or stunting rate. In other words, the human capital assets that we have, there are significant differences that are only understood or addressed or can be addressed at the states and lower levels. If we take an average view, I think we'll miss important opportunities, particularly for those who are the poorest and most vulnerable in our country. In education and health, and clearly we are performing much lower. The first graph there shows the out-of-school rate among primary school children from 2000 to 2022. You'll find that we have remained fairly stable. Countries like India, Ethiopia made significant progress. Over 20 years, we haven't really, in terms of rates, addressed it. The same thing when you look at under-5 mortality, life expectancy and birth, stunting rates, even though there are questions regarding some of these statistics, but at least when you compare the same methods, it appears that we still have a lot of work to do. Even within the states, and I've made this point already, take Lagos, for instance, which has got a higher GNI per capita, but it still lags compared to other countries and places with similar levels of income. Bayelsa does a little bit better, but it's also still a bit underperforming compared to its peers. Other states that are low in terms of GNI per capita, Kano, Bauchi, Yobe, and Zamfara, for instance, you'll find that even within that pool, they are doing considerably worse than others who are at similar levels of income. So why is that the case? I think there are a few reasons. One is underinvestment. We have not prioritized the investment on human capital over time. The agenda setting and prioritization, and perhaps it reflects consensus among the political elite, political will, and commitment to human capital. We all send our children to the best schools, but at the population level, we've not prioritized those investments for everyone, which is key to social mobility as well. Fragmentation and limited coordination within and across sectors, and the accountability mechanisms are huge gaps. This slide just pointing out the financing, the government expenditure, not the allocation, for health and education is lower than comparator countries. You can see that we're quite very low in terms of government education spending as a proportion of our GDP. In health, also less than 1% in terms of government spending. This is a pointer. Countries are investing in their human capital. We are not stepping up in that direction. And in terms of federal and state government spending on health and education, that is also low compared to other sectors. $14 per capita by states, $8 per capita by the federal government across this country per capita on education. And for health is $7 by the federal government per capita and $8 per capita that we're investing in health, in education, and also I believe in health. You can sort of see that as well. Essentially, we are not putting our money where we need to in investing on the greatest asset that we have, which is our people. It also reflects on things like nutrition, where we have significant stunting. So that's whole bucket of things. And this shows the variation across the various states in terms of the allocation for health and education. I think I've made this point. But the preceding panel showed the benefits of some of the macro fiscal reforms that President Tinubu had undertaken, and that there is improvement in terms of the fiscal situation. Revenues are increasing, and we expect them to continue to increase over time. But states have deployed the additional revenues usually on the hard infrastructure relative to the soft infrastructure, or what is called the gray matter infrastructure. Because at the end of the day, the gray matter infrastructure is actually as important or even more important than the physical infrastructure. But the incentives are more on the physical infrastructure, and we're seeing that in the patterns of spending at the state level. This graph basically shows the sectoral share, and you can see the people side are less attended compared to others. A few recommendations, and we'll then turn over to the panelists. First, we think that the state will need to prioritize investments, not allocation, but actual spending on the social sectors to increase the per capita spend, to improve health outcomes, primary health care, maternal and child care, reduce prevalence of non-communicable disease and infectious diseases. To get the most benefit, adolescent girls, pregnant mothers, their nutrition, their health is important. The first 1,000 days is so important in the intellectual development of the children. So at the population level, you can see how that will improve the stock of human capital. Then the education outcomes, to empower the girl child and to empower our women economically, socially, and politically, but also the boys so that they will be well educated to grow into responsible adults, to make the transition across the life course. Nutrition, again, I will underline that as well, and improve employment opportunities for our youth, to invest in the youth, the skills, but to help them make that transition, the labor market, and also broadly, sort of the governance environment, because at the end of the day, that's an enabler of these investments to succeed. Secondly, in terms of agenda setting and prioritization, the universalizing of basic services, whether it's education, maternal and child health, or social protection for poor and vulnerable population is key. With the inequality that we have in this country, you have the haves and have-nots, and the difference is growing. The society will pay a hefty tax because of that pool of folks that we may keep aside inadvertently by not investing in the health and education of the poorest segment of our population. We cannot really afford to do that if we want to grow into sustainably over time. It has to be inclusive of those who are on the margins, those who don't have the voices, basically, or the stake when it comes to allocating the resources. And to improve the coordination and collaboration across the different ties of government and sectors. Again, it's sort of the whole life course, from the adolescent girl who becomes a mother, to be well-nourished, protected, safe, to have safe delivery, into early years, the early childhood, when the brain is developing, the first 1,000 days, the nutrition of that child, the stimulation of that child, the primary education, immunization, treatment of basic ailments, to the healthy adolescents who are mentally and physically developing in a healthy way, to adults who are free from substance abuse, free from mental health issues, but physically stronger, away from non-communicable disease and others, to aged population who are still valuable, because the first slide I showed shows that not only are we young, but we are also rapidly aging. The aging population is growing, and they have capabilities that we can also tap on. So the human capital doesn't only stay on the young side, the aging population is also an important part. So across government, I think we need to think about that across tiers and across sectors. And we can leverage incentive frameworks. For instance, in the health sector renewal investment initiative, which was unveiled by President Tinubu 2.5 years ago, gave us a framework where states, the federal government, private sector, development partners worked hand in hand with certain accountability mechanisms, corralling domestic financing with a North Star to invest in basic health outcomes and also other social aspects, including nutrition. These are important approaches that we can use for other human capital spends, whether it's on education and with Hope Education or Hope Health, or even on the governance, the incentive framework, so that the investments towards enhancing Nigeria's human capital can be done in a collaborative way within the context of a fiscally decentralized system of government. And finally, to improve the accountability for results through performance management. Because if you look at this dashboard, it's not to judge, but if you can see, just as an executive governor or any official, you can see the red, yellow, or green, and that brings your attention to where you need to act so that you can resolve issues. It's not to push blames, but to point you to the critical areas and to hold those who are reporting to you accountable for some of those results, or at least answerable for how things are evolving. We issued the red letter last year, essentially so that our citizens also be able to see whether it's increasing revenues, where they are being channeled, because these are public resources, and the right holders deserve to have information on the allocations, but also the releases, and to track the public finance to ensure that they are being used for their intended purposes. I think those will be key interventions that will help us all to enhance human capital development in this great country. Thank you very much. I'll pass on to...
Please sit down,
Thank you.
Coordinating Minister, Health and Social Welfare. Good afternoon, everyone. His Excellency, Vice President, by your permission, it will be unfair to talk about human capital development without having a female in this panel. And the Minister, Budget and National Planning has asked that his permanent secretary joins this panel. Please, a round of applause for her. In brief, human capital development starts with what you do with your girls and women. So you cannot shave a man's head in his absence. So without having a female representation here, then we haven't started. So thank you very much for allowing us to do that. Two key things from the Coordinating Minister's keynote speech. Very sobering. Since this is a sort of family meeting, perhaps it might just be useful to reiterate. He defined where a child born today would be 18 years' time. He said a child born today, 18 years from now, would only achieve 36% of his or her potential. That's about the second from the bottom globally. Other African countries vary between 40 to 55. You have countries that are about 77 to 80, Singapore and other countries like that. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a crisis. And the earlier we address that, the better. Because there's an opportunity. By accident, I've listened to 3 panels today, which is very impressive, providing that opportunity. Meaning, if we take something from Minister Sparte's presentation, we are not spending enough financing on human capital development. And what I've heard from Professor Idele and from other people who've spoken earlier on is that our situation is a whole lot better now because the fiscal constraints is now being loosened and we're in a better place than before. But therein lies another conundrum. Our states, based on the expanded fiscal space, they're spending on capital. He showed it, sir. Sadly, they're spending on hard infrastructure, bridges, roads, concrete things, spending less on brain infrastructure. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I asked the committee, why was I giving this panel? And I was told these are some of the leaders in terms of human capital development in their states. So please, on that note, a round of applause for all of them. And this is what we would interrogate in terms of how and what they've been doing and what lessons can we take from them. I'm going to start with Ondo State. In fact, sir, I did a bit of research to be on this panel to say, okay, how have you performed? And I see that you're doing a lot in terms of building schools, building healthcare facilities. And I just want to ask, how are you also thinking about staffing, the human resources for health, the primary school teachers, for all of that infrastructure you're building? Though very well done, but please give us some sense about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Haji Kashim Shatima, GCON, all other brother governors, honorable ministers, other government functionaries, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Let me thank Professor Patti, the keynote speaker, for the paper he presented, very rich with so much data and what is happening in Nigeria across the various states. But looking at the theme of this conference, which is delivering inclusive growth and sustainable national development, but on our own section, leveraging on human capital development. In addition to all that Honorable Minister for Health, Professor Patti, have said, I just want to quickly add that if you're looking at national development, no nation can develop in isolation. It has to collaborate with other nations, especially with the way in the 21st century with globalization, where what happens in one nation has a way of affecting every other nation. And human capital development inclusive, because you look at labor market and look at education, transfer of knowledge and skills, you look at healthcare, vaccination, and other medication, you look at skills development, all of these that has to do with the thematic area of human capital development. So they are very, very important. And from his speech, which was also reiterated by the moderator, that most of the state will concentrate more spending on hard infrastructures, the physical structures we can see, and lay behind the soft infrastructure that have to do with human capital. And the truth is that every other infrastructure that we build, whatever it is, are going to be driven by human capital infrastructure. So that is why it is very, very important that we have to be intentional and deliberate in actually developing human capital. Because no nation can rise above its people, the quality of the education, the health status, the skills, the knowledge they have. Now, going back to your question for Ondo State case, yes, we've invested in primary health care across the 203 wards in Ondo State. We've just renovated all of that and equipped them. Also, primary and secondary school renovation through the SUBEP and the counterpart funding we get from federal government and the one being contributed by the state, so that we can, renovate and build more classrooms for our people, because education is very key. Even our technical colleges, we have also done a lot of work, because we believe also that human capital development involves building skills, in the lives of our people, apart from normal education. The cognitive, affective, and psychomotor domain trying to be captured, the three domains of education. But now, for the question that how the staffing, those who are running the school, the staff, the teachers, and all that. We have just, in the last 15 years, what I met on ground when I came on board is that the primary and secondary school education sector has not recruited teachers in the last 15 years. And when I came on board within the first 1 year, I've recruited about 2,300 teachers for the schools, both for primary and secondary school. And not just recruiting, we also have to set up training for them, because if you are good to teach the pupils, you also have to know what you are teaching them. So there's this training and retraining for teachers in Ondo State so that they can inculcate the right education to the people. Also, in the areas of healthcare, I have even given an approval, unlimited approval, that the health sector should be recruiting health workers to fill the various vacancies we have in our hospitals and primary health care, because we've discovered that most of the health workers, they want to prefer to work at the urban centers without going to the rural areas. So we have to encourage them by building accommodation at the various primary health care centers with solar energy, with borehole, so that at least life can be better for them. What they enjoy in the cities, that they can also enjoy same in the rural areas. So that this inclusivity we're talking about, we have to extend it to the rurals so that the gap can be bridged. So these are some of the things, just to
Thank you very much. I'm going to go to Governor Namadi. Perhaps unknown to many people here, he's from the health sector, worked in health insurance for decades. We worked together, very passionate. So clearly, I'm going to ask you a question around achieving universal health coverage. No country in the world has achieved universal health coverage without the money that comes from government budgets. Universal health coverage cannot come from out-of-pocket expenditures. And you are one of the leaders in health insurance in this country. Now that you have the opportunity to achieve universal health coverage in your state or even universal basic education, how are you going about it with your expanded fiscal space? Otherwise.
Thank you very much, Mr. Olumide. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the Chairman of NEC, Your Excellencies, the Executive Governors and Deputy Governors, Honorable Ministers, other government functionaries that are here present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I want to once again congratulate Professor Ali Pati, the Coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare, for a very brilliant paper he has presented. Mr. Pati, as we know him, as a realist, he was able to show clearly what is happening in the health sector in this country, and also what is happening, in fact, in terms of human capital development, the realities, the challenge, as well as the recommendations he has given. Even though in terms of our population is supposed to be our strength, but we all know that the population we have today is not our strength, but we hope it will be our strength in the future. Because our population, the way the population is growing today, with about 70% of that population below the age of 30 years, meaning that useful age is there. This is really an issue that will put a lot of pressure on education, health system, and also other social and economic infrastructure in this country, as well as unemployment. And this is reality what is happening in this country, and that needs to be addressed. I am happy that Mr. Pate was able to dwell so much on that. Other issues that are the realities in our human development is the issue of unfavorable statistics. We have seen what he has shown here clearly. The statistics, even though the Renew Hope agenda has brought a lot of development and progress in terms of these statistics, but still I think there is more to be done in terms of unemployment, in terms of child and maternal mortality, and in terms of poverty. These areas, and also again in terms of what we call out-of-school children, this needs to be addressed. The statistics on this are still not favorable, and we need to do a lot about it. Again, some of the realities he has pointed out is human capital index, which is quite low for Nigeria. And I think a lot need to be done to improve the human capital index, which I think by 2026 is about 0.526, which ranks Nigeria as number 164 out of 176 countries that were rated. This is quite low, and I think a lot of issues comes out of that, and that needs to be addressed properly. Well, coming to Mr. Lumide's issue on universal health coverage. Well, universal health coverage, certainly there is no way we can achieve universal health coverage without the government budget and government financing. I think for the last 3 decades, we have been implementing social health insurance in Nigeria. We are yet to achieve, we are less than 10%, which I think is grossly inadequate. Over 3 decades, and we are less than 10%, I think a lot need to be done. And like he said, the only thing we can do is that we need to put more money to ensure that we cover our people, especially the vulnerables. The vulnerables are more, and then we need these people, and the one thing with the health insurance, somebody must pay. It's never free. Somebody must pay for it. So I think there is need for a deliberate effort by government, by the state government. I'm sure at a national level, a lot of things is being done. Like in Jigawa, I think when we came in, we realized the need for us to see how we can provide health insurance for our people. Every year, we provide a 1 billion naira as equity funding to ensure that we have guarantee coverage for health insurance. So far, so good. We have covered the first 1 billion, we cover 143,500. The last 1 billion, we have also covered another 143,500 people. We also instructed the local government to join us again. The local government, they have also provided funding for another 1,400. So within this period of 2.5 years, we are able to cover close to 500 people to bring them in, to cover them with social insurance. And I think this is very, very, very important because health insurance, that's the only way, because out-of-pocket expenses is too much. And for anybody at this kind, with the economic hardship, our people cannot be able to afford health. And once people cannot be able to afford health, then there will be a problem.
Thank you.
So
Thank you
I
very
think
much.
it is very, very important we invest more in health insurance coverage if we want to achieve a universal health coverage. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. My audience is not appreciating the kind of numbers that our governors are spilling out. Look, to make a difference in the kind of numbers that we saw from the coordinating minister's presentation, this is exactly the kind of things state governments needs to be doing. In fact, one of the things Taiwo Idele mentioned is that, look, much more of these monies is going to the states, but their citizens will now be in a better position to hold them accountable. And it is when they spend on things like this that we can get the kind of rapid improvement in human capital. His Excellency Deputy Governor Enugu State, Governor Sai, do you want to also lean into this argument in terms of the infrastructure strides that you have made in your state as well?
Thank you very much. Mr. Vice President and the Chairman of Council, governors who are here, and the audience. We've tried to do the much, improve on what we met, because when the Honorable Minister spoke about grey matter infrastructure, he spoke at something that is significant, because quite frankly, if you're a deputy governor in a state and you run an education system that you can't send your child to, it betrays everything, I believe. And if you're a leader in a state and you run a healthcare system that you can't present yourself to, so whose child or whose citizen do you want to go there? So that's where we started. After we did an asset audit of our education system, we began to rebuild our entire school system. Of course, the smart green schools, which we are building one in every ward in Enugu State. And each of those schools have like 25 classrooms with all equipment, all appurtenances that you'll find in any school anywhere in the world. But going forward, of course, we are doing the same thing with our primary healthcare system. Entirely new sets of primary healthcare infrastructure across the state, in every single ward. We literally are rebuilding everything. But it's not about how much money we spend or governors spend. Almost across the entire country, governors are spending huge sums of money in education and healthcare. But it's actually the Nigerian problem, because you may spend all that money, but governors will not come down to schools to begin to teach. Governors will not go down to those primary healthcare facilities to begin to administer medication and ensure that people come to work. So, and it's not as easy as having a conversation as this and say, oh, leadership and no leadership. They face backlash. They face the union fighting back when they're trying to instill the norms that govern those institutions. For most of our schools where we train people, when we're talking about gray matter infrastructure, almost every governor I know will face a problem in their state when they want to just hire the best vice chancellor. People begin to remind them of zoning. We now do zoning even on who becomes vice chancellors and leadership of tertiary institutions. Growing up in Nsukka, the University of Nigeria Nsukka was that school where when lecturers go on foreign training and gain PhDs and master's degree and come back to the university will subject them to re-verification before they're allowed to teach. And in most of those instances, they even give them update programs before they're allowed to teach. But it has become a norm for the same lecturers, for those of us who serve, to send all our children overseas to go to school. And all of us are trained here in Nigeria. And it is okay. So until we all adopt an ethical conduct where we are named and shamed for not subjecting ourselves to the same process and structure that we expect Nigerians to subject themselves to, we may not likely get it right. It's tough because these are things we say in private, but with the presence of Mr. Vice President, I'm enjoying protection so that I can say it the way I feel. You know, and it is true because the reality of it is the money governors spend on these things, people all just say, oh, the percentage of your budget. Percentage of what? What is the needs assessment? Those data, they are neither here or there. And when you talk about gray matter, not everybody will actually have a formal education. If for instance, in Southeast, there is a popular Igbo apprenticeship scheme. These people go to live with their masters. They live there for 6-7 years. They train them. They learn skill, which in Igbo language is called nka. It is that skill that is much more important than even the capital their masters give them. But today we do crash program. Our brothers in parliament, they come home because it's popular to do so. We gather people in the village hall. We are giving them training for 5 days. We say we share starter packs. Starter packs to do what? The man who is in an initial learning trade for 7 years, his principal teaches him discipline, separates for him how to use the capital from gain. His master's wife tells him how to manage money for feeding. And if you spend 5 years and your principal thinks you don't have enough responsibility to manage a shop, he says, okay, begin to train under me. He invites your father. This boy, I'm not sure this boy will be ready to manage capital. As a practicing lawyer, I'm happy the leading banker is here. Most of the recoveries I did for banks, I can tell you that those businesses failed because of the banks themselves that gave the money. Because you give money and you don't monitor it. You don't even know if the people you're giving the money, they have the skill to manage the money. So there's a whole complex problem we have. So for us to think that you can just gather people in a hall and after 5 days, they already know how to write the next program for Google, we all pay lip service to it. It's just like all we have done in agriculture for decades. We keep repeating it. How many persons that we gave funds for agriculture, or we gave inputs, fertilizers, or
I think you've made a very solid point there.
Are able to
if you
go
want
back
to just
to the farm
close
next
it.
year.
Yes.
You know? So, I mean, in Enugu, we are doing what we can, but we need all of us to work together, those of us that serve, those we serve, to live up to this responsibility. No single government is going to solve that problem if the populace are not part of it and holding us accountable.
Thank you very much. And that would be a good segue to Minister Alausa, because now we're talking about the jobs of the future. It's either we swim or we sink. Minister Alausa, the reform that you're implementing now within this government will determine the next decade. Digital skills. Is it the kind of jobs that can take people out of poverty? How do we train at scale? I leave that to you to answer because I know you're working hard on that.
Yeah, thank you, MC. Your Excellency, the Vice President of our nation, Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, thank you for your leadership always. To the executive governors that are here today, thank you for all your leaderships and your cooperation and the cooperation you've shown us, the support you've shown us from both the federal government and the subnational government. To my colleagues that are here as well, top government officials and invited guests. And let me particularly thank Honorable Mr. Pate as well. He's giving the good segue to this session of the NEC conference, Leveraging Human Capital Development. I will start by reiterating one simple truth, but very powerful one. No nation develops beyond its quality, productivity, and adaptability of its people. Human capital development remains the single most determinant factor in determining if nations achieve inclusive growth, sustainable economic development, or just remain in cycle of underperformance. And with absolute fact, nations across the world that develop their economies do not do so just by chance. They do it by careful, deliberate investment in their people via education, skills, innovation, and institutional capacity. For us in Nigeria, we have a unique demography. 220 million people, 70% of that below the age of 30 years. That's latent potential. How do we now harness this latent potential for a demographic dividends? And that's why we came up with the transformative agenda we're doing in the education sector. The Nigeria Education Sector Renewal Initiative, with clear focus of moving Nigeria from a resource-based economy to a knowledge-based economy. And how have we done that? And we continue to do that. Via 6 clear high-priority areas that we've moved aggressively and in a concurrent manner. A high emphasis on TVET, technical, vocational education and training, our expansive agenda on STEM with 2M, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and medical sciences. And the emphasis we've put in data and digitalization, as well as girl-child education and data and quality assurance. Quality assuring the education that we give our children, as well as the quality of teachers that are teaching our children. As they say, if you have a garbage in, you have garbage out. But with high-quality teacher, you can be rest assured that the product of those teaching becomes high-performing citizens. And as well, our emphasis on reducing this unenviable position that we're in today as a nation, the high number of Amajiri and out-of-school children. And now, let me quickly talk about our TVET agenda. Deputy Governor of Enugu, you rightly said it. What we're doing before was just ramshackle skill. We have to give our kids skills. This is the present, and this is the future. And that's why we really did everything to bring TVET, technical and vocational education, back as front and center in our agenda to expand our demographic gain, give these children the opportunity they need. And I'm happy to report today that within 10 days of opening the portal, at TVET portal, we had 1.3 million young Nigerians applied. And that tells you one thing. It's not because these kids
do not want to improve themselves. It's just because over the years, the government has not given them the access. Now, today, we've started the first cohort of almost 250,000 students. Now, this is different. Not the way things were being done before, where you gather people, you train them for 4 weeks, 6 weeks, and you tell, oh, you have this. We now have structure, TVET training program, 6 months, 12 months, and as well, we've cascaded that to our federal technical colleges today, which is free across all our federal technical colleges. And we've also adopted one state, one technical college per state, free education, and we've seen significant increase in the numbers of students going to those schools. Apart from that, the way we've done it as well, we're building a new ecosystem in our technical and vocational school. Beyond paying these students, giving them stipend, we're also paying those schools. So that
there's clearly a lot going on there, but thank you very much.
Let me just quickly
please
finish.
close. Okay.
Let me close. There are more funds to build a new ecosystem. Now, I have to commend our subnational government for latching on this TVET agenda. There's so many things I can talk about, but like we said, the way to move our country forward, as we invest in ad infrastructure, we also have to invest in human capital. That is the way we can grow this economy and transform and empower our people.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. But you see, please, a round of applause for Minister Lausa. I mean, amazing. So, look, we've had a lot from the public sector. Again, universalization of basic services, social services, cannot be fully delivered by the public sector alone. And that's why I'm happy to have Mr. Aiboje Mokwede here with us, because I know that one of the entities that you're leading is supporting government, for instance, to deliver, to scale up the availability of primary healthcare centers through your work with PISHA. But more broadly, how can the private sector best leverage the opportunities in the public sector? You've had a lot of our governors speak. Aiboje.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, and I know your bias for health. But Your Excellency, Mr. Vice President, Your Excellency, the Senate President, Your Excellencies, Executive Governors, as a banker, and the Deputy Governor called me out, I have to give full honor to my Governor, the Central Bank, who is here, and of course all other ministers and officials. I think that the opportunity for me to actually sit in this room and follow the conversation, one must give kudos to the organizers, the Minister of Budget and the team, because the subject matters we've followed and the structure of the panels certainly put together the connectivity of the issues. You can't take one without the other. And even though, yes, I do know that we're talking about human capital development here at this panel, a lot of the other things that were spoken about this morning are very relevant. So first of all, look, human capital development is all about productivity. And there are 4 things that drive productivity. One is health, health is wealth, education, skills, and very important for the people in this room, public sector delivery. People tend to forget that, and I will emphasize that a bit more later on. Now, when Mr. Oyedele made his presentation, one thing that I guess that's not your mandate. Your mandate is revenue generation, but one thing that your presentation threw out, but you didn't really talk about, is the fact that we have a productivity problem. And you did say quite accurately that of the 100% of human beings who you can collect taxes from, 40% are in a poverty situation where you've exempted totally, 30% are in a poverty situation where you don't want to touch really, and you're focusing on 30% of the population. And that just tells you something. Now, we must avoid the risk of organizing ourselves in such a way that we move from disorganized poverty to organized poverty. That's not the goal. The goal here is that we achieve a level of organization that allows us to produce better. So the question, therefore, is going to be that how do we lift those who cannot pay tax today because they are poor to a level of productivity where they can pay tax? There is this thing called causality, and the greatest causality is that if you don't produce, you will not be wealthy, and if you don't have wealth, your human indices, will it's a negative reinforcing loop, and we don't want that. So the questions now we should be asking ourselves with the private sector in the room are questions around capital. How are we going to deploy capital as Nigerians in such a way that it generates wealth in the hands of those who have them? We have to massively channel the resources of Nigerians into capital-producing activities. Today, we have less than 5 million Nigerians who actively participate in the stock market, who have the opportunity to gain from the type of returns that have been generated, say, over the last 3 years that we talk about, 50% year on year and so on. How do we move that to 100 million, 200 million Nigerians saving in the capital markets? Even in the US, the type of ideas that they are generating are ideas whereby they say all children under the age of, I'm not sure whether 21 or something like that, should have a capital market account. We should have that kind of initiative here. Another question is this. We need to create jobs. So there are certain sectors that create what we call high-impact employment around the digital skills that the education minister was talking about and so on. We have huge potential as far as our tech sector is concerned. Our youth, bright, enterprising, have shown a disposition towards that sector. What are we going to do as state governors? What are we going to do at the federal level to get a massive employment of individuals in that sector? I want to link this to the issue of digitization and what I would call public delivery using digital technology. I think from a policy standpoint, we should look towards all activities in government that can be digitized in partnership with the public sector, but under an agreement that those who are providing these digitized services must be Nigerian companies. Nigerian companies started by young Nigerian men and women. Let them be the ones issuing passports. Let them be the ones issuing permits. Let them be the ones issuing our GovTech and our Gov-related websites and so on. These are the ways that we can quickly bring in hundreds of Nigerians, hundreds of thousands of Nigerians into the wealth creation net. The final thing that I want to add is around.
Okay, just to round up, right? Go.
Okay, the policy context. I think that our conversation around our policy context, we don't suffer from understanding the right policies as far as Nigeria is concerned, even though because we have a recurrent, repeated discussion around these policies, sometimes by the time we act, our policy context is aged somewhat. But we've dealt with fuel subsidies, we've dealt with foreign exchange rate unification, two very big issues, and it shows my brother that I don't think our government is scared of dealing with risky issues. I think Mr. President and Mr. Vice President and the team took on two very big issues head on, and you've dealt with them. But we will be failing ourselves if we leave this room and we don't deal with the power issue. And I think that's the biggest issue in the room left undone.
Okay.
Are you asking me to stop? Okay, I stopped.
Yeah, we'll come back if we have some more time, because I wanted to ask Senator Adeja, Deputy Chief of Staff in the Office of His Excellency Vice President, because the Vice President, I know, is very passionate about nutrition, about stunting. All of the things that we're talking about will not materialize if we do not address the nutrition issue. It's foundational, and I think Minister Pate highlighted that. And I know that these are some of the things that you are leading on, even personally on the policy front. If you just want to share one or two things in terms of the nutrition, human capital nexus, or even agriculture, because that is key to this matter. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Moderator. Your Excellency, the Vice President, His Excellency, the Senate President, who made an uncommon entrance while we were discussing the subject. Your Excellencies, the Governors, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, you're right. You see, with the Office of the Vice President, I think holds a unique position in terms of the convergence of some of the major issues around human capital development. The Vice President chairs the National Economic Council, which comprises all state governors. He chairs the Council on Nutrition. He also chairs the National Council on Skills, which are essentially the three major factors around the HCD development. And we've been working very closely, essentially with the Ministry of Health and, of course, the Ministry of Budget and Planning as in relation to the nutrition and stunting issue. It's a very serious problem that is hiding in plain sight, to my knowledge. And I remember one of our meetings, and we were discussing doing a PowerPoint presentation, and there were some very, very graphic pictures about the malnutrition issue around the country. And one of the aides was saying, maybe we should take this out. And I said, no, from my experience, one of the most critical aspects of dealing with the nutrition issue in relation to the very, very horrific statistics that were reeled out by the Minister of Health is to shock us into action. We need to know what is happening because, like I said, when we gloss over statistics, we might not be aware of how deep and how inherent the problem is. I always like to refer to an example that affected me while I was Deputy Governor in Jigawa State, where I think in 2016 or so, one of our aides was making a presentation to Council, and a part of the presentation had pictures of some very, very malnourished children. I think the governor said, why do you want to go and pick out pictures from the internet to drive your point? You can, and she said, no, these are not pictures of the internet. This is actually an action aid program that's being delivered weekly, and it was barely 30 minutes drive from the state capital in Brunonkudu. And I took to and said, next Wednesday I drove down there to see for myself, and honestly I left in tears. And that's how we move from allowing a development partner to deal with it in 6 focal local governments to expanding it across almost 21 local governments and quadrupling the funding. So I think the most important thing is sensitization. The most important thing is bringing on. So even some of the states that are at the top of the index, you'll find pockets of incidents of stunting and malnutrition that are absolutely shocking.
Very clear.
I think the task really is to unmask the issue and bring it to the fore and make it a priority.
Thank you very much. Dr. Odo, Permanent Secretary, Minister of Budget and Economic Planning. Without budgets, without paying attention to that appropriation process, in fact, as you know, His Excellency, the Senate President is with us. He is currently here in his team. They're looking at the appropriation this year, and I'm sure this panel would allow them to perhaps triple the appropriation for the human capital sectors, education, health, and social protection. Please, you may want to give a round of applause for the Senate President. So that means we'll triple the allocation. But Permanent Secretary, the sanctity of the budget process. How do we prioritize health, education, social protection in the budgets, and how do we ensure that they are released at the end of the day, at the national and state levels?
Your Excellency, the Vice President and Chairman of NEC, Your Excellency, the Senate President, Your Excellencies, the Governors and the Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, members of NEC, Honorable Ministers, top government functionaries, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. As the Coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare and esteemed speakers have highlighted, human capital development is not just a social sector add-on, it is the foundation of economic growth, fiscal sustainability, and security. No country, no state can grow faster than the skills, health, and productivity of its people. From a budget perspective, investment in human capital is the highest return public expenditure. As we have heard, evidence consistently shows that spending on education, health, nutrition, and skills delivers stronger long-term growth than most physical infrastructure alone. However, the challenge we face is not just how much we spend, but how well we spend it. We must therefore continue to address the following challenges: the challenge of fragmented programs across ministries, departments, agencies at federal and state levels, weak targeting of beneficiaries, limited measurement of outcomes, and recurrent spending that crowds out impact investments. At this point, I must appreciate the efforts that the Excellencies, the governors, are making in their respective states in this regard. From a coordination perspective, 4 issues are critical. First is prioritization. States must deliberately prioritize human capital development in their medium-term expenditure frameworks so that we perform better over time. Human capital must be treated as a core economic investment and not residual spending. For efficiency, we appeal that states insist on results-based budgeting for human capital development with clear indicators such as learning outcomes, maternal health, nutrition, and job-relevant skills. Better alignment between state programs, federal interventions, and development partner support will reduce duplication and improve impact. We are glad for the opportunity we have to implement the Human Capital Opportunities for Prosperity and Equity, the HOPE project, HOPE Health, HOPE Education, and HOPE Governance, implemented across all the states with support from the World Bank. The key areas for HOPE governance is incentivizing and increasing finance for primary health care and basic education, transparency and accountability in public financial management, namely the budgeting processes, including reducing budget deviation to avoid political budgets, and allowing the ordinary Nigerian to know spending and audit of the 2 sectors through citizens' formats of budget and performance reports. Human resources in both sectors is also important. For sustainability, human capital development investments must be fiscally sustainable. Predictable funding and disciplined execution matter more than ad hoc activities. In closing, Your Excellencies, human capital is the single most important asset across all states of the Federation. Roads and bridges matter, but without healthy, educated, and skilled citizens, growth will not be inclusive or durable. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Just to add some color to what the Permanent Secretary said, one of the things this administration has done, and I'm not saying this because I work with the World Bank, but the fact that Minister Pate, Minister Alausa, Minister Bagudu came together and developed an operation, first of its kind, even in the World Bank portfolio, the HOPE program. So it's not a standalone operation. It's HOPE primary health care, HOPE basic education, HOPE governance, which address budgets, and all Nigerian states seem to have signed up
today's $1.5 billion portfolio. We hope that if this is truly and efficiently implemented, it might actually make all the difference. Professor Pate, you have the very last word on this panel, just to close it up for us, based on what you've heard.
I think the panelists have done justice to the topic. I'll just say two things. One is that we have a crisis, I think a human development crisis, given the numbers, given the potential of what we can do. But at the same time, to respond to it is the will to act. What to do, I think we know. Whether we have the will to act is a different matter. And the incentive towards investing in human capital is not as strong. And you can see that in the allocation, in the releases across federal and state levels. Because it's not something that you invest and get a dividend in 4 years or in 2 years or in 8 years. If you invest in human capital today, in nutrition, in basic health, in survival of children, of mothers, or in quality education, the dividend is 20 years from now, when many of the actors may have moved on to some other things or have retired. So unless we look at the longer term horizon and the growth trajectory of this country, in line with the vision of the president, if we want a prosperous, people-oriented, and peaceful country, we must have the will to act. Act in making the resources available for quality education. It's not every investment in health or education that is necessarily a good investment. It's quality investment or investment in quality education. So we can optimize basic services, quality education. Building stuff may be attractive, but doesn't deliver quality outcomes that will drive the transformation of this country. So I will stop here. Thank you very much to you, the organizers. Thank you.
Your Excellency Vice President, Your Excellency Senate President, distinguished governors, Excellency Vice President, perhaps you might want to declare this particular economic conference a declaration that will rapidly take Nigeria from that 36 on the index to something which is much more where Nigeria ought to be, considering, one, its geographical size, two, its economic power, and thirdly, the determination of this current administration. As doing so will put your names in gold. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for having my panel.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Photographers, very quickly, let's have the photograph. So while the photograph is going on, let me formally welcome the President of the Senate and the Chairman of the National Assembly, His Excellency Godswill Akpabio, GCON. I welcome you, Your Excellency. Thank you very much. And also here is distinguished Senator Ali Ndume, who is also joining us, and the Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Mr. Olayemi Michael Cardoso, is also here with us. We welcome you. Thank you very much. Now the photograph is gone. We'll move straight to the next panel. And the next panel will be focusing on sustainable approaches to addressing Nigeria's security challenges. Our moderator is the former Chief of Army Staff, an officer and a gentleman. Let me welcome here retired General Martin Luther Agwai. As a general, marching like a general that he is. I welcome you, General Agwai. Thank you very much. Our keynote speaker, speaking in place of the National Security Advisor, is the Honorable Minister of Defense, General Christopher G. Musa, retired. If he's here. These are members of the panel. Let me welcome Dr. Kayode Adeolu Egbetokun, PhD, Inspector General of Police. Let me welcome the Deputy Governor in Kwara State, representing His Excellency the Governor. Let me also welcome here Professor Babagana Zulum, Governor of Borno State, or his deputy if he's here. Barrister Caleb Manasa Mufwang, Governor of Plateau State, but represented here by the deputy. Dr. Diko Umaru Rada, Governor of Katsina State. Dr. Lubumi Tunjiojo, Honorable Minister of Interior. And Dr. Kabir Adamu, Security Expert and Managing Director, Beacon Consulting Limited. These are our panelists. Okay, the Commissioner for Internal Security, Dr. Nasir, is representing His Excellency the Governor of Katsina State. Mr. Frank Mba is representing the Inspector General of Police. The Honorable Commissioner for Internal Security in Borno State is here representing the Governor of Borno State, Professor Babagana Zulum. So our keynote speaker will be the Honorable Minister of Defense, General Christopher J. Musa, retired. The focus for this panel will be sustainable approaches to addressing Nigeria's security challenges. And we have this spread across the country, from Borno to Katsina to the Niger Delta to Kwara State. And this topic is extremely very germane and important as we discuss how to deliver inclusive growth and development to Nigeria. Also, so while we wait for our keynote speaker, let me invite the moderator of the panel to kick off with his introductory comment. General Aguirre, please.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, the Vice President, and Your Excellency, the President of Senate, Your Excellencies, governors and deputy governors that are present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to be here and to deal with a very apt issue that we have, not only in our country, but even in the world today. And that is the issue of security. We have been talking about our economy and about our development, but I keep wondering if all the figures and all the theories that we are talking about do fit. What happens if the security itself does not fit the puzzles? How do we go? So it's very important, as it has been said, that there is no development without security, and there is also hardly be any progress in any society when we have no security. So it's very apt that this panel will take us through. And the good thing I have noticed from most of the participants is that we are talking about people who are practitioners. It's enough to talk about theory, but once you have practitioners who are going to talk, then you will be able to capture a lot that can help us build up a stable society that can allow our economy to grow, and then we can have the development that is required. I still want to say that what is actually important that a common man in Nigeria and will require, and a family, is how they can go to bed and sleep with their two eyes closed, especially those in the rural areas. There is so much fear that exists in the rural area today that people find it difficult to even sleep in their homes. And some, when they do so with one eye closed and one open. And in the same challenge we have, it has led to proliferation of so many groups, vigilantes and what have you, in the name of creating security. it has also created a challenge and a balance that we need to have between the hard powers and the kinetic power we need in security and the soft power that is required. That is the military and the civil part, how to balance them is also another challenge. I'm sure when the Honorable Minister of Defense comes to give us the opening remarks, we will then be in position to
General,
address the issue.
He's here now.
Oh, great, great. So now,
let me welcome
hand over to
the
you.
Honorable Minister of Defense, General Christopher Musa, retired, to please step up here. Let's appreciate him. Thank you very much. He's our lead speaker, and he'll be speaking to the issue of security in Nigeria. I don't know what you want to do. Do you want to rest a bit or just come straight to the podium? Okay, it's all yours.
Thank you very much. Let me start by apologizing. It's not in our character to come late. We had the budget defense, and we just finished before dashing down here. I'm here standing in for the National Security Advisor, who is unavoidably absent. So please permit me to stand on the already established protocol. Your Excellency, the Vice President, Your Excellency, the Senate President, all very excellencies that are here. My name is General Christopher Gwabin Musa, retired, the Honorable Minister of Defense. This afternoon, I will be delivering a lecture or a speech on behalf of the National Security Advisor, who I mentioned earlier is not here. It is indeed my singular honor and privilege to be invited to serve as the lead speaker at today's distinguished conference. I'm deeply grateful for this opportunity to engage with such distinguished audience on issues that are central to Nigeria's peace, stability, and progress. The theme of this conference, Delivering Inclusive Growth and Sustainable Development, National Development, the Renewed Hope National Development Plan 2026 to 2030, resonates profoundly with the work that the Office of the National Security Advisor has undertaken since 2023. Distinguished guests, what I have with me is the executive summary of my presentation. Copies of the full presentation has been placed on the table before us. Nigerian security and development trajectories are deeply intertwined. Persistent insecurity has continued to undermine economic productivity, disrupt livelihoods, erode public trust, and weaken social cohesion, particularly among vulnerable populations and fragile regions. Recognizing this reality, the current administration since 2023 has undertaken a deliberate recalibration of Nigeria's national security architecture, anchored on the understanding that the sustainable security is not merely a cohesive function of the state, but a foundational enabler of inclusive growth, macroeconomic stability, and long-term national development. This strategic shift finds formal expression in the Renewed Hope National Development Plan 2026 to 2030, which positions security as a cross-cutting pillar essential to national revitalization. The plan's core pillars include economic diversification and productivity, human capital development, subnational competitiveness and comparative advantage, private sector-led growth and climate resilience, and environmental sustainability. This paper examines sustainable approaches to Nigeria's contemporary security challenges and situates the evolving role of the Office of the National Security Advisor within the broader framework of the Renewed Hope Agenda 2026 to 2030. It emphasizes that Nigeria's security challenges can no longer be addressed through fragmented, reactive, or purely kinetic responses. Instead, Durable security outcomes require a whole of government and whole of society approach that integrates governance reform, economic empowerment, technology adoption, community engagement, conflict prevention, climate resilience, and peace building into national security planning. Nigeria's current threat environment remains complex and multidimensional. The country continues to grapple with terrorism and violent extremism, banditry and kidnapping, farmer-herder conflicts, communal and resource-based violence, organized crime, cybercrime, and transnational security threats. These challenges are amplified by structural pressures, which including poverty, youth unemployment, climate change, environmental degradation, arms proliferation, rapid urbanization, and uneven state presence in fragile areas. The interaction between insecurity and development deficits has reinforced the need for integrated security development responses that address both symptoms and the root causes. Since 2023, a strategic shift has been initiated to move Nigeria away from siloed security interventions towards coordinated, preventive, and sustainable security management. Central to this shift is the strengthening of the Office of the National Security Advisor as the hub for intelligence fusion, interagency coordination, strategic policy oversight, and alignment of security efforts with national development priorities. Security is now increasingly embedded with national planning processes rather than treated as an isolated sector. This alignment supports the National Development Plan objective of restoring confidence in governance, stabilizing the macroeconomic environment, and rebuilding trust between citizens and the state. Governance and institutional reform form the cornerstone of sustainable security delivery. The paper highlights the Office of National Security's efforts to build a more coherent security architecture through strengthened intelligence sharing platforms, revitalized joint operational frameworks, clarified mandates, and enhanced coordination among security and law enforcement agencies. These reforms reduce duplication, improve situational awareness, and enable faster, evidence-based responses to emerging threats. Importantly, institutional reform is linked to civilians' oversight, professionalism, accountability, and respect for human rights, reinforcing democratic legitimacy and public trust. This approach aligns directly with the National Development Plan pillar on governance and public sector effectiveness. Economic stabilization and empowerment are treated as critical security enablers. The National Development Plan explicitly recognizes the mutually reinforcing relationship between economic exclusion and insecurity. In response, security planning has been aligned with national priorities on infrastructure protection, energy security, food security, transport corridors, and agricultural value chains. By securing critical national assets and stabilizing previously volatile regions, security interventions reduce uncertainty, encourage private sector investment, and support job creation. Non-kinetic measures such as the de-radicalization, rehabilitation, and reintegration programs, particularly targeting at-risk youth, complement enforcement actions and address the socio-economic drivers of insecurity. These interventions reinforce the National Development Plan's human capital development objective. Technology, data, and intelligence-led security management have emerged as a decisive enablers of modern security operations. The Office of the National Security Advisor has advanced the use of surveillance systems, data analytics, secure communication, biometric, and border management technologies, cybercrime capabilities to improve early warning, threat detection, and predictive analysis. Interagency interoperability and real-time data sharing have strengthened coordinated decision-making across intelligence agencies, the armed forces, law enforcement, and relevant civilian institutions. This approach supports the National Development Plan's digital transformation agenda while emphasizing the importance of law, ethical, and accountable use of technology to safeguard civil liberties. The paper emphasizes that sustainable security cannot be centrally imposed.
It must be co-produced with subnational elements and communities. Community-based intelligence and citizen-centered security approaches have been elevated as strategic assets. Engagement with traditional institutions, religious leaders, women and youth groups, civil society organizations, and local authorities has strengthened trust, improved early warning, and generated actionable intelligence grounded in local realities. At the subnational level, priorities include strengthening coordination, mechanisms, supporting community policing frameworks, promoting alternative dispute resolution, and aligning state development plans with national security objectives. These measures advance national development, decentralization, inclusion, and social cohesion goals. Conflict prevention, peace building, and climate resilience are presented as essential complements to enforcement-based security responses. Integrated approaches to farmer-herder conflicts, communal disputes, and resource-based tensions combine stabilization with dialogue, mediation, livelihood support, and environmental governance. In fragile regions such as the Northeast, Northwest, and Niger Delta, security operations are increasingly integrated with humanitarian assistance and developmental programming to consolidate gains and prevent relapse. Climate change, manifested through the desertification, flooding, displacement, and the resource scarcity, which is treated as a core security issue, reinforcing the need to integrate climate adaptation and environmental sustainability into security planning under the National Development Plan. Despite progress, the paper identifies key challenges to sustainable security delivery. Coordination gaps persist due to institutional rivalries, overlapping mandates, and information silos. Socioeconomic pressures, particularly youth employment, inequality, continue to fuel criminality and extremism. Climate and environmental stress complicate traditional security responses, while deficits in public trust and undermine community cooperation and intelligence gathering. Addressing these challenges requires sustained institutional integration, synchronized security development interventions, climate response planning, and legitimacy building through professionalism and accountability. The way forward emphasizes deepening the whole of government approach by mainstreaming security across all sectors of national planning. Security must be embedded within economic, social, environmental, and infrastructure policies to ensure coherence and sustainability. Strengthening governance frameworks for technology use, expanding prevention-focused investments in education and livelihoods, and prioritizing resilience over reactive crisis management are identified as critical pathways consistent with the National Development Plan 2026-2027 vision. In conclusion, aligning Nigerian security architecture with the National Development Plan represents a decisive shift towards a holistic, people-oriented, people-centered, and sustainable security paradigm. The strategic recalibration by the Office of the National Security Advisor since 2023 demonstrates that durable security is achieved not through force alone, but through the deliberate integration of governance reform, economic empowerment, technological innovation, community partnership, and conflict prevention. Sustainable security under the Renewed Hope Agenda is ultimately a means to unlocking Nigeria's human potential and restoring national cohesion, and thereby creating a stable environment in which inclusive prosperity can be achieved and sustained across all generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Minister of Defense, who is standing in for the National Security Advisor. To save time, I will not in any way attempt to summarize anything that the National Security Advisor have stated, but I will want us to go straight into our discussion because the comment by the National Security Advisor has been very holistic. He has gone across the whole spectrum to talk about what security is all about and what the government is doing. But to know where we are going, we have to know where we are coming from. So from these challenges and from what we have had and from what you know, particularly pertaining your state or your organization, let me start with the IGP, represented by DIG Frank Mba. We have challenges, and there is even in this talk by the NSA, he talked about institutional rivalry. But I also want to add, what do you see the reform that we need to have in some of our institutions, particularly the defense and security sector, and how can we take care and create more coordination between them to be able to achieve the goal that has been set, and that is a sustainable approach to Nigerian security challenges?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I am DIG Frank Mba, MNI, representing the Inspector General of Police, IGP Kayode Egbetoku, who is unavoidably absent. He had earlier attended this, he was earlier here in the morning because he actually thought this event was taking place much earlier before it was pushed to 2:30. He sends his very profound apologies. Your Excellency, the Vice President, the Senate President, all other excellencies here present, the keynote speaker, and my co-panelists. From us at the Nigerian Police Force, we understand actually the import of the damages that interagency rivalry can do, not just to law enforcement, but also to security generally. But the good thing again is the fact that we are currently being led by leaders who understand that we can't proceed, we can't make progress if we don't deal with issues of overlapping mandates. And I'm glad that the keynote speaker actually spoke in a very profound way to the challenges that are associated with overlapping mandate. But again, the NSA provides a platform that is more integrative and is dealing with the challenges of different organizations working in silos. Today, there are so many joint operations going on across the country between the Nigerian military, the security, the intelligence communities, the intelligence agencies like the DSS, as well as the Nigerian Police Force and other law enforcement agencies like the Civil Defense and the rest of them. So, sir, I want to tell you that we are actually dealing with the issues of interagency rivalry. There are also a lot of trainings that are currently going on, which are joint trainings that are also addressing some of the challenges that are associated with such rivalry. But I think our major concern now is no longer the issue. It's not just the issue of rivalry. It's actually how to move our nation forward. The keynote speaker in his speech did what you could call a a geopolitical analysis of the crime trend in Nigeria. And if you look at our country today, whether you are looking at the Northeast, where traditionally, where for a while we've had the challenges of terrorism and armed banditry, and then communal clashes between herders and farmers, to the Northwest, where we're also having the same challenges, to the North Central, where we're having the same challenges, to the Southeast, where you have also challenges of farmers-herder clashes, you have the challenges of secessionist group, you have the challenges of cybercrime, to Southwest, where the predominant crimes are also cybercrimes, banditry, and other forms of challenges which are also contemporary. And then to the South, you understand that in the entire country, we are, both from the North to the South, we have major challenges that are security related. And so we have to close those gaps, work together, support each other, share intelligence in more profound way, deploy technologies that could also help us not just to intercept and be ahead of the criminals, but also be in a situation where we are able to be more predictive than even preventive. If we're able to build trust, work with our community, deploy technology, and then collaborate across all the security apparatus in the country, then certainly we'll be able to move our nation forward. But certainly we can't work in silos anymore. The Nigerian military can't do it alone. The Nigerian police can't do it alone. The intelligence agencies can't do it alone. And even our political leaders can't do it alone. We need to be able to work across both the vertical and horizontal lines, and we need to be able to galvanize our community, galvanize our people who are our biggest assets, and then be able to reposition our country for the better.
Thank you so much, DIG, for that. You talked about technology. I want to move on to Professor Tal. What have you seen in your comment about the issue of technology, and then how far do you see either there are other international best practices that we have to imbibe, and what has actually Borno State, that has been in the center of most of the challenges for a long time, what has Borno State learned, experienced, and want to share with others? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I am Professor Usman Tar, Commissioner for Information and Internal Security, Borno State. I am holding brief for my boss, the Executive Governor of Borno State, Professor Babagana Umar Zulum, CON MNI. The Vice President, His Excellency, Distinguished Senator Kashim Shettima, the Distinguished Senate President, Distinguished Senator Godswill Akpabio, other members of this very distinguished summit, I bring you greetings from the good people of Borno State. The Chairman, sir, you raised a very important question with regards to leveraging technology, not only as a force multiplier in our national defense and security architecture, but also as a platform to enable the armed forces, these other security agencies in their statutory responsibilities of defending and safeguarding our nation. Technology is a game changer. Gone are the days when we use analog systems and platforms in order to carry out law enforcement and in fighting wars. Clearly, today, the armed forces of tomorrow, the police forces of tomorrow are the ones that pay attention to technology and invest heavily in technology. What the bare hand can do, technology can do it in manifold and in very, very dynamic ways. Our experience in Borno State is that in the past, we focused on the basic tools and equipment and resources that the armed forces and other security agencies need in order to carry out their responsibilities. We do so as subnationals and without prejudice to the fact that security is in the exclusive list. We also know that security is everybody's business. Therefore, if you look at the expenditure and budget profile of Borno State, you realize that we spend a lot of money in providing support to armed forces. And we make no apologies to that because Borno is at the forefront of the crisis of national security, of national defense that bedevil our country. If Borno collapses, if Borno falls into the hands of the adversary, we know that Nigeria will be in trouble. So we go extra mile in order to support the armed forces. As I said earlier, our previous contribution to the armed forces and the police and other security agencies are of the analog type, are of the basic tools such as vehicles and so on. Today, we have upscaled our contribution to investing in newer platforms that our resources can provide, such as surveillance cameras and CCTV cameras. Even that one, our previous, our first generation contributions used to be those ones that are basic. But today, we have upscaled that one to the ones with infrared capabilities. Today, some of the platforms that we provide to our armed forces have night vision and the thermal capabilities. Because we know that the adversary has already started acquiring some of these platforms, so we have to go extra mile. Sorry, I hope I am not the cause of that. All of this is without prejudice to what the federal government has been doing in order to equip our armed forces in the Northeast Theater of Operation. That is Operation Hadinkai. We know that the federal government has invested heavily, and we appreciate the federal government of Nigeria under the distinguished leadership of His Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, for going extra mile, and also the Federal Ministry of Defense, and indeed the Senate, the House of Reps, for making sure that the Northeast Theater of Operation gets all that it takes in order to confront our adversaries. In our own part, we have done our best in order to upscale our technological support in the areas that I have mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor, for those comments. You talked about the effort that the state has done. Let me get to Her Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Plateau State, and ask, Your Excellency, what is your own experience in Plateau, and how do you see where we can have more synergy between the national and sub-national level in tackling issue of insecurity, particularly in the state? Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator. I am Josephine Chundung Pio, the Deputy Governor of Plateau State, representing His Excellency, the Governor of Plateau State. Your Excellency, the Vice President, and Chairman NEC, distinguished Senator Kashim Shettima, the Senate President, governors and deputy governors present, Central Bank Governor, ministers, top government functionaries, commissioners of budgets from various states, distinguished stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, sir. Security challenges or security challenge in the nation is a very, very serious issue and is being experienced in most parts of the nation, but particularly some states are more bedeviled by security challenges. Plateau State is one of such states. We have been faced with security challenges for over 2 decades. We came on board, we made the security in Plateau State in a very serious and precarious situation. But a lot has been done by His Excellency to make sure that security is restored to Plateau State. He has made security his topmost priority, and that is why we are having a breathing space on the plateau. He has done a lot in terms of security. We have purchased a lot of equipment to make sure that for surveillance on the plateau. We also worked with security tips and surveillance. We have worked with them. We are also collaborating with the security personnel agencies in the state. We support them. We make sure that there is regular and sustained logistic support to the security agencies. There are regular meetings. We make sure that we purchase equipment to support, to make sure that the work of surveillance is made easier for the security agencies. We also encourage them by training and retraining of officers in certain areas of need so that people are well equipped to do what they are supposed to do. We want to appreciate His Excellency, the President, Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Ahmed Bola Tinubu, for all that he is doing to make sure that security is topmost and is restored in Nigeria as a whole. We have experienced enough support from His Excellency, the President, and also his wife. They have come to the aid of Plateau State in several ways, and we sincerely appreciate that. We want to suggest that in the government at the national is doing so much, and the sub-nationals also need to do much too. We know that security is not in the exclusive list of the sub-nationals, but we are soliciting that a lot of attention or some kind of powers could be divulged to sub-nationals so that, because we know that security is a very serious issue. Just as it was said by the moderator, without security, there will be no development. And without development, there will be no security. So we need to be, the states needs to be secured for us to be able to experience security to development in our various states. We have also concentrated in supporting the the security operatives at the local level, like the Operation Rainbow. We have supported them, we have trained them, and also we have also supported the forest guards. Of recent, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria approved for His Excellency to train about 1,000 or 3,000 forest guards that will also assist in maintaining security in our states. So we are doing so much. We are working in synergy with the federal government and other states. It is also a thing that we should encourage boundary collaboration between different states, because the security challenge is not an issue of one state, but an issue of various states. If there is a collaboration between various states at their borders, it will help to reduce security challenges. When there are insurgents or people coming into states, when there is synergy, there is collaboration, it will be earlier dictated and taken care of, where to reduce all the devastation caused by insurgency and attacks by these bandits. We know that.
Thank you, Madam.
Thank you.
Deputy Governor, you have raised a very fundamental issue, that is interstate cooperation. So it's not only in the economy, even in security, there need to be that interstate cooperation. And I'll come back to it when I want to hear from Katsina. But before then, why don't you go a little bit to the private sector? We have Dr. Kabir Adamu with us. And Dr. Kabir, I want a double-barrel question for you. First, how can a development-led reform be able to help us in the policy management of our national security? And also, how can the private sector help at local, subnational, and national level in our security drive? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, the Vice President, and the Chairman of the National Economic Forum, His Excellency, Distinguished Senator Kashim Shettima, the President of the Senate, and other distinguished guests here present. I've been asked a very important question, but I would like to start by highlighting what I consider a very significant gap in our conversation so far, and that's the role of local government administration. I believe that if we do want to achieve inclusive growth, sustainable growth, that level of government would need to be put into the conversation and as part of the delivering of especially the developmental issues that have been highlighted from yesterday till today. With regards to the role of the private sector, at the moment, the population of the private security sector has not been adequately understood. The last time we checked, there are between 3 million to 10 million players within that sector. So number one, providing employment, but more importantly, also providing the necessary skill sets and technology that the sector requires. At the moment, most retirees from most of the public security sector organizations, they go into the private sector. And once they do that, that transition leads to the development of different skill sets that frankly would be a little bit difficult to find within the public sector. So the contribution can be huge, but only if it is harnessed I must also say that the harnessing must be done at the different levels. At the federal level, where issues of strategy, of tactics, of operational issues are also put into place. Then, of course, at the subnational level. Just to give you an example, each of the governors would probably have a commissioner or a special advisor on security. But how many of those persons occupying those positions really understand public security delivery? So there are different areas that the public sector can support, the private sector can support public sector delivery. And I do hope that especially the coordinating ministry, and unfortunately I don't think the coordinating ministry is here, which is the Ministry of Interior, can look more closely into this particular area and start harnessing the various areas through which the private sector can support public security. Thank
you. Thank you so much, Dr. Kabir. Now, to our Honorable Commissioner, Dr. Nasiru Muazu. The banditry, the insecurity we have has no boundary, but the states have boundary. What is your experience in Katsina State, and what have you been doing to tackle some of these challenges?
Okay, thank you very much, the moderator. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Kashim Shettima, Your Excellency, the Senate President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Your Excellencies, the governors that are here, other distinguished guests, good afternoon. My name is Dr. Nasir Muazu, Commissioner, Minister of Internal Security and Home Affairs, Katsina State. Representing His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Katsina State, Malan Duku Omorada, who has just left to attend other state matter. The issue of insecurity in Nigeria is quite complex. It's quite complex in the sense that it has different dimensions and dynamics. And if we did not segregate the complexity of the insecurity, then it is going to be very difficult for us to address it. Banditry that we are experiencing in the northwest is quite different with Boko Haram in the northeast. Likewise, it's also quite different with communal clash in the north center. So trying to segregate the crisis will actually help us to address the problem. Because if we are pushing for a uniform approach, we will continue to have more complicated scenarios. For Katsina State, we tried our best to look at the local reality of the crisis. Banditry, kidnapping, cattle stealing are forms of criminalities that have their roots in the socio-cultural values of Katsina State. In fact, we realized that we were fighting two battles. On one side, we were fighting bandits who kidnapped and keep for ransom. On the other hand, we are fighting the aiders and abettors of banditry. And it came to light that if we do not segregate who is a bandit and who is an accomplice to banditry, we are going to complicate the fight. Now, all these issues are so localized because they are so localized in the sense that they complement each other. And we also realize that it is a huge industry with huge economic fortune. We also realize that the whole activities of banditry, cattle stealing, and kidnapping constitute only 20% of the criminality. The 80% of the criminality have been within us, within our villages and towns. First, if to the extent that even if you kill all the bandits, those that are benefiting from the industry will still create another set of bandits. For instance, the supplies of the petroleum products, the supplies of arms and ammunition. These supplies emanate from our towns and villages. The supplies of the uniforms, the supplies of the food items, the supplies of the drugs, also the supplies of the motorcycles. A huge enterprise has been developed. So it is the responsibility of the government to look at these issues critically. And we realize banditry, kidnapping, and cattle rustling is a community-driven crisis that can only be solved using community-driven approach. So the first thing we did was we created a synergy between our security agencies with the government to make them to understand the local realities, that this issue does not stop only using the much talked about kinetic measures. There are other ways to address it. So the first thing we did was we created Community Watch Co in the 8 frontline local governments of Katsina State. Because in the 8 frontline local governments, these local governments gave bandits a safe haven. This is where the bandit lives. And the bandits in Katsina State happens to be born and raised in Katsina State. 100% of them were born and raised there. It's not that somebody is coming outside. They just decided to buy arms and start killing people for money. Nothing more. Unlike in the Boko Haram, where ideology drives most of its operation. But in the north, in the Katsina State, bandits kidnapped just to get money to collect ransom. So we feel that we have to be locally up and doing. So this Community Watch Co became the first line of defense for the communities. Then thereafter, we try to eliminate the other 80%, the informers that cycle, the aiders, the suppliers of the ammunition, the suppliers of the other items. So by the time you do that, you come to a point whereby if you don't have these people who evade and aid banditry, bandit will not have their ways. They cannot have ammunition, they cannot have uniform, they cannot have food, they cannot have transportation. So this is what we have done, and we have reduced the level to less than even 20%.
Well, thank you so much, Honorable Commissioner. Cutting their supply and logistics is very important. Let me take the final minute to take 2 minutes, the Honorable Minister of Defense, who is standing in for the NSA. We know your antecedent. What are your words, especially for the future? And you talked about in your comment the whole society approach. Can you wrap it up for us by telling us what you see for the future if we want to have that stability? Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. His Excellency the Vice President, His Excellency the Senate President, permit me to stand on the already established protocols. So the future is bright. The future looks very good. The National Development Plan, if well implemented, will deliver a lot for the country. What we need as Nigerians is working together as brothers and sisters to ensure that there is peace in the country. No one organization, no one state, no one community can do it alone. We need to take this as a challenge to us as Nigerians. And if we do that, we will holistically be able to address these challenges. The kinetic and the non-kinetic must go hand in hand. The kinetic is just about 20-25% of the solution. The non-kinetic, good governance, fairness, justice, equity, ability to eradicate poverty, sense of belonging. Holistically, putting this all together, I think we'll find a lasting solution to addressing it, and especially for the subnationals. The local communities, the local governments must be able to operate together. If they're able to conduct their security meetings weekly, be able to harness, because crime is localized. Development comes down upward. And so I want to appreciate every governor that is here, everyone that is contributing to the success of what's going on in the country. But like I said, the future is bright. The government is determined in ensuring that there is peace and tranquility in the country for development to continue. But we must, as Nigerians, take this challenge as a Nigerian challenge and will provide a Nigerian solution to it. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. On that note, I want to thank the panelists. My closing words is, if you want to destroy a tree, it's not by cutting the branches, it's by attacking the root. For us to solve our major crisis now of insecurity, is that we must identify and deal with the root causes, and that we must, the whole society, because security is everybody's challenge, and everybody is involved to finding the solution, but we must identify the causes and attack those root causes, and that will enable us to solve this problem. Also, it has no boundary, so we cannot deal with them, each state trying to do its own. Though the challenge is not one side fits all, but we must work as a team to be able to find a solution to this. With that, I want to thank the panelists for your contribution, and I want to also thank the chairman of the National Economic Council, His Excellency, the Vice President, Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, and also want to thank the Senate President, all the governors, and everybody that has contributed in one way or the other to making this a success. Thank you and good afternoon.
Thank you very much indeed. What a formidable panel this has been, led in chief by the moderator, General Martin Luther Agwai, former Chief of Defense Staff, former Chief of Army Staff, who should know. And of course, we have had the lead speaker, who is the National Security Advisor, represented by the Defense Minister. It's time now for the panelists and the moderator to take the group photograph that will stamp this in history to show that this happened, and the conversations have been very robust. We expect, of course, that when it's time for the communique, you will hear what has been teased out from this panel. Please, sir, step forward. And of course, the Deputy Governor of Plateau State, representing the governor, who is the chosen woman amongst several men in this panel. Thank you very much. This is the panel on security, and we're pleased that we have looked at sustainable approaches to addressing Nigeria's security challenges. As you heard from General Martin Luther Agwai, if you want to destroy a tree, you start from the roots, and also he added for good measure that no state can do it alone. Let's hear another round of applause for this panel as they make their way down. I'm very delighted to be inviting to the stage the panel session that leads us to the end of the panel discussions today. Let me inform you that the panel that is this current panel and the last panel have been merged. So the next panel is now imperatives of the simulation of sustainable domestic production and economic growth. Permit me at this point to invite to join the panel very quickly Professor Suleiman Abubakar, Director General, National Institute for Legislative and Democratic Studies, is our moderator today. Could he make his way up to the stage and take his seat at the far right end of this stage to show that he is a moderator, he's at the far end. Your Excellency, Mr. Vice President and Chairman of NEC, Your Excellency, the Senate President of the Federal Republic, the Deputy Chief of Staff to Mr. President, our governors who are here with us and their representatives, and of course, the honorable ministers who are here, and singling out four special coordination abilities, the Honorable Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, Senator Abubakar Atiku Bagudu, is the one who has continued to provide the Secretariat along with his team for the National Economic Council. I'd like at this point to quickly get the panelists up on stage, and I would like to start very quickly with Engineer Abdullahi A. Sule, His Excellency, the Governor of Nasarawa State. Do help me welcome to the stage Alhaji Muhammad Umar Bago, Governor of Niger State. Your Excellency. We also have with us the representative of the Kaduna State Governor, Mr. Mukhtar Ahmed, Honorable Commissioner of Budget and Planning, Kaduna State. And I'd like to put in place Professor Ken Ife, CEO, Biosources Limited. And for special mention, I would like very quickly to invite to the podium the Deputy Governor of Ebonyi State, Her Excellency Patricia Obila. Of course, we have Mr. Dakpo Abiodun, His Excellency Governor of Ogun State, making his way to the podium. Let's give a round of applause to Her Excellency Patricia Obila, Deputy Governor of Ebonyi State, a truly formidable woman amongst men. She's representing her governor today, and she's making her way to the podium. At this point that the panel is complete and alive and well, allow me to introduce one of two lead speakers, Dr. Matthew Verghese, who is World Bank Country Director. He's an Indian economist, senior development expert serving as the World Bank Country Director for Nigeria. He leads the bank's engagement across Nigeria's development agenda, managing a broad portfolio of projects and partnerships with the government, civil society, and international stakeholders. Dr. Matthew Verghese will deliver the first lead paper today, and after which we would have the Honorable Minister, who has a lot to say about economic growth. The Honorable Minister of Budget and Economic Planning will tell him as soon as he's done with his lead paper. May I now invite Dr. Matthew Verghese to the podium to deliver the lead paper, one of two, and it's only 10 minutes that you are being allocated. World Bank. My pleasure.
Your Excellency, the Vice President, Your Excellency, Chairman of the Senate, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor for me to be here. At an earlier occasion, we had the opportunity to present to the National Economic Conference the World Bank's Country Partnership Framework for Nigeria. Today, I'm going to speak on the importance of partnerships and how we at the World Bank are thinking about partnerships as we move forward. This is a critical issue, we believe, for Nigeria to achieve its objectives under the Renewed Hope program and to reach the objective of a $1 trillion economy. For two reasons. One, it's become clear that the needs of Nigeria, the ambition of Nigeria in the coming years is so great that the only way to achieve this is through partnerships. Second, the changes in the global environment means that there'll be some limited availability of resources globally, and that emphasizes the importance of having partnerships. So I should start by saying for the World Bank, the most important partner is the government, and we work, we are required to work with governments. The IFC, as many of you know, works with the private sector, but for the World Bank itself, the primary partner is the federal government. One of the features of the World Bank's work in Nigeria over the recent years has been an increasing partnership with the states. So the federal government is still the borrower, and we work with the ministries, with the responsible ministries. But as of now, about 2/3 of our active portfolio of a little more than $16 billion, little more than 2/3 of the portfolio of $16 billion is implemented at the state level, but they're implemented via national program platforms. So these are national programs that individual states can opt into, and by keeping them as national programs, the federal ministries can ensure that these are consistent with national priorities, but they are actually implemented by the states, and we find that that has been very beneficial to the implementation of these programs. The states self-select into these programs through transparent eligibility criteria based on development need, demonstrated commitment to reform, and implementation of performance. So the objective is to achieve impact at scale through fewer but larger programs. So an average project for the World Bank is $500 million, but this is spread among the states. Another shift as we move towards working with states is rather than financing inputs, the World Bank finances results. So rather than financing, for example, a road as the money is spent, the money is dispersed when the road is actually built. So it finances results, and we believe that that leads to a more sustainable program that's embedded within the state's own priorities. So that was partnership with the government. And of course, partnership with the government has been central to our work since the World Bank was established. What is new now is an increasing partnership with the private sector for the World Bank itself, not just for the IFC. And there's two reasons for this. Given the need to mobilize more resources to have an impact at scale, we need to bring the private sector into financing national development priorities. So our projects are designed so that the private sector comes in and invests its own money, and we use the private sector also to implement the program. Now, this doesn't happen in all projects, but several projects now have this feature. A good example that some of you may be familiar with is the Distributed Access Through Renewable Energy Scale-Up, DARE. This is a program to provide energy access to the millions of Nigerians who don't have energy access. Right now, Nigeria is the country with the largest number of people who don't have access to energy. The World Bank project is large, but because it's designed to crowd in the private sector, so rather than financing the solar grids themselves, we use the World Bank financing to encourage the private sector to come and invest. And we expect about $1 billion in private capital investment in mini grids and standalone solar systems. A similar approach is being taken to the rollout of broadband through the Building Resilient Digital Infrastructure for Growth project, BRIDGE. We expect to mobilize about $1.1 billion in private capital to deploy 90,000 kilometers of broadband infrastructure. A recent project for financing MSMEs, medium and small scale enterprises. Sorry, every time I touch this, something goes wrong. Oh, here we go. I'll try not to touch this. So the final example I want to use was FinClude, which will mobilize about $1.89 billion in private capital. So the impact of World Bank investment is more than doubled in each of these projects, and we hope to continue this approach. We also hope that it will mean a more efficient rollout of these programs so that Nigerians get access to these services faster. The final one is a partnership with other funders. So here also, we note that this approach that I described with the private sector may not work in every sector. One of the priorities for the World Bank is working in the coming country partnership framework. We'll be working with, on early childhood development, with, from pregnancy to about 2 years old. Now, this is not a sector that will crowd in a lot of private sector capital, and so it'll be important to work with other partners. So this is work underway. Other examples of successful ongoing partnership with partners include the health sector-wide approach, the partner financing for the RAMP project that works on improved rural roads and access to market, and the ID for D project, a very important project that will increase digital ID enrollment. As a group, the development partners are working together, coordinated by the Nigeria Development Partners Group, and we hope as a collective that we can have a greater impact in Nigeria. So all of this suggests that we need to work together with government, with the private sector, and with other partners to achieve results at scale. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very quickly, the Honorable Minister of Budget and Economic Planning will follow through. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and Chairman of the National Economic Council, Your Excellency, the Senate President, Distinguished Senator Godswill Akpabio, Excellencies, Governors of States, Deputy Governors, distinguished senators, members of the National Assembly, honorable ministers, panelists, distinguished participants, the World Bank Country Director, the Central Bank Governor, and all those in attendance. Your Excellency, having spent a long day, and we must thank you very much for your patience and your commitment to getting the National Economic Conference, giving it to your best. We thank you. The two last presentations were condensed in one, and given that there is an illustrious panel waiting to support, I will summarize my presentation, which is on the imperativeness of sustainable domestic production. almost all that have been said, and to generate inclusive growth, sustainable growth, we need domestic production to go up and go up rapidly and significantly. And the good news is that it can. Production, private or public, mostly take place in fixed geographical locations, and governmental authorities have a role to play, especially where, as in our constitution, the different governmental authorities have one power over production or the other, which is local government, states, and federal governments. So the challenge is how do we support the competitiveness of our domestic production? How do we compensate for the distortions coming from outside, whether they are tariffs, subsidies, and protection through other regulations? How do we calibrate regulation to maintain competitiveness? Who is responsible for development finance, interest rates, rebates? Is it the federal government? Is it the federation? Is this the Central Bank of Nigeria or development institutions? Or as we heard from the Minister of State yesterday, Minister of State Finance, a new National Development Finance Corporation. How can we incentivize states and local governments to measure, identify, and localize production? How do we preserve the over 42 million households who are in primary production and basic processing? Subsidies, tariff protection in Japan shows us how they do it there. How do the three tiers of government cooperate and calibrate, and especially working with support from development partners, including that we just had Central Bank of Nigeria, World Bank, and other development partners to boost domestic production? Your Excellency, the scope for domestic production is wide, from the small family-based production, which is largely agriculture, artisanal mining, creative economy, digital economy, to what we saw in the most latest example with the Dangote refinery. And all of domestic production requires deliberateness in order to preserve, promote, and ensure that we respond to development in the world. So this is a very important contribution, which actually you directed, that we must interrogate how can we quickly revive domestic production, given that we have sorted macroeconomic, our macroeconomy is facing the right direction. So, Your Excellency, all the states here, all the local government, indeed all the local governments hold one potential or the other, which we believe they can do better in, whether it is in agriculture, meaning food, crop production, vegetable production, fruit production, or livestock or fisheries. And luckily, the federal government, part of the reforms of this government is to recognize the potentials of each of them, and that is why they have different ministries. Ministry of Livestock and the Blue and Maritime in charge of fisheries. Artisanal mining, which has been recognized and its potential. Crude oil, we have heard from the Minister of State. Modular refinery, CNG penetration, again, we have heard from the Minister of State. Gas, creative economy, digital economy, pharmaceuticals, fintech, auto, energy, textile sector, name it. But what do we need to do as the three tiers of government in order to promote domestic production? Starting from the most basic, which is the 42 million households that in our basic production and processing, agriculture, meaning farming, livestock, or fisheries, who currently are facing stress because of global developments. Trade war in many countries have depressed global commodity markets, and this is having an impact on our domestic production. So what do we need to do? What should be our strategy? The first, in my respectable view, is to acknowledge that the first objective with regards to this class is preservative. We have to preserve the 42 million and above households who are in basic production. We have to help them because whether it is farming, livestock, or fisheries, it's a function of skills, it's a function of technology, it's a function of trade policy. So with skills and technology, the local governments have a role to play, the states have a role to play, and the federal government have a role to play. The same thing with artisanal mining, the same thing with creative economy. The federal government have a lot of programs, NG Cares, LPRES, SOLID, SAPZ, ideas, food systems transformation in the Vice President Office, IPAD, International Fund for Agricultural Development, and so on and so forth, that are supportive of domestic production. Equally, we have signed, the IFC and the federal government of Nigeria, through the Ministry of Budget, have signed a project preparation facility to ensure that we support local government, we support states to develop projects that can be investment grade ready, because we need it to access private capital and actually support each other. And earlier on, somebody has spoken about the scope of interstate or even interlocal government cooperation. What is important is the recognition that state support matters, from basic small-scale production to the large-scale production. And luckily, what Mr. President demonstrated by commitment to ensure that whoever food pays in Nigeria, in the example of Dangote Refinery, leaves us in no doubt as to what we must be doing, or to thank Mr. President for what he's doing, and to appreciate how much government should play a big role. So my conclusion is that our federalism is a major opportunity for competitiveness between local governments and different units, and collaboration and cooperation. But at the end of it all, a big winner is the mechanism of the National Economic Council, where the different federating units have opportunity to periodically interrogate policies, to periodically pool resources together so that we can not only support domestic production, but ensure that the skill set and the technology that is required to help our domestic production remain competitive, and then the policies. Different governments use different approaches. China, an extreme example is that they use local government investment vehicles, where each local government creates an investment vehicle. And today, according to many estimates, no less than 19 trillion US dollars, 19 trillion US dollars is raised by those local government investment vehicles. So I'm not suggesting we go the Chinese way, but it illustrates one potential that our local governments, because of World Trade Organization rules, even though today most counties no longer pay attention to those rules, but yet if you use your governance federal structure, you can generate more economic activity without breach of any of the World Trade Organization rules, and the scope for expansion of public domestic production is enormous. I believe some of the governors will tell us how, based on their experience, domestic production can be a significant way of mobilizing the economy and creating employment, quadrupling or tripling in as little as 1 year. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Your Excellency, the Vice President, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Your Excellency, the Senate President, today I have two of my chairmen in the hall. The Vice President is the Chairman of the National Economic Council, a council that I once belonged as the Minister of National Planning. And today, I have the Senate President, who is the Chairman of National Assembly, and the Chairman of my Governing Council National Institute for Legislative and Democratic Study. That is to say, I'm on a very hot seat before my two chairmen. Your Excellency, you are welcome, sir. Excellency, governors here present, Excellency, panelists that are here with me, Honorable Minister, distinguished senators, CEO of agencies and MDs, ladies and gentlemen. The task before us, this panel, is double-barrel in nature because we are marching two sessions into one. And that is making it very difficult for us. But with the kind of caliber of people we have here, it will be very, very much simplified. The first session, which I'm delegated or authorized to moderate, focuses on domestic production, particularly examining the imperatives for stimulating sustainable domestic production. And I'll start with a poser for the panelists to comprehend, and that is, every day in Nigeria, we consume what we do not produce, and we produce far less than we consume. From the rice on our tables, to the clothes we wear, to the machines in our factories, to the fuel in our cars, we import what a nation of over 200 million should be producing for itself. This is not just merely an economic choice. It is a structural problem. It explains the persistent pressure on the naira. It explains rising unemployment. It is the reason for capital flight. It is the reason for weak industrial capacity. It also helps us to understand why poverty in Nigeria remains deeply multidimensional. We must be clear. Nigeria does not have a consumption problem. Nigeria has a production problem. Yet, production alone is not enough. The real challenge is whether we can produce sustainably, consistently, competitively, and locally, in a manner that strengthens the economy, creates jobs, stabilizes the currency, and reduces poverty. This is why the imperative for stimulating sustainable domestic production are no longer optional policy, conversation. They are economic necessities. With vast arable land, a youthful population, abundant natural resources, entrepreneurial energy, and a large domestic market, Nigeria should be a production powerhouse in Africa. Yet, we remain heavily import dependent. So, the question before us is not whether Nigeria can produce. The real question is, what must be done deliberately, structurally, and sustainably to stimulate domestic production at a scale that can transform the Nigerian economy. Until Nigeria produces what it consumes, the economy will continue to struggle to sustain what it imports. To my panelists, therefore, the question is, and I start with the agrarian revolutionist from Niger State. Because the base of any local production or domestic production starts from feeding our population. Your Excellency, the Governor of Niger State, we have put in place some structural reforms, policy, that tend to transform the agrarian sector. Could you please tell us in 5 minutes how far so far, Your Excellency?
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, the Vice President, Your Excellency, the Senate President, other governors here present, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. The theme that have been discussed in this conference all are intertwined and interrelated. But I was so happy when Patty was talking about nutrition, they spoke about education, about employment, about security. Now, the crux of this matter is production. If we know very well that production is the answer to our problems, then we must scale it locally and also be able to move forward. In Niger State, we have 76,000 square kilometers of arable land, 2 big rivers, 4 hydropower dams, and a couple of head dams. And we have seen that our strength is in agriculture, crop production. So we've invested a lot in mechanization and irrigation. I was talking to the CBN governor earlier, and I asked him that, Mr. Governor, why are you people not thinking of a sustainable way to promote irrigation? Because we will remain poor forever and ever if we are depending on rain-fed farming. The moment we have irrigation and we're able to crop, for example, twice or thrice a year, then we can break even, our farmers will be rich, we'll create employment, and there will be industrialization. So, as a country, it's very, very important we look in that direction in terms of crop production, in terms of livestock production, in terms of power generation. Because even when you have big farms, when you are able to create production, you create industrialization. And these industries will generate power. For example, if you have a sugarcane plantation, it will generate electricity, and you can, service the community. If you have a rice plant, it also generates electricity. And so it's the whole value chain is much. So as a state in Niger State, we have gone ahead, to do not just rain-fed cropping and not just perennial, farming. We are doing mechanized farming as well as also carrying the outgrower scheme and making it work. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. There is a linkage or nexus between irrigations and industrialization. And that's a very strong statement from the Niger State Governor. Let me quickly go to Nasarawa State. And that is His Excellency, the Governor Sule of Nasarawa. Speaking on industrial goods, what role can industrial clusters, you are an industrialist from your background, what role can industrial clusters and special economic zones play in the value drive for a more industrialized Nigeria economy? I know you have done quite a lot in the last 2 or 3 years, and you can share your experience with other state governors there, president, and even ministers. What role do you think those zones can play in driving a more industrialized Nigeria economy? Your Excellency, sir.
Thank you very much for inviting me to be part of this wonderful session. Your Excellency, the President of the Senate, the uncommon President of the Senate we have, Your Excellency, Representative, Chief of Staff to the Vice President, Your Excellencies, all the other distinguished guests who are here. For want of time, please allow me to stand on the existing protocol. I think first let me start by commending the organizers of this initiative, from the Office of the Vice President to NEC, and especially the Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning. I think I have attended so many of these kind of sessions, but this one in particular from yesterday to today has been completely different. And I think we should have more and more of this if indeed we are working on the $1 trillion economy. And I think my comment in this area is going to also tell you more about your question about industrialization. Because earlier on, one of our most serious economists in the country, Professor Saludo, the governor of Anambra State, mentioned something about if we want to attain this $1 trillion, he had a lot of doubts as an economist. But let me tell you, as an industrialist, someone who has worked with the Dangote Group and rose to the position of the group managing director and worked towards all these aspects, in Dangote our slogan had been, nothing is impossible. And with that kind of mentality, that's how it takes me to the next point that we are talking about. Today we are operating an economy of roughly about 250 billion. And then we are talking about multiplying that in the next few years to 1 trillion. That is 4 times. And I will give you an example with the same industry you talk about. When we started talking about this oil and gas, the refinery. Today, everybody is bragging that Nigeria, there are no more queues. Nigeria, we have solved the problem of fuel. Nigeria, we have done this. If you know how it started, the Nigerian government has 4 refineries. All of them combined in Kaduna, in Warri, and in Port Harcourt. All of them combined had the capacity of only 450,000 barrels per day. So when this dream started, we say we are going to actually build a 350,000 barrels per day, which will be bigger than any single one among these. Then the idea actually expanded. It moved from Ondo State, down to Lagos, to Lekki, and now it expanded to 450,000 until it got to the 650,000 that have solved the problems today. And now we are looking at, Dangote is thinking of going from that number to 1.4 billion barrels, million barrels a day. So by the time you take that kind of number, and then yesterday we had the presentation about the total oil production in Nigeria today is about 1.7 million barrels per day. And we are looking at, we can go to 3 million barrels per day. And it is very easy actually to go to 3 million barrels per day if we take all the necessary steps. The reason is because Nigeria has over 40 billion barrels reserve at the moment. And you can expand this, to a little over that. And with that kind of production, you can achieve your 3 million barrels per day easily. So that's where the other idea came when you mentioned about the industrialization. Nigeria has over 210 trillion standard cubic feet of gas. You can imagine yesterday it was presented. We only utilized last year, roughly about 7.5 BCF. And the target Mr. President is setting is 10 BCF. So if we are going to be doing that, then you can imagine how many years. Now, since morning, even by the Minister of Defense, when he started, you can hear that every area that we are talking about, we are talking of collaboration between states and the federal government, between this, and I think another panelist came here with a wonderful presentation that we have missed one of those that should be important here, and that's the local government. Then I will also add, we have missed another big participant, that's the private sector. Because by the time we have all this, that's where the real collaboration actually will come in, and you can begin this domestic production and achieve this kind of goal. Nigeria is so rich. We already have natural collaboration. God has collaborated us naturally. All these things you can think about. The governor of Niger just mentioned that he's very rich on land, very rich on river. So this river has been very, very kind. God has been kind to Nigeria with these rivers. River Benue actually didn't start in Benue. It starts all the way from somewhere around Adamawa, Taraba, Nasarawa, Kogi, Benue, and then it goes there. River Niger itself starts all the way on top from Kebbi, before even coming to Niger, Kwara, and then it comes down all the way now through to Lokoja. So those are the areas where easily you can have your production when it comes to agriculture. We are also connected based on the land. Now, the biggest achievement we have, the revenue in Nigeria is mostly in the oil and gas sector. Nigeria has been so rich when it comes to the belt. All the oil production now has been somewhere around shallow waters and deep water. But where is the big investment coming that we are not even touching? You have the Anambra Basin, you have the Lake Chad Basin, you have the Bidda Basin, you have the Benin Basin, and then you have the almighty Benue Trough. This Benue Trough we are talking about, we are collaborated on it. It starts all the way from Calabar, in fact from part of Akwa Ibom, and then comes to Calabar, and then it goes down to Benue, goes down all the way to Nasarawa, now comes down to Plateau, and it now ends all the way somewhere around Gombe, Bauchi, and that's where you are having the Kolmani and then the other blocks. These are all the opportunities that we have, and that's where the industrialization actually is going to come from. So we can pick each one of these areas of advantage and do that. And finally, on mining.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Nigeria can achieve mining. Everywhere we mine, we must be able to process it there. We should not allow our raw material taken out from Nigeria somewhere else. Thank you very much.
You have made your point. Thank you very much. If it should allow you to continue, you spend an hour here. Either industrial revolution or agrarian revolution, all these efforts are contingent on some variables. If those variables are not in existence, our bill to industrialize, our bill to ensure that we feed our nations, federal government efforts, state government efforts to be a nullity. And that takes me to the question. This administration, in particular under this government, has been doing so much, paying so much attention to closing gaps, especially in the area of access to infrastructure, which I believe is key to all these measures put in place. Your Excellency, the Governor of Ogun State, I know you are the senior brother to Abdullahi Sule when it comes to effort to industrialize. What aspects of these do you think should be prioritized to enable the government, both federal government and state government, to deliver on its economic aspiration in boosting economic production, looking at it from the content of infrastructure? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, moderator. Your Excellency, the Vice President and Chairman of Your Excellency, the Vice President and Chairman of National Economic Council, our very own Marcos Cicero himself, the uncommon Senate President, all my colleague governors from across various states, the Honorable Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, former Governor of Kebbi, Atiku Abubakar, the CBN Governor, Mr. Olayemi Cardozo, all other very eminent and distinguished guests, particularly our development partners. It is indeed my pleasure to be part of this panel and this summit that's been very insightful. And this particular subject matter that we're deliberating on this afternoon, I believe is one of the very important subjects that will be a take-home from this summit, which is how do we sustain economic development? How do we stimulate and sustain economic development, particularly from an infrastructural point of view, like the moderator has charged me with? We had yesterday the CBN Governor, whose presentation was extremely insightful. And he said that, and of course all of us fully agree, that the biggest enabler of investment, which translates to sustainable economic development, are the macroeconomic policies of government, both fiscal and monetary. Once that is established, what we need to focus on is how to sustain these macroeconomic policies, because these are the policies that have allowed us in the last almost 3 years to have a unified exchange rate. They've allowed us to have investor confidence. There's forex stability. There's confidence in the naira. People are no longer holding on to the dollars as a store of wealth. Investors are now coming to Nigeria in their thousands, and I can testify to that because to date, in my state, you cannot travel 100 meters without seeing a new factory springing up. These are testimonials to the laudable reforms of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. Now, having achieved that, the other enablers that allow us to sustain domestic production and economic development are what we call indices in the ease of doing business index. And in my own view, the first of those is security. You can do everything you want. You can build all the multimodal infrastructure you want. If there's no peace and security, there will be no sustained development or domestic production. And my brothers from the north can testify to this. I mean, a couple of years ago, the farmers were vacating their farms because of banditry. And we are beginning to worry that we may have a famine because of the decline in harvests. So it's important to know that there's a direct relationship between security and socio-economic development. Once we do that and we get it right, as we have in the last few years, we can see that there's been a lot of progress made. Yes, we still have isolated incidences of radicalism. And I was happy to hear the Deputy Governor of Katsina saying that in Katsina, insecurity is by their citizens. And it's not because of any fundamentalism. It is purely an economic crime. So people are doing this just to make money. Next to security is multimodal transportation infrastructure. Multimodal transportation infrastructure, multimodal infrastructure. And when you begin to look at the ranking of infrastructure, you look at power, you look at roads, rail, and so on and so forth. These are key enablers. For example, I was in China about 2 months ago, and the Chinese said to me and my team that if we're able to provide them with power at the right price, they were willing to come to Nigeria, to my state, to begin to set up manufacturing concerns and actually export back to China. However, they would want me to provide power at a particular price. So we need to begin to look at this. Yes, things are improving in terms of generation capacity. We want to thank the president who has removed, through the power reform, he has removed power generation and transmission from the exclusive list. To date, states now have the state electricity regulation commissions where they're generating, they're distributing, and they're transmitting. However, we need to encourage this to sustain domestic production because the cost of power is such an economic enabler. Today, people are generating power using diesel, they're using CNG, as against using natural gas, pipe gas, which is still cheaper than CNG, and maybe other forms of renewables. If we're able to sustain and provide power, like we have already started in Ogun State, where we have our own power plants, we are building an Ogun State grid, because between Ogun State and Lagos State, we probably consume about 70% of Nigeria's power. And to sustain our role as the industrial capital of Nigeria, we must, and we have decided that our competitive advantage as a state will be the cost of power, meaning that we will say to you, come to Ogun State where the cost of power is the lowest. So these are one of the indices to sustain domestic production. The next for me, like I said, is transportation infrastructure. Today, Mr. President is constructing the Lagos-Calabar Highway, the coastal road, 700-kilometer road. The Sokoto-Badagry road, 1,000-kilometer highway. These are super highways. These are legacies like no other. These are legacies whose impact will be so profound that generations on come will continue to wonder, how did people live before these roads were built? And let me give you a classical example. We have a port location in Ogun State that's called the Olokola. The port construction has been stunted because the evacuation infrastructure to that port is the Shagamu-Benin Expressway, which is about 35 kilometers away from that port location. Today, by virtue of the construction of the coastal road that's going by the coast of Ogun State, our coast is now just 5 kilometers from the coastal road. From that coastal road, if we put our port there, it means that you have maybe 15 kilometers away from Ondo State, 30 minutes away from Edo State, 45 kilometers away from Delta State. You can get to Port Harcourt from my state within an hour and a half. This is what impact is. This is how you describe impact. So you can imagine the multiplier effect in the economy and how this supports domestic production, productivity, employment, efficiency. And these are very important factors in domestic production sustainability. Now, let's talk about agriculture. 1 second. Let's talk about agriculture, which my brother, the governor of Nigeria, has spoken to. Agriculture, besides being a source of food security, for us in Ogun State, it is a source of raw materials for processing companies. So it's important that we begin to encourage not just sustainable farming, but outgrowers farming, where we now begin to get our people to take ownership of parcels of land whilst they are growing for people who are taking from them. Because these become the raw materials for sustainable domestic production. Of course, there are other things that we need to talk about. Yesterday, I said, look, these macro policies, as interesting as they are, there must be a convergence between the macro policies and the micro policies. How do they trickle down to our grassroots? How do the MSMEs benefit? How do the SMEs benefit? It's important for us to now look at how do we empower the SMEs and MSMEs, who are the engine room for economic development and domestic growth. How do they benefit? How does this deepen to the grassroots? Again, thank you very much for having me, and it's been a pleasure.
Your Excellency, thank you very much. Microeconomic policy, how do we take it down to the grassroots? That's the last portion you raised. And that takes me into the question which sounds very political. But when you listen to the Honorable Minister of Planning and Budget, despite the fact that he tried to economize time, he kept on reiterating it. Local government, local government, local government. We have to have a sound macroeconomic policy taken down to the grassroots. How autonomous is our local government? Your Governor's Excellency, how autonomous is our local government? How do you allow them to operate fiscally without depending on you? And that takes me to the Kaduna State Governor, represented by Mukhtar Ahmed. How autonomous is your local government? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the Chairman of NEC, Your Excellency, the Senate President, Executive Governors here present, members of the National Assembly, Ministers of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and the Governor of the Central Bank, my fellow panelists, World Bank representative and other development partners here present, my dear colleagues, honorable commissioners, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I am sitting in here on behalf of my governor, His Excellency Senator Ubasani CON, who is unavoidably absent. He sent his greetings and felicitations and is with us in spirit. Thank you very much for this question regarding the autonomy that is given to the local government. In Kaduna State, His Excellency, the Governor, has given that autonomy to the local governments. A clear testimony of this is what is happening in the budget for 2026 in Kaduna State. Aside from the budgets that the local governments are pursuing for, doing their jobs as representatives of the people, His Excellency, the Governor, for the first time in the history of this country, I don't think it has happened anywhere else, all the 255 political wards in the state are being given 100 million naira per ward that is going to drive the development from the grassroots. So looking at our topic for today, which is the imperative for stimulus of sustainable domestic production, in Kaduna State, we have started doing that already to say that each of the 255 development, wards will have this amount of money that is going to be spent after the communities in these wards have determined what type of projects that they are going to have. By so doing, and in alignment with the renewed hope ward development program of the federal government, we are going to empower more than the 1,000 that is being proposed in that to about 1,500. In fact, for bigger wards, up to about 2,000 that would be empowered locally. And this is going to be driven from the budgets of the local government. And indeed, with this support of 100 million per ward is the beginning. And we are going to sustain this to identify not only issues of production in the areas of comparative advantage in terms of the minerals, resources, or other development agendas that are there in the local government, but also in the human capital development. That is why also in collaboration with the local government, His Excellency the Governor has, developed and constructed 3 skill acquisition centers that are distributed within the 3 senatorial districts in the states. And the idea is to, use education for industrialization. We know that when you come out with degrees and diplomas, without the skill acquisition, you could not, benefit from that. So with these 3 skill acquisition centers that are within the 3 senatorial districts in the states, we will be graduating annually about 7,000 graduates that will be put in the market, and with different skills from solar power, technologies, electricity, refrigeration, and all that. They will be coming out that they will be put into the labor market, and indeed, they will have the skills to do that. In Kaduna State, if we know the Panteka market, which has about 38,000 artisans, the largest in sub-Saharan Africa, is getting the support of His Excellency and the government of Kaduna State, and they are also going to be part of people that will benefit from this, skill acquisition. So in collaboration with the local government and their budgets and the state budgets, the Kaduna State government is using the approach of having rural transformation and at the same time industrialization to make it happen so that the economic and development that we are talking about in terms of production and to sustain that production is from the grassroots, from the 255 wards in the state. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think I asked that question because if we are to have a macroeconomic policy and we are to stimulate domestic production, we must allow local government autonomy. And I want to believe Mr. President has done so much in ensuring that we have fiscal, autonomy for Nigerian local government. And here being an assemblage of governors under NEC, it is almost normal for us to keep on, revisiting that issue. That have we, as governors, have we given them the independence to control their, funds as it comes from the federal allocation? With local government autonomy, we can address a lot of issues, including the issue of security. It's fundamental. The next question goes to His Excellency the Governor of Ebonyi State, ably represented by the Deputy Governor. And it's simple. Access to finance is identified as a critical factor of production. Talk of farmers, talk of informal structure, you talk of SMEs. Without funding, without credit, they can't do anything. So access to finance is very critical. From your own position as the governor of Ebonyi State, how can producers, how can businesses thrive, be supported through affordable credit facilities? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Your Excellency, the Vice President of our great country and the father of NEC, we appreciate your effort. You are always there for your people. Since yesterday, you have been seated here, profiling solutions to all our problems. We thank you, sir. I also recognize Your Excellency, the President, the Senate President. You're welcome, sir. I also appreciate all the governors here seated since yesterday, the ministers, and everybody in this hall. I appreciate everybody. I am here to represent my boss, Right Honorable Bonanwe Furu, the governor of Ebonyi State. I am here on his behalf as the deputy governor of the state, Princess Patricia Obila. Thank you, Mr. Moderator, for the question. When we talk of domestic production and other areas, there is no any country that can succeed if we are more on consumption level. But we succeed when we do more on production. And that is why the subject of today, domestic production and other areas that I will speak on, is very paramount. Let me take Ebonyi State as a case study. In Ebonyi State, my governor, through his manifesto, the People's Charter of Needs, what we did in Ebonyi State is that we moved aggressively in the milling of rice. That's milling of rice production in Ebonyi State. We know Ebonyi State as one of the rice producers. We did not stay there to just produce and mill. We also produce and mill to other people because we have been able to establish that department. And how did we start? We started by giving grants to some of these local manufacturers to enable them do their best and produce the world standard. And that is what we did. Aside that, we also engaged them in trainings. You know, when you train somebody, he will be better off in whatever he does and give you the best. And that is what my governor did by doing intensive training, giving them that knowledge that will empower them to produce the best. And aside the rice milling in my state, we also diversify to other agricultural areas in the area of poultry, fishery, piggery, and other husbandry departments. What my governor did was to train a lot of people in this area. So far, so good in Ebonyi State. We have pushed more than 2 million people outside our state for them to go and acquire one skill or the other. And when they finished the training, we did it batch by batch. And when some of them came back, we empowered them, both capital and some areas, a place for them to start. And I also want to thank the Ministry of Agriculture in Ebonyi State. They are really doing well in the area of all this agricultural produce. Suffice to say that the little we are doing, with more collaboration from states, more can be done. Hence, we are looking at getting that target of 1 trillion. And I know with our collective efforts from the federal, the state, and the grassroots, we can achieve that. And I know, yes, we can. Aside that, when we talk of production, production goes with infrastructure. My leader has said it all, goes with infrastructure. And I want to commend the president for making that RAM agency very productive. If you go to various states, they are really creating accessible roads in all these rural areas. And all these accessible roads has been able to give us a link to bring out our produced product from where we get them to the market where it is needed. This is a very good development in that area. But still, more can be done. Hence, we are coming back together to provide solution to every state's challenges. Because this is a common house where all of us sit together to bring all our problems to the table and provide solution. And another thing I want to say in that area, every state, every location has its own peculiar problems that we need to tackle. If state A have a peculiar problem, we tackle it in that area and not to have just one solution to one state, to all the states with one problems. It should be diversified to make sure that we support and collaborate and sustain all these challenges to make sure that we hit that target. With that, Ebonyi State is really ready and committed and highly determined to work with the federal to achieve this 1 trillion target. And that is why we are putting all our efforts to make sure that we are not left out. And on this note, I want to assure you that Ebonyi State is ready and determined to put our best to make sure that we hit that target. I appreciate you all. God bless
Thank
you.
you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's very assuring from you. And I want to believe you work with federal government in accomplishing those in measures and policies. I've been asked to direct my question to Prof.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Please,
Your
any interventions on the issue of one
definitely,
bag, please?
Definitely. Your Excellencies, permit me to stand on existing protocols. The question that I get asked in every TV interview is, can you just explain to us why, despite all the fantastic results we are getting from macroeconomic stability, what the CBN is doing, and why is it that we still have poverty, getting worse, and why are we having unemployment vaporizing before our face? And the answer is this. What I say to them is, the massive things we are achieving are necessary, but are not sufficient conditions to stem the tide. And if you look at the topic says emphasis on sustainable economic development and alleviate it. So that is, you are actually addressing the question everybody asks about in today's discourse. Now, let me say something. We need to take a seat back, because it was the one Igbo adage that says, if a chicken doesn't know where the rain started beating it, it never actually knows when it stops. We have a history of colonial legacy that has created a dependency culture for us. We also have a history of post-war that made us in an international division of labor that says we have to produce raw materials for the global north to process and bring to us to consume. And we know that to have an import-dependent economy, you are going to be vulnerable to any conceivable macroeconomic headwind globally. It doesn't matter whether it is health, COVID, or subprime crisis. It doesn't matter what it is. You will be vulnerable. So, and how do we deal with this? We need an export-led growth economy strategy. I repeat, export-led growth strategy. That is what has taken China 400 million out of poverty, India 200 million out of poverty, South Korea, Indonesia, Malaysia, between them, 200 million out of poverty. And how does that work? It has to be, we have to target the export. If you don't target export, you miss the plot. I repeat, we have to target the export. The reason is that when you target the export, then you can actually work with import substitution agenda. You can now work with the backward integration agenda. And then you will now be aiming to help CBN achieve more targets. Because as you could see, you talked about the supply side of things. Now, what is the challenge we are having? When you export raw material, you're actually exporting your jobs and importing poverty. That's the challenge. And we have to deal with this and deal with it. All the policies, all the macroeconomic policies must speak to the export-led growth strategy. We haven't even seen our trade policy. It has to talk to it. Investment policy, industrial policy, all of these policies must talk to a new export-led growth strategy. That is when we actually begin to face the reality. All right. One question is this. How would you, and I like this idea that 1 trillion economy, I'm going to pat the government at the back, and I want to support His Excellency. In economics, we can agree to disagree, we can differ. Nigeria is already a $1 trillion economy because our GDP per PPP, purchasing power parity, is 1.28 trillion. In November 2015, Nigeria GDP was $573 billion. So how come it collapsed just after a few months to 330, 250? It tells you about the dynamics of the foreign exchange deflator. So one of the discussions that we have to have when we are saying monetary policy, fiscal policy, trade policy, industrial policy, investment policy must all talk to an export-led growth strategy, is that we need to have a conversation with my Oga here, the CBN governor, on where he thinks our exchange rate and inflation would be around that 2030. Because that helps us a lot. You know, we've done fantastic. Nobody's going to take away anything from what has been achieved. But we need to have that discussion so that we can know where we are likely to, the growth we are going to work on. But let me give you a snapshot. If today is 2030, and then you are looking at the industry structure for Nigeria, let me tell you what you are going to see. The industrial sector would move from 19% to 33% with a growth rate of 15%. The service sector would go from 54% to 50% with a growth rate of between 12 and 15, but more around 13. The agriculture will move from 22% to 17% with a growth rate of around the same 13%. Now, why is agriculture coming down and why is services coming down to 50? The reason is because, and then look at industry. Industry is going to move into a very high speed rate, and it is possible. And that's what you say. Nothing is impossible. Nobody knew that today, within 18 months, we will get rid of import of petroleum because Dangote invested 20 billion and it's going to go to 40, for 7, all of those $50 billion is going to Ondo on a refinery. Bua is doing 200,000. So all of those shows it's possible. Nothing is impossible. We can deal with it, but let's look at what the opportunities are. One opportunity is what the Vice President says. He says, our cassava is a white gold. My minister here of national planning, we've been working together. From 2018, I developed the bioeconomy framework, which is in the plan, and then it's being depleted. Then we have a bioeconomy, the cassava bioeconomy framework. Just to give you one example, the byproducts from cassava, just the peeling, will feed all the animals. I will give you the figure. I'm just conscious of time now, but I could give you the statistics. That 65 million barrels, tons a year we are producing. 16% of it, 25% of it is peel. That will give us about 16 million metric tons of cassava peel, which, if you compound with soya beans, will give you 30 million metric tons of feed. Now, that's on a conversion ratio of 1.5 to 1 for feed, meat, or fish. You'll be producing 20 million metric tons of fish or 20 million metric tons of chicken. That is 12 times more fish than 12 times more chicken than we consume. That is 6 times more fish than we consume. We're consuming 3.3 million metric tons. Not to talk of the goats, it gives you 18 times more goat meat. So it is possible. Now, the rest of the cassava, after removing the peel, has 34 different products you can generate. 34. And not even give you the figures, because we know that bioethanol, we need 50 million liters of bioethanol today, every week. Dangote will take 35 million. Then the rest, every week. And in the next 2 years, it will go to 100 million liters. How much we are producing? We don't even produce 2 million. But that's the potential here. So let me not get to, because I can load you with data. But the fact of the matter is this.
Prof, you have tried.
All right.
Thank you very much. Our time is of essence, but again, I've been asked to call for the intervention of the Honorable Minister of National Planning and Economic Development Budget, and perhaps that of the World Bank. Just one thing, just question, as a recap. You have said so much about reforms. We have done so much about policy. But within the content of the last topic, which is on partnership framework, what has been the partnership, the kind of extension of fellowship, your intercourse with some research-based institution to come out with policy that are sustainable for this country? Because that is very important. What has been your relationship with institutions, research-based institutions, so that the policy we're embarking upon will not be policy that comes today and tomorrow we reverse it? How sustainable? It can only be sustained if there are policies that are backed up with research. Just one response, please. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have said it all. Recall that National Institute of Social and Economic Research is one of the institutions, and we collaborate with SNIPS. More than that is the leadership of the National Economic Council. The reset is the recognition that for the federation to work, we have to go to the constitutional form. The oath of office sworn to by the president, the vice president, the governor, and the deputy governor is the same words, and they are dictated by the Constitution. They are all, among others, the second aspect, apart from upholding the Constitution, is for them to strive to uphold the fundamental objectives and directive principles of state. So what this reset of coming to recognize that we have to work together, that's what the law says. That's the Constitution. The Constitution does not mean, the oath of office does not require only the governor to be responsible for his state. There is even a wider obligation for him to seek the prosperity and welfare of Nigeria. So in a way, he is also an extension of the federation. They are all to work together. And what this government have done, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the vice president, they recognize that to do things properly, let's do them right. I said it yesterday.
Thank you very much.
Thank
the
you.
World Bank Director, just one word. What has been your relationship with state government in the areas of, aiding or fostering domestic production? Just one word, please. The multilateral connection with the World Bank.
Well, I've worked for the World Bank in many countries around the world. And one of the ways that Nigeria distinguishes itself is the federal structure and the extent of the responsibilities of the states and the state governors. And the World Bank's program in Nigeria, for me, is distinguished from many other countries because of the growing success of the way that we are working with the states. The states on many topics are in different places, not physically, but on different areas of working. But the fact that the states have this autonomy means that in a very large country, we can respond to the needs of the people of that state. The governors are responding to the needs of the people of that state. And we find that a very powerful partnership that we hope to continue.
Thank you very much. We have all spoken, Your Excellency, the Vice President. We've articulated issues. We have courage. Your Excellency has provided a platform, the incentive, the motivation. Let us all go and rise beyond rhetorics. Let's go back to our state and local government and work. Democracy must survive. It must be sustained. We must address issues that borders on stomach infrastructure. We cannot continue to rely on importation. We have to stimulate local production, domestic production. We can't continue importing while ignore exportation. To do this, therefore, we must do everything possible to motivate our informal structure, our informal sector, and our SMEs within the country. Variables such as infrastructure, security, power, and other form of motivation need to be put in place to address all these. Where is our textile industry in Kaduna State? The mining sector must come in this time around. Agric must be given the boost through credit facilities. These, to me, are the conclusions of these panelists. Your Excellency, the Vice President, we have come to the ends of this last session. We want to thank you most profoundly, Your Excellency, for giving us the opportunity to be part of this interaction. And we hope, with what Mr. President has been doing to ensure that the renewed hope agenda of this country go beyond agenda, but accomplishments. We shall all go to the next level as you promised us. Thank you very much, and thank for the panelists, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much. The moderator, former minister, the Director General, National Institute of Legislative and Democratic Studies, Professor Suleiman Abubakar. Well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's appreciate them, ladies and gentlemen. Please rise for the photograph now, please. Thank you. The cameraman. It's been an amazing 2 days. And we also say thank you to His Excellency the Vice President for your time and patience and sitting through all of the panels. That's the characteristics of a wonderful chairman. Let's put our hands together for him, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you very much. And so, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, gradually the 2 days is coming to a close. You know, the only bad thing about good things is that good things do come to an end. And so, this is how we'll run. The Permanent Secretary, Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, will give us the synthesis of the recommendations. And then, on behalf of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Senate President will close the conference. So let me welcome here Dr. Deborah Bako Odo, Permanent Secretary, Federal Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, for the synthesis of the recommendations. You can do your photograph in
Your Excellency, the Permanent Secretary, as she makes her way here, I'd just like to let us know the order of photography so that we're well aware that the photographs that are coming up today will be well organized. So, Mr. Vice President, with the Senate President and members of NEC, honorable ministers and DCOS will be in the first photograph. His Excellency, the Vice President, with the Senate President and honorable commissioners will be the second photograph. We also have, of course, His Excellency with the Senate President and the special advisors and special assistants to Mr. President will be the next photograph. And the next photograph will be His Excellency, the Vice President with the Senate President and the Planning Committee of the NEC Conference. And then we finally have His Excellencies, the Vice President, His Excellency, the Senate President, speakers, panelists, and moderators. That would be the order of photography. It's now my pleasure to invite the Permanent Secretary to deliver the communique.
Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and Chairman of the National Economic Council, Your Excellency, the Senate President, Excellencies, Governors of the 36 states, the distinguished and honorable members of the National Assembly, honorable ministers and Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, permanent secretaries, honorable commissioners from the 36 states, other top government officials at federal and state level, development partners, our partners from the private sector, members of the fourth estate of the realm, ladies and gentlemen. With the permission of the Vice President and Chairman of Council, I will be presenting the synthesis of recommendations at this second edition of the National Economic Council Conference. The second edition of the National Economic Council Conference was held from Monday 9th to Tuesday 10th February 2026 at the Banquet Hall, Presidential Villa State House, Abuja, with the theme, Delivering Inclusive Growth and Sustainable National Development. the Renewed Hope National Development Plan. The conference provided a platform for holistic examination of key economic issues with a shared understanding of policy options for addressing the economic challenges facing the nation with a view to advancing inclusive economic growth and development. The conference also discussed effective collaboration and synergy with the 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory and provided a platform for key stakeholders to align with the strategic vision of the administration as contained in the Renewed Hope Agenda. The conference equally produced far-reaching policy recommendations for the states and local governments to align with the federal government's long-term economic agenda. The summit had in attendance over 350 delegates, including in attendance the President, Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Vice President and Chairman of Council, the Senate President, state governors, deputy governors, honorable ministers, the Inspector General of Police, members of the National Assembly, permanent secretaries, directors general, honorable commissioners, representatives of international development partners, private sector organizations, civil society organizations, academia, and the media. His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, delivered the presidential address and declared the conference open. His Excellency, the Vice President and Chairman of Council, Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, delivered the keynote address and chaired the conference. The Governor of Kwara State and Chairman of the Nigeria Governors Forum, His Excellency Alhaji Abdurrahman Abdulrazak, ably represented by the Governor of Ogun State, His Excellency Mr. Dapo Abiodun, gave the opening remarks, while the Honorable Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, Senator Abubakar Atiku Bagudu, CON, delivered the welcome remarks. Goodwill messages were received from the President Nasima and the Nigeria Development Partners Group, co-chair. The conference was structured into technical sessions. A total of 7 panel sessions were conducted, with 9 lead papers presented by resource persons and experts focusing on the following sub-themes: the economy, interstate collaboration, fiscal governance, human capital development, security, domestic production, and partnership frameworks for economic growth. The following recommendations were made. For the first panel on economy, with the topic Fiscal and Monetary Outlook 2026 to 2030, Priorities and Imperatives, all tiers of government should move from haphazard growth financing to catalyzing growth by strengthening cooperative federalism, translating macroeconomic reforms into real impact for citizens, and driving Nigeria towards a $1 trillion economy. Governments at all levels should identify and prioritize bankable, growth-generating projects across strategic sectors, including agriculture, manufacturing, energy, transport and logistics, and digital infrastructure. The federal government should ensure optimal investment in the oil and gas sector while ensuring effective diversification in domestic refining and non-oil sectors to enhance energy security, reduce import dependence, strengthen value chains, and create employment. Also noted was the need to strengthen fiscal, monetary, and trade policy coordination for effective macroeconomic stability. From the second panel on the economy, building a $1 trillion economy contribution of the Renewed Hope World-Based Development Plan 2026 to 2030, in setting Nigeria on the path of national growth and prosperity. It was noted that the federal government should ensure an effective and efficient public-private partnership framework to drive private sector capital and mitigate investment risks to attract development. Governments at all levels should endeavor to key into the Renewed Hope agenda to create and develop skills in technology and artificial intelligence to remain competitive in the global economy and enable Nigeria to realize the $1 trillion economy. The macroeconomic reforms implemented by government, the Renewed Hope Infrastructure Fund, collaboration and cooperation on security, and the mandates of the NEC committees against crude oil theft should be sustained and expanded. The implementation of the Renewed Hope Ward Development Program should remain a key program of the Federation. From the third panel on interstate collaboration, strengthening interstate collaboration and strategies in the federal system, it was noted that states should institutionalize joint planning, shared resources, harmonized policies, and structured information exchange, supported by formal legal and institutional frameworks and regional cooperation platforms to address shared challenges and promote balanced development. The federal and state governments should establish regular intergovernmental engagements, capacity building programs, and conflict management frameworks to jointly address insecurity, infrastructure gaps, and economic disparities across the Federation. The federal government and states should foster strong partnerships with the private sector, civil society, and development partners to achieve inclusive and sustainable national development. From the fourth session on fiscal governance, subnational competitiveness and growth through fiscal and tax sustainability and implementation readiness of the 2025 Tax Reform Acts, it was noted that states should enact the harmonized tax law to address multiple taxation and complement the new tax reform laws. Council commends the 12 states that have passed the harmonized tax law and encourage 13 states that have their laws at the state assemblies and the 11 states that are yet to conclude the process to accelerate the passage of the new law. Government at all levels is to prioritize spending on human capital development, enabling infrastructure and improved accountability to strengthen trust. The amendment of the Constitution to remove certain inconsistencies in the implementation of fiscal federalism should be expedited to enable effective rollout of the tax regime at the federal and state levels of government. From the session on human capital development, leveraging human capital development for national development realities, challenges, and recommendations, the following were noted. The need to restructure and realign economic policies to promote inclusivity, equity, and social cohesion, with deliberate emphasis on improving living standards and strengthening outcomes in HCD. State governments should increase per capita spending on health, education, and youth employment to improve human capital outcomes and expand opportunities for economic participation. Nigeria's persistent underinvestment in the education and health sectors need to be revisited, particularly when compared with peer countries. There is an urgent need to ramp up investment in the social sectors, education, health, and including nutrition. For the sixth session, which was on security, sustainable approaches to Nigeria's security challenges, the following were noted. The need to deal with the multiplicity of security challenges by strengthening interagency cooperation and collaboration. State governments are advised to key into the national security framework in line with the Renewed Hope agenda and the priority areas of government. Government is to employ non-kinetic approaches to address unemployment and poverty, as this would enable us to curb insecurity in the country. From the session on domestic production and partnership frameworks for economic growth, which focused on the imperative of stimulation of sustainable domestic production, it was noted that there is the need to expand concessional financing for the productive sectors, secure production corridors, and skill infrastructure delivery, as well as strengthen federal-state coordination for domestic production. The need for recalibration mechanism to be able to respond to external shocks while ensuring local policy so as not to hinder the nation's domestic production. Council will also implement measures to support domestic production in order to make the Nigerian economy more productive, competitive, and export-focused by incentivizing subnational entities to prioritize investment planning. It was also noted that our federalism is unique, with the Constitution vesting power in local government areas, states, and federal governments, sometimes exclusively and sometimes jointly, to achieve the fundamental objectives and directive principles of states. Delegates at the end of the conference expressed appreciation and gratitude to the Office of the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and Chairman of Council, and the Federal Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning for the successful hosting of the second edition of the National Economic Conference. Thank you.
The applause is for a level 7 officer. She's the permanent secretary, please.
Thank you, Ebere. Thank you, Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning, and Secretary to Council, Dr. Deborah Owen Odo. I had wanted Ebere to stay with me for a minute, and I would like to invite him back to the podium. Ebere, Mr. Ebere Young. Mr. Ebere Young, if you'll make your way back to the podium. Your Excellency, Mr. Vice President, Your Excellency, the President of the Senate, what an incredible honor it is for us to stay with you in the last 2 days on this National Economic Council Conference 2026. Not only did we pilot the affairs, we also learned so much about the nation, just listening to the governors and the figures and the perspectives from their various states, and now listening to the Permanent Secretary, who has told us what indeed expected outcomes and what the conference has been able to yield from all the conversations. I'd like us to give a round of applause to all the speakers and resource persons who have done a great job. Ebere, what was your takeaway before I take the pictures and before you do the big one?
My takeaway is that sustainable development and growth is possible. That beyond the headlines and beyond the noise, Nigeria has the potentials to develop where the federal government and the subnationals work as one family.
Thank you very much, Ebere, for that incisive capture of what we have seen here. I would like also to place on record Senator Abubakar Atiku Bagudu, Honorable Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, who hasn't slept very well in the last couple of days, and all the governors who have given us their time, and all the speakers. At this point, I'd like to quickly let you know the order of photographs again. His Excellency, the Vice President, with the Senate President, members of NEC, honorable ministers, DCOS, would be in that first photograph. We have members of the National Assembly who are here with us, and they would join His Excellency, the Vice President, and the Senate President in that second photograph. His Excellency, the Vice President, will be in a photograph with special advisors and special assistants to Mr. President, along with the Senate President. We have honorable commissioners from all over the states. Excellency, the Vice President with Senate President and the honorable commissioners. We have members of the Planning Committee, Mr. Vice President, sir, who have done the dotting of the I's and the crossing of the T's. And then we have, of course, speakers, panelists, and moderators. As the picture session begins to take place, we would remind you what is coming up so we do not trip on the photograph. Ebere, you have the next item on the agenda.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, like I said earlier, the only bad thing about good things is that good things come to an end. It's been an amazing 2 days. 2 days of digging deep, 2 days of finding the synergy between the federal government and the subnationals. At this point, we are grinding to a close. It's therefore my honor and pleasure to welcome here the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, represented by a man as a result of his performance as a governor and now as a Senate President. They call him the uncommon transformer, the uncommon reformer, the uncommon Senate President, and the uncommon politician. Please welcome His Excellency Godwill Akpabio, GCON.
Thank you for the honor. Please be seated. Your Excellency, Amiable Vice President of Nigeria, Chairman of the National Economic Council, one of the most eloquent vice presidents in West Africa today. My dear brother and a distinguished senator, Kashim Shettima, GCON. Your Excellencies, the governors of the states, my colleagues, I was once a governor, the governors of the states, most especially the chairman of the Nigerian Governors Forum and the governor of Kwara State, and my in-law, the Governor General of the All Progressive Governors Forum, my brother, Governor Hope Uzodimma, and all the other governors and deputy governors here present, honorable ministers of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, particularly the Minister of National Planning and former governor of Kebbi State, my brother Bagudu, members of the National Assembly, especially the distinguished senators who accompany me here, led by Senator Peter Nwabuchi, who himself is a deputy chief whip, and everybody knows Senator Ali Ndume, landlord of the Senate, who has been there for a very long time. Sometimes slightly controversial, but most times very eloquent in his contributions. The members of the government, the permanent secretary, the governor of the governor of Central Bank of Nigeria, my brother Cardoso, and then invited guests, the private sector that I saw in their numbers, and every single person that either graced this occasion or took part in this occasion. What a memorable day. You are hearing the voice of the Senate President, Godswill Akpabio, but what I'm about to read really represents the feelings and the heart of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Just before I came, Your Excellency the Vice President, I presided over an emergency session of the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, where all the issues that lingered in the last few days were put to rest. The issue of Electoral Act amendment. And I hope I was able, or we were able to satisfy the entire public with what we did. Because, like I said, the process at that time was incoherent, and some of our stakeholders went into the rain and then started protesting. It wasn't time for protest. Now we have completed the process today, in the Senate, so tomorrow they can now protest if they still think it's necessary. So Mr. President has asked me to represent him. And he said he was here in person. And because the Vice President is chairman of NEC, this is his occasion. Otherwise, it would have been out of place for me to come and speak in front of the Vice President. Your Excellency, you have seen the heartbeat of the President. And so it's your business always to represent the President. But because this is your occasion, you specifically requested that no other person can do the job better than me, and I hope I satisfy you. So from the President, yesterday, I had the honor of declaring this conference open with a clear call for unity of purpose, fiscal discipline, and coordinated action under our Renewed Hope agenda. Today, as we draw this second edition of the National Economic Council Conference to a close, I am deeply encouraged by the seriousness of engagement and the strength of consensus that have emerged here. I want to commend the Vice President of Nigeria for his steady leadership of the National Economic Council. And for guiding our deliberations with clarity and focus. I also want to thank our governors, our ministers, development partners, and private sector stakeholders for their frank contributions and unwavering commitment to Nigeria's national progress. This conference has demonstrated that the path to sustainable prosperity lies in collaboration. Collaboration between the federal and state governments, between the public and the private sectors, and between policy formulation and disciplined execution. The conversations over the past 2 days have not merely identified challenges. They have produced practical, implementable solutions. We have reaffirmed our commitment to fiscal responsibility, economic diversification, infrastructure expansion, food security, social protection, and human capital development. More importantly, we have strengthened the mechanisms for coordination and accountability. Let me be clear. Reform is not an event. It is a process. It requires courage, patience, and consistency. The decisions we make here must translate into visible improvements in the daily lives of all Nigerians. In jobs created, businesses supported, roads constructed, schools strengthened, healthcare improved, and opportunities expanded. Our administration remains resolute. We will continue to support subnational governments, deepen institutional reforms, and ensure that the dividends of our policies are felt across every state and every community in this country. The Renewed Hope agenda is not a slogan. It is a national commitment. And that commitment demands that we move beyond dialogue to delivery. I leave this conference reassured that we are aligned in purpose and united in responsibility. Together, we will build a more resilient economy, a more inclusive society, and a stronger federation. On this note, I hereby, as President, Commander-in-Chief, Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, declare the second edition of the National Economic Council Conference formally closed. Thank you all. for your dedication and service to our fatherland. May God bless you all, and may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Nigeria. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. President of the Senate. I'd like to, at this point, invite His Excellency, the Chairman of NEC, to join His Excellency, the President of the Senate, for the photograph. And also, I would like, at this point, to invite all NEC members, all honorable ministers, and the DICOS for this first photograph. Please remember that development partners will be in other subsequent photographs. I didn't mention them earlier. As you heard, reform is not an event, it's a process. The speech by His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, as delivered by His Excellency the President of the Senate. Again, he spent time explaining that the Vice President, His Excellency, is to be commended for his steady hand of leadership. This is the first photograph at this all-important event. Members of NEC, honorable ministers, and DICOS. Do we have members of the National Assembly in the House to please join this photograph if they are not already here? Thank you very much. Thank you. I'd like at this point to quickly invite other members to this photograph, and I would like to quickly ask the special advisors and special assistants to Mr. President, if they are here, to join this photograph, please. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Special advisors, special assistants, aides to Mr. President. And this is an important photograph at this time. I'd like to ask development partners to be ready for the next photograph. Development partners, World Bank and others, to stand by for the next photograph real quick. Development partners. Can development partners please join in the photograph now? World Bank, the photograph. Development partners after this photograph. After the photograph of special assistants and special advisors, development partners will just wait and they will then be part of the next photograph. Can we get development partners up here really quick? Development partners, please, to join. And at this point, I'd like to prepare for the next photograph. Let the development partners please join this photograph. Thank you very much. Can we clear the way for development partners to join this picture? Right? Thank you very much. I can see the chairman of Progressive Governors Forum, His Excellency Senator Uzodimma, in this picture. Would like to quickly get the commissioners from the states to quickly join the next photograph. Commissioners who have come, who are here. Commissioners of Budget and Planning should please join this photograph. No, we have two more. Commissioners, quickly. Honorable Minister, I think these are your people. You should be in this photograph. You should be in this photograph. Please, Honorable Minister, can we make way for the Honorable Minister to join from the middle? Honorable Commissioners, please help. Would you step aside so the Honorable Minister can join? Thank you. Please. Honorable Minister, please step forward, sir. Thank you. Okay. There we have it. The last but one photograph is the speakers, panelists, and moderators will join His Excellency the Vice President. If the commissioners fall away, speakers, panelists, and moderators, please come forward quickly. Speakers, panelists, and moderators. Speakers, panelists, and moderators. And the last photograph are members of the planning committee. The last photograph. Can we have speakers, panelists, and moderators? If we will join this photograph with His Excellency, the Vice President, speakers, panelists, and moderators to join this photograph. Speakers, panelists, moderators, this is the photograph for you. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Vice President, for your patience, and Your Excellency, the President of the Senate, representing Mr. President, we thank you for your patience. Speakers, panelists, and moderators, thank you very much. And the final photograph, the Organizing and Planning Committee. Quickly join this photograph. This is the last picture. Ebere, what an incredible opportunity it is to be at the National Economic Council. It has been a distinct pleasure to serve this assembly. And we are very delighted to have been honored to do this assignment. My name is Eugenia Abu, and I've been doing this yeoman's job with the man I like to call the voice, Mr. Ebere Young.
Thank you very much. If you were in the military, you will have been a general. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's been an amazing 2 days. Now that the photographs are rounding up, wherever you may be, we'll take the national anthem.
The national anthem.
Our own dear native land, though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign motherland.
Thank you very much. This event is officially closed. Please make way for His Excellency, the Vice President, Excellency